you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands,
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday.
Hello,
The
viewers.
streets have
Best
never
of
been
by
so
Needle
quiet.
के food
The
hall
squirrels
series
you
में
hide
बनाने जा रहे हैं
away.
बहुत ही हेल्दी ग्रीन
Tomorrow
एप्पल
will never
जो कि
be
बहुत
the
टेस्टी
same.
होता है। उसको आप
There is so
सैंडविचेस
much
में,
hope
उसको आप
in
अपने
our
पराठा के साथ,
hearts. Brick by
पकौड़ों के
brick,
साथ भी
we
खा
shall
सकते हैं। तो
overcome
चलिए आज
and
इसको
walk
बनाते हैं।
right
तो
into a
चलिए
new
शुरुआत करते हैं।
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome from Healing Our Earth direct to you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon on the 27th of June 2021 and welcome to our Wellbeing and Wellness show today. Did you know this is our 82nd Healing Our Earth event? And like always, let's kickstart the show with a mantra to support those who are still going through this pandemic and to bring healing and positivity across the world. And to do that today, we have a very special junior host who's going to join me now to kickstart things off. Welcome.
Global namaste to the Healing Our Earth family and everyone watching at home.
So shall we start?
Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti 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 Om.
Thank you. And this is Sia, one of our junior hosts at Healing Our Earth, so who has just started with a mantra of peace and strength and healing. Thank you very much, Sia.
I hope you will enjoy the show. Namaste.
Namaste. So a warm global welcome from here in London, where it's a little bit cloudy. I hope the sun is shining where you are, or you are settling down for a calm evening ahead. And today, as I said, is our Wellbeing and Wellness show. How perfect as we finally enter the summer season and we're ready to relax and fill our bodies with goodness in mind, body and spirit. So today we are bringing you yet another, our 82nd show, our event, free to you from our home to yours, wherever you are in the world. Healing Our Earth provides global online events every Sunday. We've been going every Sunday. And our mission, as always, is to spread love and a happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired. We seek to inspire our global communities by delivering online edutainment. You've got education and entertainment all brought together in one, just for you. And as always, we are so blessed that you, the viewers, are supporting us. This show is for you. It is by you. So please, if you have any suggestions and would like any further foci in future teams, please make sure that you let us know. You can connect with us via WhatsApp, YouTube, we're on Instagram. It's growing. It's wonderful. So let's kick off now, and I take great pleasure and privilege in welcoming on our first guest. Her name is Neelam Singh, and her session is Health and Food. Perfect. Nilam is the owner of the Organic Village and Restaurant. We are flying over, so luckily you don't need any passports right now. We're going to be flying over to the beautiful Mauritius in Africa. So she has also had experience in media management and broadcasting, so she's going to be a natural on this platform. She dabbles in cooking herself and promotes a culture of health and being healthy, and that is her mission. Her goal also is to spread positivity and mindfulness and initiate a real change from within. It starts with us. Neelam is also known as a style icon and cultural ambassador. And a wonderful fact about her as well, our very first guest, Neelam, has also entered the Guinness World Book of Records before for, would you believe it, not cooking, not entertainment, but actually for knitting. So this very diverse, multi-talented guest, it gives me great pleasure in welcoming Neelam Singh. A global namaste to you. Welcome from Mauritius. Let's see if we can get Neelam on now. So I think we need to make sure that you're unmuted, Neelam, as well, because we can't hear you at the moment. So if you just make sure we're unmute and we switch the screen around. So let's see, Neelam.
Is it okay now?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm not sure.
Namaste, Deepa.
Namaste.
Deepa.
I'm very well, thank you. Would it be possible to turn the camera sideways as you're the other way around on our screens at the moment?
At this moment, it's just a moment,
Okay, no problem. So there we go.
Okay?
Beautiful. Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Hi, namaste, Deepa. Global namaste to you all. What an awesome introduction. I have to really prove my worth, what all you have spoken about me, right? So my global family and friends, namaste, salam, namaskar. Tapai sappai namaskar cha. Tapai sappai namaskar cha. Vanakkam, Sat Sri Akal. And now here we start our health and food series. It's a session which we are going to have. First and foremost, I have to continue with the shloka which you have chanted for global healing and benefit for all. So my shloka will be Sarva Mangal Mangalye Shive Sarvartha Sadhike Sharanye Triambake Gauri Narayani Namostute. O Goddess, please remove all obstacles. I am praying again and again to you to remove all obstacles from this world. So now here, we are going to talk about health and food. The range of health and food and the knowledge everybody has these days, because the Google is there to tell all of us everything, each and everything. You have to choose what is good or what is bad from that. So now, whatever little small knowledge I have with me, I'm going to share with you all. And a small token of things which you can just, it will be a takeaway for you. We can start with morning. When we get up, what we drink and why we drink. We have to think, we have to do conscious eating, conscious drinking, isn't it? So I will be telling you very simple, very healthy drink to start your morning. So that is going to be like, you must have seen basil, the tulsi, the popular tulsi, thousands of unlimited benefit, which is like with seeds, the purple one. If we boil this, simple, only tulsi with seeds, if we boil, the concoction becomes like, I'll just show it to you. This is, here I have boiled tulsi water, simple tulsi water. You can see this here. The magic we have to do is, it's so simple. If you can see, Look at the color, our healing earth pink. Experiment this at home. You'll be really happy to have a sip. Look at the color. Just add little more health into this. And here is the drink. So simple, so easy, very doable. So this is done. Now we proceed for our daily routine, daytime. So daytime, what we do, let's go for little fancy thing. Here I have used little edible blue color. We use simple soda water here. Add pomegranate syrup into this. And look at the color. The two colors. Here, it's ready to drink. Now, this is universally famous, our golden milk for night before sleeping. What value we have to add into it? I have taken simple pure cow milk for health benefits. Then add turmeric powder. Let it boil for 5 to 10 minutes in a slow flame, which makes it induced into the milk. And then we add nutmeg. Nutmeg is a magical fruit, dry fruit, vegetable. It comes in a family of these two. And then never use powdered bought from market, because you don't know whether something is added into that. So here is the proof what you are using is pure. So this is your jaifal. It's called jaifal and nutmeg. So add your nutmeg just ground into your golden milk, and your pure healthy drink is done. So simple. Have a good night's sleep with this. How fantastic is this? Now, I'm going to play a very healthy recipe video for you to have a health benefit. So can we play, please? Here in Mauritius, lovely weather, bright sun. It's going to set in 45 minutes. हेलो व्यूअर्स, बेस्ट ऑफ यू बाय नीलम के फूड वर्ल्ड सीरीज में आज हम लोग बनाने जा रहे हैं बहुत ही हेल्दी ग्रीन एप्पल चटनी, जो कि बहुत टेस्टी होता है। उसको आप सैंडविचेस में, उसको आप अपने पराठा के साथ, पकौड़ों के साथ भी खा सकते हैं। तो चलिए आज इसको बनाते हैं, इस जर्नी की शुरुआत करते हैं। सो व्यूअर्स, हियर वी गो फॉर आवर चटनी। इसमें मैंने सबसे पहले ऑलिव ऑयल मिक्स्ड विथ वाटर, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर लीजिए, ये मैंने लिया है। आई विल पुट इट इन द चर्नर फर्स्ट थिंग। देन वी पुट ऑल ग्रीन चिलीज। रिमेंबर दिस चटनी इज ऑलवेज वेरी वेरी हॉट। देन लेमन, lime, de-seeded. Then all our green apples. Put green apples. Here garlic goes, and then salt. Salt to taste. Yes. Now quickly, let's start churning this. So 1, 2, 3, go. चलिए अब इसको खोल के देखते हैं इसका फाइनल रिजल्ट. वाओ, excellent chutney. Look at the fresh green color and it's so healthy, so nice. Exactly this type of texture we need. Yes, it's ready. Let's look at this. And after, when you take out all this and then you add half a teaspoon of sugar in this, and this goes for at least for 15 days. You can keep it in the fridge. Just hint of brown sugar, mix it well. Garnish with minced brick and it's done. अब टाइम है फूड फॉर थॉट का. मेरा मतलब है सबको पॉजिटिव और मोटिवेटेड रखने का. आवर बिलीव्स डजंट मेक अस अ बेटर पर्सन, आवर बिहेवियर डज. टेक केयर एवरीवन. बाय बाय फॉर नाउ. सी यू इन माय नेक्स्ट वीडियो.
Oh, I think you're on mute, Neela. I think you're on mute.
Oh yes. So now people say जैसा अंजल खाइए वैसा ही मन होए. Means what we eat we become. So let's all have conscious eating, healthy eating and have positive thoughts always. Keep yourself very, very constructively busy. Today's food for thought will be, we don't get what we wish, we get what we worked for. So here you can have any question shooting on me. I will be answering that and your queries, please. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that chutney, was it a chutney? That was absolutely delicious. That looks so
Yeah,
tasty.
that's very, very healthy and it's vegan again.
Yes, I love it. And can you explain, because I think what you said about I love the 3 drinks for breakfast from waking up, going to sleep. Will you be able to explain the health benefits of what was used in those drinks? So for example, when you have the tulsi.
Tulsi is very good for immunity booster, which is required these days, maximum. And yeah, it's immunity booster. It increases your memory. So many things you can search on Google, because if I start giving you sermon, which is not good. So lemon and tulsi. Here is the drink.
Yes.
And it makes it very interesting. Yeah. The second one you want?
And yes, I think yes.
Can you see the color?
It's beautiful.
Exactly. And here is our pink themed umbrella to make it more interesting. Yeah. So this is very soothing. When you have this, you feel very energetic immediately.
Okay. And can you remind us what was in that one again?
Yeah, this was pomegranate juice.
Okay. Yes.
And this was blueberry juice. Added with little color. Color in the sense the edible color.
Yes. Oh
exactly.
Gosh, I love that. That's perfect for a healthy party.
Exactly. Yes. And the third one, which you can ask any question, please.
Yes. So with that, because we noticed that you added that you grated in the fresh nutmeg as well. So yes, nutmeg is maybe a little less common of what people would use. So can you explain why nutmeg? Because you hear about cinnamon and other spices.
Nutmeg soothes your brain cells.
Okay.
It soothes your brain cells. So that is why nutmeg, when you are going to sleep, you forget everything. It's only you. It calms your emotions.
Yes, as well.
It calms down. And one very quick street food, which is again very, very healthy, to summarize all this, everybody must have seen these roasted Bengal gram. We call it
Oh,
Bengal gram,
yes.
roasted chana and Bengal gram. This has no oil, no nothing. So you have to get it roasted. It is always salted. If it is not salted, it will not, break the shell.
Yes.
Exactly. And then we have to add raw onion chopped finally here into this. Is it okay?
Yes,
Am I
yeah, we can.
audible? All right.
Yes,
So
perfect.
this is chopped onion. Very simple and easy. When you are coming from office, you have no time. You have no time to prepare anything complicated. Just
Yes.
chop onion, garlic chopped. Here it is. Green chili chopped. Here it is. Lemon. Squeeze some lemon into this. Squeeze lemon into this.
I can imagine the flavors already.
Exactly. And the best part is you have to add mustard oil. Here is the yellow mustard oil into this raw mustard oil, which is again very healthy, very healthy. And the gram is already salted. Just have a look. Add some green coriander.
Okay. Yes.
Green coriander chopped. And look at the here is the green coriander, chopped coriander.
Oh, lovely.
Look at this. Look at how awesome is this snack.
Yes.
Munching for evening tea time.
Yes.
Here is the one. And then we serve it here. Look at the glory of this snack. So simple, so quick, so healthy.
Oh, wow.
Here's one. Yeah.
That's so simple. And they're just roasted in the oven.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And just,
so yes, please.
Oh, no, I was
I'm
going to
here
say, I'm really interested. So you said, we said that you're the founder of the Organic Village. So is
Yes.
that, and how did that come to be?
Okay. There was a big place at my place, and I have my daughter who is Meenakshi. She used to come and she has small children, and she used to say, Neelamji, why don't you use this place? So she is the one who motivated me to start this. And then I started thinking, sitting there at that place and thinking how to go about it, because I did not have so much mean to start that, because it required so many material things. And then I started one by one using all best use of waste. So, and then it became like, a big thing. So slowly, when you have positive thinking, you have little creativity. And if you want to, you have really good determination, you can do it. Anybody can do it. So please start from today, from right now onwards.
Yes, indeed. And I love the fact that it's organic, because a lot of people think the amount of effort was put off, where it's so much more better for us to eat organic as well. So would you have any top tips for anyone looking to start their own sourcing organic ingredients, or to start growing their own organic produce as well?
My suggestion will be, because we shouldn't go for rat race. Everybody is buying from the shop and you feel satisfied that you have bought organic. But what is the authenticity? You have to really, really make sure whether it is organic or not, because I can also sell anything saying organic, which is not correct. And we are playing with the health of the people. So you have to see the authenticity, where it has been grown and everything. And then you spend your hard-earned money.
Yes, yes. And obviously, as you know, Nilamji, we have a global audience in
Right.
many different places tuning in. So would you have any suggestions about how to go about growing, if anyone wanted to grow their own produce? Because we have very different, you've got temperatures and climates from all over the world tuning in.
Right. First, you have to make your soil bed properly and then use authentic organic manure, which is available in the market. And then you are very sure that then you, and the seed also, that matters. Seed
Yes.
which is authentic, yes. Seed where you are going to plant, and then it is like, it is authentic, and this is how it like the basic seed which you use. And first prepare your bed and soil bed, and then you sprinkle, look after the seeds growing, and feel happy about it.
Yes, I like that, the feeling happy about it. I think you definitely we've seen on
Exactly.
many shows the effect and the impact of just pure positive thoughts in anything that you take on as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Please
And
ask any question. I am here.
thank you. Yes, we've got some questions coming in. And somebody was just saying as well, as an alternative for the drinks, Nilamji, with the bedtime drink, you have the turmeric milk. Is there, would you advise anything else if somebody's not having dairy? We've had a question come in. If somebody's vegan.
Yeah, then you have hot water. Induce turmeric powder into it. Turmeric powder, again, you remember, only use the not one, the turmeric which is, don't use powder one, because you don't know what is inside there.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so powder it in your churner, and you are very sure that it is pure, because you can see with your naked eye. And then put in half teaspoon in hot water, let it cover it for a while, like for 10-15 minutes, then add nutmeg powder and have it with your water.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yes, because some people find the milk heavy as well before bedtime. Well, and I love the videos that you had, the video that you shared. That's your own channel on YouTube, and I like it because you've got visual representation as well. If somebody's not Hindi speaking as well, they can still have a look as well at the dips. Was that to go with anything in particular?
Because actually, my root is from India and Nepal, so I wanted to make it to use my mother tongue. Yes. Because Janani Janma Bhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. Janani, the birth giver, and the birthplace is better than the heaven. That is why I used that language, and then always Google Translate is there.
Yes. It was fantastic because, as I said, we have a global audience, but I love it because it's all very visual as well. So anybody can follow along. Was there anything? Yes. And was there anything that you'd suggest to eat with the dip that you made on the video? Was that
you can prepare garlic bread and potato paratha.
Yes. Oh, yum.
Yes. It goes very well with that. And pakoras. Pakoras.
Lovely.
Pakora is dumpling, no? Vegetable dumplings.
Yes. Yes. We've got, we're actually, you never know, we may have someone making that. Next week, we've actually got a vegetarian and vegan cooking special as well. So,
I will be always there to help. Whatever little knowledge I have, I want to spread to the world.
Yes.
So let's all be useful, very, very useful. We don't know for how many years and months we have to contribute on this planet Earth. So let's all contribute always.
Exactly. Well, and I'm so glad because we've got some time for you to share some more with us. Was there any other snacks that you would suggest? Any other healthy snacks? I love the idea because at the moment many of us are working from home as well, and when we
sorry.
Yes. Oh no, I was just saying that as we work from home, it's useful to have very need to go and get the chocolate or get the crisps or get the unhealthy snacks. And sometimes fruit is boring, is if you're always going for it. So anything you'd suggest?
Yeah, you can make caramelized popcorn. Use jaggery. Use jaggery, just caramelize it in your vessel, in your pot, and then use your microwave oven. Corn, put it in the microwave oven. Corn becomes popcorn.
Yes.
And then add into the jaggery caramel, and then, you know, just mix it well. Next, you can use like corns. Corn, add
Yes.
garlic, again add butter, black pepper, just saute and use it and have it.
Oh, wow. That's so simple as well. That's so
That's what.
really
This is
easy.
how you make peanut masala.
Yes.
Peanut masala, again. Peanut masala, just sprinkle little water on your raw peanut, then add little gram flour, add little cumin seeds, salt, turmeric, little spices, whatever choice is yours, and then mix it, toss it well, and just, you know, roast them in your oven, OTG. And then it becomes very healthy munching snack with tea.
Oh my
And
goodness.
here now it's tea time. So I'm having masala tea. I want to share with you all.
Oh, brilliant. That's perfect timing. And how's your masala tea made then?
Yeah, masala tea again, just dry some of your lemongrass, which is here, lemongrass, citronelle, you know.
Yes.
Citronelle,
Yes.
dry and not in the sun, in the air, you know, just hang it somewhere in your on your window, and it in a week it becomes very hard. It's the moisture is retained there. I mean the benefits of this, it's not gone away. And then you just make it small pieces, some cardamom, some cloves, some bay leaves, some cinnamon, some dry ginger, and grind them all dry.
Yeah.
Make it a powder, keep it aside, make your normal tea with your black tea, and then add this half a teaspoon of masala, which you get all health benefits, and have it.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I wish you were closer than where you are so that we could share it together.
So,
I'm sure you're making I'm sure you're making a lot of people very hungry and thirsty right now to enjoy some.
Exactly.
And
So it makes business sense, right?
yes. And as you said,
at the same time,
when it comes to tea time, I think any time is tea time, whether we've got people doing it in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. So you've just heard, viewers, how to make and ground your own masala tea. Fantastic. As well as a multitude of snacks. And Neelamji, I'm really intrigued to know with how you eat and are now, and how everything you consume, has this come about naturally, or did something trigger you to take this approach to your wellness?
Exactly. When I was very young, I had only one daughter that time, and I had tumor. And that time, when I was literally on deathbed, God wanted me to be here to contribute more goodness. And so when I was like, my operation got done, and then I was healthy, and then after 4 or 5 years, I got my second daughter, and then I thought, this is second chance for you. Whatever good thing you can spread and do, so you just start. And from there, I started very, very positive thinking, trying to help people. Don't interfere anybody's life. That's my motto of life. And keep yourself very, very constructively busy all the time.
Yes. Wow. Oh my goodness.
And that is where it started.
Yes, that's very powerful, because often, yes, we grow through our own circumstance or life events as well.
Exactly.
Which I think we've seen at Healing Our Earth on all of our fabulous guests, such as yourself. as well. Something's triggered as well. And now you said that you mentioned that you are spreading this cultural, this culture of health and awareness. How would you do that? How are you doing that? And is it something that's in Mauritius? Are you global as well?
I have many plans, but Chanakya Niti says that first you execute your plan and then you spread words. So I am in the process of, just making things happen. Then you will come to know certainly. There are many things lined up.
Yes, as well. And how have you
Yeah.
found it in the community? Do you find that people are more open now? Unfortunately, with what we're going through as well, in a positive way, it's taken us, to look at our health more seriously on all accounts, mentally, physically, spiritually as well. So how do you find people are taking to their health around you as you're spreading the word?
Yes. So now, or since last year, when the whole world has seen the destructive coronavirus, and I think more awareness has started, and we really need to contribute more mental healing and mental, transition of your people. Many people, they are little emotionally weak, which they don't understand the circumstances. So we all have to come together and help them to how they can heal, and we have to just plan routine how to go about it, so that everybody is healed, everybody is getting benefited, everybody is very positive and all.
Yes, I think
so let's have more programs like this what you have right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's a privilege that you are the first guest to show us in true style of wellness and well-being.
Exactly. I'm always there.
Yes.
I'm always there.
Yes. So in terms of the focus of our show today is wellness and well-being. Would you suggest any other drinks? Because we said about well-being, as you said, it's not just about what you consume through food and drink as well. But because you've shown us some fantastic. Are there any other drinks that are just simple as well? Something, because a lot of people are getting into their herbal teas, and obviously, as I said, people are working from home and we're going to coffee a lot. Is there anything else? Are there any other drinks that you would maybe suggest that we can make our home to build our immunity and our vitamin?
Right. I have many ideas of immunity booster drinks. Like, you just see your surroundings, whatever surrounding trees you have, first research on that. That's what I have been doing since 1.5 years. So all your olive tree, your blueberry tree, your yellowberry tree, your gooseberry tree, your papaya tree, your mango tree, or your guava tree, all these leaves are very, very healthy and beneficial. I would suggest, don't buy tea leaves from outside. Just dry your own leaves and grind them and infuse them in hot water. Get all your health benefits and immunity will be automatically boosted. You don't have to spend money on that.
Wow. Oh my, I've never ever heard of that. And obviously in the UK, we don't have many mango trees and such, but we have the trees that we have the apple, a lot of orchards, fruit orchards.
Yep. So mango tree leaves, if 2-3 mango tree leaves, just chop it at night before sleeping, put it in a glass, mango leaves, fill with water, cover it and keep it overnight, drink it. In 2 to 3 months, your diabetes will be cured. But you have to be regular, and only mango leaves can heal your problem. So you don't have to really spend money on your, expensive medicine, tablets and all.
Yes.
And there is no side effect.
Oh,
at the same time.
Yes. And would that be the same? Because as I said, that we're here in the UK as well. We've got we probably more have apple trees, pear trees, growing more locally around us as well. Would that be the same?
Right. Whatever fruits are healthy for you, whichever fruits are healthy for you, their leaves are also equally healthy for you.
Wow.
Only we are not very habitual. We have not practiced to use them.
Yes.
And
Yes.
whatever comes cheaper, we don't care. You know?
Yeah. Yes. We're so used to going to the shops and buying
Right.
the pre-prepared herbal teas, and we're being healthy
Yes.
that way rather than looking at what nature is providing in our own community.
Everything. So that is what we call Pancha Tattva. The body is made of Panch Tattva, the fire, the five elements, as you
Okay.
know.
Yes.
So all the healings, everything, your body which get locally grown, that is the most.
Oh,
The
yes.
locally grown vegetables and flowers and fruits are always healthy rather than imported ones, which we buy expensive always.
Yes, yes. And I think, especially in terms of sustainability as well, as we said, as well.
Yeah. And let us teach our children also to consume these things rather than you are working day night and then you are spending your money in supermarkets. What is the use of that? Better you use that money to help others, to help needy.
Yes, as well. Yeah. I do like the idea of people can literally go out and see what trees are around them, and I'm guessing clean them, wash them, and then leave them to dry.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely. I can tell hundreds of leaves. The basil leaves, the citronelle, the olive leaves, mango leaves, everything, guava leaves. Just go for it. Just dry it. At least one time you start, infuse those powder, and then you have it. Whichever leaf is giving you good taste, consume more to that. Consume more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's really interesting. It makes sense. It makes sense. So we've never thought to do it.
Of course.
We've never to do it. I've never thought to do that as well. And I'm sure, don't leave us, viewers. Hopefully everybody's not going to go now and go and look at what trees they're going. If they're like me, we're looking out the window now to see what we have around us. I can see your background. Your background.
Give us a few more minutes and then go.
Exactly. Oh no, we want them to stay tuned. We've got a fantastic lineup today, and I love it because you told us how to kickstart our day. I think that the tulsi, well, we don't think about the berries as much. You think about the tulsi, the leaf, as well, and all parts of the plant.
Yes, the leaf and the seed. The seeds are as well. Seeds are as well very, very healthy, very beneficial.
Because that was the first drink that you told us about. That was using the seeds. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
One more thing. Let us not have condition. If we don't have tulsi, so you use with your cinnamon. If you don't have cinnamon, use your star fruit. If you don't have star anise, if you don't have that, you can use your coriander seed, powdered coriander seed. Just add 1 teaspoon in hot water, strain it again so particles will not disturb your taste bud, and then you have it. It's so good for thyroid.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So every day, why can't we make a routine like 7 days, 7 type of healthy thing early in the morning?
Oh my goodness. Right. I'm going to set you a challenge then. You said that sounds fascinating. This is great. We'll start a global challenge. So 7 days of
exactly
a healthy.
Let's all follow that.
We could try the tulsi. We could try the tulsi. If we don't have that, we could do the cinnamon. Yes.
We can try dry ginger.
And we just boil this.
Yeah.
And we just boil this hot water.
Yeah. Just boil. Put the thing, the powder, and then let it infuse for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you consume.
Yes, and I know, it's very common that people would try and get into a healthy habit of drinking hot water and lemon. But
that's also good. That's also good. But at the same time, if you have low blood pressure, never use hot water and lemon early in the morning, empty stomach. It will give you dizziness.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh! Wow, I never knew. as well.
Not good for low blood pressure people. Yeah.
Not good for low blood pressure. Okay, do not have hot water and lemon if you have low blood pressure as well.
No, no.
And a lot of people, I've realized, because they've been working from home, and I think we're all realizing our joints, we're all at the computers
Right.
and our screen as well.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you could add to this 7-day challenge as a morning?
Yes,
drink?
yes. Hot water, turmeric, you can just note it down. Hot water, turmeric, and cinnamon powder, black pepper, and dry ginger powder.
I'm actually writing this down because this
Yeah,
is me. Yes.
You just try it for a week, then you will see the difference.
So hot water, turmeric, black pepper, cinnamon,
and dry ginger.
And dry ginger.
Yeah.
And yes, because we know you can get the fresh ginger, and you have
that is also good. That is also good, but this is more concentrated when it is dried up.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And so we can start a 7-day challenge then.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah. I think we should do that as like a global challenge here at Healing Our Earth. You know,
and we can just, we can write your this thing views on YouTube channel.
Yes.
Comments. Yeah.
We've got Instagram as well, so you can, people can share what they've been doing on Instagram, our Facebook page as well. And it would be wonderful as well if you could perhaps share as well on Facebook, and you can remind us about these drinks as well, because we often underestimate what the things that we have in our kitchen cupboard as well that we can just use.
Yeah, we don't. That's what we underestimate. We underestimate what we have
as well. And I love the snack that you made earlier. In the bowl that you've got there as well, that you could you use the same things with different nuts, or could you use chickpeas?
Yeah, you can use chickpeas, you can use peanuts, you can use corn. The steamed corn. So there are 4 things already, and one more thing, you can use lotus seeds.
Oh, okay.
Lotus seeds. Yeah. Which is called makana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lotus seed also.
So it really is a truly global recipe. Wherever you are, you'll be able to get your hands on one of these things as well.
Exactly. Yes.
As well. But as well. So then what would be, in terms of, you've got the drinks, you've got the snacks. Do you have any top tips in terms of daily diet as well, in how we eat our meals?
I believe in, let us not make life complicated. If you are very fixed into mind, and when you get the opportunity to eat fried stuff, you get the opportunity to go to any restaurant, then you just try to, hog things. So better, let us not limit ourselves. Start in the morning with very healthy. Your breakfast should be healthy. In the daytime, like, you can just cheat yourself for small things. And then again at night, before sunset, if you finish your dinner, that's the best thing which one can do. So your body gets 10 to 12 hours for, intermittent fasting, which you don't have to really make an issue to, go for intermittent fasting, where you are all the time, your brain is conscious that, oh no, I can't eat. Oh no, there is no for 16 hours. Oh no, so don't do that. Let us not do that, because then again, brain is something which will keep kicking you to grab something, which is unhealthy. So better we start consciously and not go for very drastic things. That's always good, because we are human. We can make, we are always, for food, we are greedy. Everybody loves food. So let's start morning till, slowly, gradually.
I like how you've suggested sunset, because it's almost like a natural body clock where you're not thinking, oh, I have to stop at this time. And then the mindset is different.
As early as possible, so that you can start your morning very, active. When you are getting up in the morning, your stomach is little empty. You feel like, jumping everywhere. If you are stuffed, you are always lazy.
Yes, yes, yeah, and
Always lady.
and it affects your mood as well, how you wake
Yeah,
up
looking
as well. If you
looking
yes,
for some corner to, sit
yeah,
and relax. Always.
yeah, exactly as well. And I think a lot of people have mentioned the intermittent fasting, but I don't think it's always explained why. It's people look at
Just
it
to,
as weight, where it's not about weight. It's also the body healing as well.
exactly. And we should always learn from, our surroundings, with animals, with birds. Whenever they are unhealthy, they leave food. They
Yeah.
treat themselves mostly. In critical situation, yes, of course, we can't be like, following, which is not practical. But again, we have to learn from our surrounding that, and the needy, the poor, they don't go for expensive hospitals, and they are all healthy and fine, hearty, hale and hearty. So we all have to learn that and try to equalize and balance life, rather than, it's too uneven.
Hmm.
And you can't enjoy if somebody is suffering and you are very, rich, or this thing.
Yes,
that's
yeah.
that's how I think.
I like that. I like I just I'm 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 very conscious. You mentioned the heart as well. I think as well. While we've got a few minutes to keep you on, we've been getting everything out of you, all these golden nuggets to make ourselves healthy and happy as well. Would there be anything that you'd recommend? That's what how you mentioned the low cholesterol as well. Our heart at the moment, our heart and our lungs, obviously at this time as well, to keep
Yes.
healthy. Are there any particular herbs or spices, like how you mentioned the cinnamon and things? Like, is there anything in particular that is a benefit to everyone?
Yeah, rosemary is again another herb which is very healthy. Rosemary.
Wow.
If you just dip one rosemary in your daily bottle, like water bottle, how much you are
Yes.
going to consume. So
Yes.
in the morning, just one string of rosemary, put it in your cold water, let the aroma come of it, and you enjoy the healthy water also.
I've never ever heard of that at all. That's
You
amazing.
can. I mean, I have tried and it's very good. And the
It's
aroma is like, very soothing, very soothing.
Yes, yeah, it's because I like it as an I like the aroma, and obviously in the UK, for our our British viewers watching, it's very traditional to have on your potatoes.
Okay, rosemary, yeah.
And you season with rosemary a lot as well, and it's used a lot in essential oils as well.
Right,
On
right,
the
right.
herbal
So one
side.
fresh
Yeah.
string, just
Yes.
insert in your bottle
Yes.
and let it just infuse. Keep
Yes.
refilling your bottle. Yeah.
So that's something that we can actually take with us in our working day, or as you said, with
Yeah.
our home offices. That's not a drink we need to make as such.
Right.
How
Right.
people have now, you have the water bottles with the infusers as well.
Exactly. Yes.
People
Yes.
stuff fruit in it. Everyone's got their
Right.
cucumbers or their oranges.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
herbs as well.
Yeah.
So people put mint maybe, but
Mint,
not
yeah. Even mint tea. Mint tea, here I have mint. Mint tea is always good. Just put 2-3 strings. Don't take out even these stems also. These are also healthy, because always we try to use fine things, and the beneficial things we throw away, because we think that we are like, eating the most healthy thing, but unknowingly we are throwing the best thing. So let us all, like, if you have to make mint tea, insert all this with stem, and then
Oh.
include add hot water into that.
Oh my God. So yes, because often we just pick the leaves off the plant.
Exactly. Yeah. So wherever possible, if you are garnishing something, certainly you are not going to add this stem. It doesn't look good. But if you are going to drink your hot drink, you can insert the stems.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And I'm really conscious that we're going to have to go over to our next guest. But Nilamji, I've actually had a question from so a lot of I'm actually a teacher as well, a primary school teacher, So you know we're very busy at the moment, getting everyone caught back up as well. And a lot of my friends as well are busy mums. So how you mentioned the energy in the morning as you know as a closing nugget of health and some information. Is there anything that you would suggest for us busy working mums or on the go to just keep us from not hiding in a corner?
With the healthy start, energetic start, just take, this is jaggery, a bite-sized jaggery. Add into your water, add lemon and little cinnamon powder, drink it. You will be really energetic for 2 to 3 hours.
Wow. So that was, I'm actually writing this down. So excuse me. So it's just
the jaggery, cinnamon water,
yes,
cinnamon powder and lemon.
Yes. Because I think jaggery we often have at the back of, and we never use it as well. If somebody doesn't have jaggery, because a lot of the, you know, So
if you don't have jaggery,
yes.
If you don't have jaggery, use your dates. Soak into hot water overnight, then grind them, make into paste, keep it in a bowl or airtight jar in your fridge. Just use that paste to make it sweeten the natural way.
Oh my goodness, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. Wow. Oh my gosh. And somebody's also just asked that if somebody's got has diabetes and is managing that condition, would there be anything else, or like could they use brown sugar or something like that?
Let's not use brown sugar. Again, it is processed, but not that finally processed. Use always very, very natural sweetener. Like dates also not processed ones. The glucose coated ones, no. Use only fresh dates, which is less sweetened. And prunes are very good for diabetic patients, which has natural sweetening.
Okay, so would you do the prunes in the same way?
Exactly, same way.
Oh my goodness! Wow, this is amazing. I've got so many more. Please stay around because you might get some more questions on one of our forums as well. And I feel that.
Can you see the backdrop? Can you see the natural backdrop? The blue sky.
Yes, it is. It is blooming. Yes,
Mauritius is blessed, and the blue sky. Can you see that?
Yes. Now you can see, especially against the pink as well, the pink and the green. And it's just.
I tried making the theme of global healing.
Yes, you have. We've got our coordinating pink as well.
Yes. So that's the more exciting, exciting thing. I always try to, make things smaller, things bigger, just like that. It's my basic.
Why not? Yes.
Just add some spice. Yes.
Yeah. It all adds to the happy vibe.
And it costs nothing.
Exactly.
As well.
Yes, and the impact is huge as well. Well, my goodness, you've really filled our first session, jam-packed it with a wealth of advice as well. That's been priceless.
Thank you so much.
We've had a deep insight into how we can help our own well-being and wellness as well, and we are so humbled to have you to
thank you so much. I'm humbled and got this platform to share my little knowledge. Thank you so much, global family and friends. Hope to see you again.
Most definitely.
Take care. Bye for now. Bye.
Namaste. Thank you, Neelam ji.
Bye. Wow. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. I am not sure if you are just tuning into us now, but my goodness, you need to go back and you need to rewind when you can as well. Remember, you can catch back all of our shows on one of our media channels on YouTube. You can catch back playback any of our sessions as well. You have just been watching Neelam Singh. We flew over without having to fly, or no passports, no worrying, as well, stress-free, to beautiful Mauritius. And we're going to switch continents now and go over to Asia. Neelam filled us with a wealth of information to look after our well-being in terms of health and what we could do. And we've got a 7-day challenge, so make sure you can play this back and catch us as well. As I mentioned, we are here today, Global Family. It's our 82nd show. This is fantastic and going strong. And now I'm give great pleasure in introducing our next step. I am so privileged, and it's female power. There's a feminine power in the Zoom room today as well, in our show as well. We're going to be going over to India to join Kiran Dubre. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And her session, I'm so excited for this. I think this is so powerful at the moment. The session is called Wellness, a Journey of Self-Love. And she's going to be joining us from a beautiful valley of Dehradun in India. Kiran started acting, my goodness, in a theatre. We've got so many multi-talented, diverse guests. I love this. In theatre, before going on to make it big on some of the most popular TV shows of India that have aired in over 50 countries around the world. We really do bring you the very best of global guests as well. In order to deepen her knowledge and her skills as a performer, she took a huge step, a brave step, and moved across to London, studying in various renowned institutions such as the London Film Academy, the RADA, my goodness, and the Actors Centres, and many others. She is truly international because she didn't stop there. From India, went to London, that wasn't enough, decided to grow and learn some more, and went over to Los Angeles, where she studied at the New York Film Academy. And after which she collaborated with the esteemed producer, actor, and director, John Henry Richardson, and made an award-winning film, Where Is She Now? And also was collaborated with that on the sequel to it as well. Here we have a running theme at Healing Our Earth. Our guests have also embarked on a spiritual journey, and she took this as a roller coaster. She's experienced the positive impact of mindfulness and meditative techniques, and she believes in self-love. And this has been the most rewarding journey and the root, the grounding to a genuine compassion to others. This is incredible. This is what we're all about. And therefore, she now shares and facilitates this through her own meditative group and organization. It gives me great pleasure. I've got my pen ready as well to make notes as well. I'm so excited. A global Healing Our Earth namaste to Kiranji. Are you there?
Deepa, a global namaste to you and all our dear friends. I'm so delighted. I'm so humbled to be on the platform of Healing Our Earth. Really, I cannot tell you enough just how excited I am about today.
Oh, likewise. Well, we are as excited as you are. So is our global family to tune in and find out, because I really do believe that self-love is where it all starts. If you haven't got that, you haven't got that grounding that we need. So I'm excited for you to tell us about your session today, and let's get going.
Absolutely, Deepa. So my name is Kiran Dubey, and there's a beautiful town called Dehradun, and I never forget to mention it's in the north of India. It's just about an hour away from the global yoga capital of the world, which is Rishikesh. Have you heard about it?
Yes.
Of course. And it is a world-known place for spirituality since a very, very long time. It obviously has our holy river Ganga. And I never forget to mention that when the Beatles group was in their spiritual quest, they came to Dehradun and to Rishikesh, and they actually sang a song called Doon, 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 Dehradun, Dehradun. So I never forget to mention that because it's so exciting that Beatles were actually in my little town.
Wow, I never knew that either. I'm sure you're going to have lots of people Googling this now as well.
Yeah, in fact, I was surprised about it myself when I found out. And while I was I was growing up in these beautiful mountains of Dehradun and Mussoorie, I remember being at a very tender age of 14 and coming across a very controversial, so to speak, a very well-known guru, and that is Osho. And I remember as a young girl, at that point in time in my life, I was struggling through some really personal crisis. And this is really where the journey of self-discovery and knowing oneself and coming to self-love after much criticism really came about. So that's why when I was told that my topic would be wellness and well-being, I thought to myself, what does it mean to me personally? And I realized, thank God, that it has brought me to self-love, because that's what really wellness is all about. It is a great connection with one's own self, and therefore a reflection in the way we live our lives, in the way we treat each other. So at the age of 14, coming across Osho and reading his books really gave me a great insight into how I want to live my life. Because a young person, I understood when he spoke about freedom, I understood when he spoke about individuality, although it took me a little while to understand that when there's freedom, it also comes with responsibility. So I was reading his books at that very tender age of 14, 15, when I was very impressionate, and gave me a lot of courage and guidance to move on in my life. And from Dehradun, at the age of 17, I came to Pune, and I'm very grateful to my father. Yeah, it's a beautiful city. This is where I live.
Yes.
And I came to Pune, and my father, unlike many, with all due respect, Indian fathers, would not take their daughter to Osho commune, but he did. And for me, as a young girl coming from a small town, I thought, I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen a place like that. It was absolutely blissful, joyful. It made me so humble. I thought, oh my God, what is this? I still remember the feeling in me. It's so visceral. And then I was studying. I moved to Bombay. I started my career as a model, as an actor. And with God's grace, I'd like to believe that I did fairly well. I don't know if you've seen shows like Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi and Kahani Ghar Ghar Ki.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure many of our viewers have, and I know that my mother-in-law, and I know that my own mother's tuning in, and we've had those on as well.
Great.
Great. Celebrity presence here right now.
That's wonderful. I welcome your mother to Healing Our Earth and all our wonderful guests. I'm so humble and so delighted to be here. And I'm told that the shows that I've done here in India are equivalent to the EastEnders in London.
Yes. And beyond, Kiran.
Please feel free to call me Kiran, Deepan.
Thank you.
So I remember doing very well for myself on Indian television. And yet that didn't seem enough. It felt like I was living my life with some sort of a void, maybe some childhood pain, some trauma. And the interesting thing about being an actor is that people can see you in a position of power, and beauty, and the fact that you are known. But one could be so vulnerable. And that's why it's so important for me to talk about wellness in context of my own journey, because I'm not ashamed of my vulnerability. Because when we make it personal, we make it universal. And I remember feeling a sense of void despite of everything, because end of the day, as an actor, you're always in front of people. You're in front of the screen, you're in the newspapers. Very often you're not in the newspapers for right reasons, whether you've done something right or no. You're there, you're vulnerable, people can judge you. And for most people, you are a product, because you're not selling something. It's you, it's your talent, it's your being, it's your beauty. You're all out there for people to just go ahead and judge you in any way they want to. So I think for me, I felt a great sense of void. And living in Mumbai, one could, you could have friends, but yet you're away from your family and you could feel lonely. And it's a very vulnerable space to be in. So after I had done this entire bit in television, there's a beautiful saying that people change when either their hearts are broken or their minds are opened. And I think in my case, both things happened, because somewhere I felt that my mind, the entire horizon was broadening, and I wanted to see the world. I wanted to explore the world as a human being, as a woman, as an artist. And at the same time, I felt disheartened with the limitation of the work that Bombay had to offer me because I was feeling quite saturated. So, as you correctly said, I came to London and I studied there, and I studied in America. And I was, I think to some extent I was living in a bubble. And then, as they say, life is what happens to you when you're busy making other plans. And in 2013, I was hit by a huge tragedy, and this is the first time I'm talking about it on a public platform. I lost my brother in a tragedy,
Wow.
and it was extremely graphic because usually that's the kind of thing you see in movies, and you don't think that anything like that could ever happen to you. Your brother goes and suddenly you find out he's missing, but he's just gone in the floods, and all you find is remains of his car. Now, I don't want to make this show about this thing, but it's important to introduce this element because this is where my second life starts. So from a girl who was having a happy-go-lucky life to being suddenly encountered with such a loss and tragedy. And then this whole journey of self-discovery comes along. So in 2013, when I was going through that kind of loss and depression, I did not know how I could encounter tomorrow. I did not know if something would happen to me or I would do something to myself. But then you've got parents, and my brother who passed away was also a single parent, and I've been a mother figure in my niece's life. So obviously you have to live. So somehow I was managing to just carrying on living under great depression, and I did not know what to do. It was probably the darkest period of my life, and I did not think, Deepa, that I would ever come out of it. But I'm so grateful that somewhere around 2015, and this is where, I believe in the power of prayers, because I felt this great intuition. I was in Pune, and I remember very clearly I had an intuition that the following morning I must go to Osho Ashram, Pune, which is very close to my house. Yeah. I remember going there, and I remember a very dear friend of mine telling me that the only way in dealing with, how to deal with what's happening is to go within. There is no other way. And I was told that I must do this process called Mystic Rose. Now, let me tell you about Mystic Rose in short. Basically, it's a meditative therapy of 21 days, where for the first 1 week, for 3 hours, you laugh. For the following week, for 3 hours, you cry. And then the last week, every day for 3 hours, you practice silence. Now, coming to think of it, it sounds pretty crazy, because what the hell is it? Just laughing and then crying and then just being in silence. But let me tell you, Deepa, is that Mystic Rose is the greatest gift I have ever given to myself.
Wow.
Yes. I'd only heard about it. I had heard that it changes people, it transforms people. But here I was looking and witnessing my own transformation, looking and witnessing the transformation of other people, just how cathartic it was, because as human beings, especially living in a society and culture, we don't really have a true opportunity to express. You live in Britain, who knows it better than you, and most cultures do not really give you a permission to express yourself. So for a long, long time, we suppress our tears, we suppress our laughter, and we're never really in a silent space. We could be quiet, not speaking, but that's not the same thing as being silent.
Yes.
And I was in a group with 40 people. We were just 4 Indians, and rest there were people from all over the world. Some of them were doing it for the second, third time, because just how powerful it was. So that gave me a new leash into life. I felt the release of pain. I felt lightness. I felt gratitude. I felt oneness. I felt blissfulness. And I laughed and smiled and sang and danced for the first time after my brother's tragedy, thanks to Mystic Rose. And this is a gift which I tell everybody. People take holidays and spas and expensive shopping holidays. Come on, man. We got to work the inside job. And that's the power of meditation. That's the gift of meditation. Very often people say, why meditate? We don't say, why bathe?
Yes.
The very fact that I'm sitting here right now and talking to you, is because the environment is clean, and you are where you are talking to me because you've cleansed the environment. But we don't do that with our insides. And we try and compensate it with more things from outside. And that's never going to be enough. So that's really how I got so entwined in my journey with meditation. And the reason I'm sitting here in front of you today is because as human beings, pain is such a universal element. And I feel that the moment we feel we are touched by love and light and kindness, it's a very natural instinct to want to share it. And I share it very humbly. And because I share my journey doesn't mean that I'm better than anybody else. In fact, I've always felt I'm very flawed. But the beauty of meditation is also that it helps us in being more kind to ourselves, in being more humane to ourselves. This whole self-love has almost become a cliche. It's almost confined to spas and shopping and holidays and trips and, what can we accomplish for ourselves? But it's really sometimes as simple as just taking a deep breath, and feeling your body, and just being present with yourself. Because the stuff we call life is actually going to be lived through this vehicle, through this beautiful body, through this temple, through this enormous miracle, so to speak. So personally, when I speak about my journey, I would humbly like to share with all the friends out there that life is unpredictable. When we come here on earth, we didn't sign a contract that everything's going to be fine and hunky-dory. And it's okay, things happen. But it's important to look after oneself and find ways of healing oneself. And there is nothing which can beat meditation. Even science backs that today. Meditation, yoga, a balanced diet, how exercise releases endorphins in our bodies. And it's so important to rely upon the beautiful chemicals which the body provides us instead of, developing a habit of drugs from outside, because they can only go that much. I'm not against the drugs. I can understand that people can have medical issues, like people could be depressed because you could have a low anemia or you could have low vitamin D, and that can be fixed. But my larger perspective on depression is almost, let me give you an analogy. It's like, how we see a beautiful tree with fruits and flowers and green leaves. And then, and the tree is beautiful, it's rooted, it's getting its nourishment. But what if certain leaves don't get nourishment for some reason, known or unknown, and over a period of time they start withering away and they start falling apart? I think that's what this depression is. At least one aspect of it is a disconnection from oneself. So the life force is there, the source is there, the energy is there, but you're just disconnected for some reason, and you're not able to connect to that. And that's where yoga comes into the picture. The very first thing we do as we come to the earth is we breathe in, and then the last thing we do is we breathe out. And the whole life, the stuff that we call life, is actually a journey through the process of breathing. And even the trauma is somehow shelved under the breath. It's like every time an incident happens and the person feels the incident, it is fused in the memory forever. And it's almost like we take a breath and it just goes underneath that. And then it is shelved in our conscious and unconscious mind. And then very often we are living our lives with some unconscious pattern and struggling on a conscious level, whether it's our weight loss, whether it's our relationships, it's how we look into ourselves. So that's why I'm personally quite a promoter of meditation, because this personally has brought a lot into my life. I've written a few things because we have little time, and I so wanted to touch a few topics and I didn't want to miss them. So I've written a few things. I don't think I've met anybody in my life that has not had some or the other kind of childhood trauma. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's an emotional abuse, it's a physical abuse, it's what somebody was subjected to or what anybody could saw. I'm a firm believer that without any taboo, without any shame, we must try and work on our childhood traumas, because it's like if the cake is rotten, you can have a beautiful icing, yet Deepa, we cannot truly have that cake because it's really rotten. So it's so important to heal the childhood traumas and to try different meditation groups, meditation therapies, like I said, yoga. And a few years back, I personally did something called precision muscle testing. It's also called biofeedback. It's also called kinesiology. So the premise of that work, and which is absolutely scientific, is that our lives don't really start when we are born. Our lives actually start the moment we are conceived in our mother's womb. And in Indian culture, women were always told that when they were pregnant to stay happy because it affects their child. And so whatever the mother is feeling, the fetus is also feeling. The fetus may not be able to express it, but the fetus is feeling whatever emotion. So if the mother is feeling a sense of rejection, hopelessness, there's a big possibility that the child in the life will feel sense of rejection and hopelessness, and the child may not know why, and maybe reacting and living the whole life out of that sense of smallness, which we don't really deserve to, because we all should be born complete and beautiful. And the second part of kinesiology is from the time we are born to the age of 6, an infant to a child is actually observing and absorbing everything and is affected by everything. So whatever happens is fused in the memory. And Deepa, the memory just is not here in our brain. The memory now is also in our bodies. Mm. There's something called cellular memory as well. So it's not just something here, it is also olfactory, our different senses. Like you could smell something and go back in time. You could taste something and just remember somebody, no matter how long back that was. So it's also important to release the physical memory and to release the physical trauma. And that's the beauty of kinesiology as a process, is that you're taken back in time and you're made to go through that emotion in a very subtle manner and release it. So whenever you release something, there's space made for something new. And when you let go of all that you have been holding, knowingly or unknowingly, and now you let go of it, you actually make space for more beauty in your lives, for more of that which is important to you, for more of that which is abundant to you, for more of that which is for the best of your journey. So I did various sessions of kinesiology, and it has really actually caused a shift in my life, so to speak, because I was living with so much, let me be honest, I was living with a lot of garbage, garbage like low self-esteem. Now, I know that people wouldn't look at actors and say, oh, they look in a certain way and they're so successful and they may have a low self-esteem. Your self-esteem has nothing to do with anything outside of you. We've seen people who are extremely accomplished. We've seen people who are who've got awards of all sorts, and yet they've gone ahead and killed themselves. So what's the explanation?
Exactly.
So kinesiology is another thing which I would highly recommend to people. And I'm only talking about things which have been experiential to me. I'll come to yoga. Yoga is not just physical exercises. A huge part of yoga is breath work, and breath is everything. Breath is what gives life to your cells, what fires your neurons, what, just hum Hindi mein we call it urja. When we do beautiful, correct breathing for our very intrinsic being, we ignite our chakras. And chakras are these energy centers in the body which hold and release energy. And that energy is then run through all our body through our very fine meridians. And that's why, like very often we come across nowadays, even younger people saying that we are exhausted. And I was one of those people. I was exhausted all the time because I was doing nothing with all the gifts that were within myself and within nature. It's amazing when people are not feeling well, the first advice is given to them as go in nature. what an irony, because as human beings, we destroy that. You know, as somebody has very beautifully said, that human beings are very strange. We worship an invisible God and we destroy nature, which is a visible God. But nevertheless, I would say, is to beautifully connect to the nature. It's wonderful to just walk barefooted on the grass, you know, have fresh water, have fresh food, take deep breaths, walk in the nature. Sometimes just be present to your surrounding, because very often we are living our entire lives, and I'm also a victim of that, is that we're not present.
Yes.
And coming back to breath is all it takes is just one breath. So Deepa, here we are. I know you've been working beautifully and very hard all day today. You're going to take 3 long breaths, deep breaths with me. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Yes.
Okay, there we go.
So it anchors you in almost, doesn't it? It almost
You got
anchors.
the right word. You got the right word. It anchors us. It centers us. It just connects us to our very being, you know. And here's another thing which I've been practicing, is that no matter what I'm doing throughout the whole day, I would suddenly stop. Like in this moment. And there
Yes.
I am.
Yes.
And there I am, available and present to myself.
Yes, to yourself. I think that's the key. I've been trying. I think a lot of people get confused or don't understand what being present means as well. They think they have to do something as well, and they don't realize that it really is that simple, and it really does have that much of an impact.
Yeah. It is actually that simple, you know, because we cannot deny the world we are living in. Of course, there's always this influence of so many things subliminally, which has been sent to us from the morning, from the moment we wake up in the morning and we switch on our phones, and somebody or the other is always trying to sell us something. Somebody or the other is always trying to send some message to us in a very sublime manner, which we do not even know about. And it's constant. It just goes on and on and on. And if we are not mindful, and let me tell you, mindful is not the same thing as concentration, because concentration is very focused. Just being mindful, like right now I'm here talking to you, I'm mindful of my feet. I'm mindful of you.
Yeah.
I'm mindful of my own presence. I can hear my aircon working. And nothing is bothering me. Even if a dog suddenly starts to bother, if I'm trying to concentrate, that would bother my concentration. But if I'm meditating, if I'm mindful, it is a part of the entire. It is a part of the total. You know. And coming to that, Deepa, there is another topic. We were talking about self-esteem. I feel my life coach, Kashmira, she always says words are very powerful. And it took me a long time to understand that, because the most important conversation we have is with ourselves. And this is coming from someone who's been very harsh to her own self. I have always been extremely critical of myself. I didn't even realize how, why, what, when, where, how did that happen. And it's only over a period of time, when I did a lot of therapies and series of work over myself, I realized, okay, so somebody said that to me, and that voice is in my head that I wasn't good enough. And somebody said that, oh, you're not slim enough, or you're not, good enough for this, or something is not about you. There's so many voices in our heads,
Yes,
which are so many layers of conditioning, that when we actually start working on ourselves, we realize, oh my God, there are layers and layers and layers of conditioning that need to be removed before I actually can see even a glimpse of who I am.
Yeah. Wow, it's almost like it gets buried as you said, you come in your true essence as well.
Yes.
You can't breathe. You could very easily, if you're not mindful of that, not breathe, almost exhale to be conscious late if it's all building up on top of you. As you said, different elements of life and chapters.
Absolutely.
I've got that visualization in my head as you're speaking.
Yeah, I can actually just see right now, how you're connecting to it, because that's why I feel that pain is such a universal element. And when we make it personal, that's why we make it universal. And that's why I just didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bring myself into it to let you know that, look, I've been this vulnerable in my life.
Yes.
And wellness is an ongoing process. It's not something that, look, I've done my yoga today and that's enough. Yes, we may have to make some sacrifices. We may have to break old patterns and build new ones. But I would say one step at a time. Be kind with it. It's very important that we are being kind to ourselves, because each person in their own world, in their own right, is struggling with things which we do not know about. And we are struggling with things which we do not talk about, because there's so much taboo in talking about what's going on in our lives. And we're also used to saying, yeah, I'm all fine, all good. We've got to keep the game face on for the world, right?
That is so true. That is so true. And I think anyone who knows me well enough they always know, if they go, oh, Deepa, how are you? I will never say, yeah, I'm great. How are you? I will give you everything.
Right. And that's beautiful, Deepa. And this is where I feel that it's so important to learn. And something which I'm still learning is that we identify too much with our thoughts. And they're fleeting.
Yeah.
And they're like a football going everywhere. So if we go with our thoughts everywhere, we're going to be lost.
Yes.
It's just so important to just be even mindful that, yes, I know that here I am and my thoughts are going everywhere. So you've created a distinction that you are you in your anchor, in your centerness, and you can watch your thoughts going places. That is a breakthrough.
Yeah, I think that is the most challenging part, though, because you're often tempted to chase the ball. And
Absolutely.
you know to stay that you're observing, but still I'll just go and follow that one. Oh, there's another one. Okay.
Yeah.
To come back. Yeah.
Just come back. And that is the beauty of practicing mindfulness. It's perfectly okay. That's the job of the mind. It's going to be like a pendulum. It's going to go from the past to future, but it's perfectly okay, because mind does so many other things as well. And there's a reason why it's all over the place, because in a very primal sense, it has to be ready for anything. Yeah. So that's where the breakthrough is. And that's the beauty of mindfulness, is when we can watch our thoughts and it starts breaking the old patterns. We start disidentifying. It's almost like watching a movie. When we're watching a movie and we see our favorite actor getting beaten up, although we know, Deepa, that's just a film, we suspend our disbelief and we go with what we're watching. We laugh with the actor, we cry with the actor. And that's the same with life, because end of the day, I feel everything is a movie. My director friend John Henry in America says everything is a movie. And I do believe that everything is a movie. And we're all actors, directors, writers, producers on the stage of our lives.
Yes, that I completely agree. My Reiki master actually said that to me, and she said, you bring out your different players as you go about your day. So
absolutely
in alignment with that. Yes.
And this is where how we can use the thoughts to our advantage, because thoughts are basically the seed. And I'm not just saying it as my personal experience, is to a great extent, our thoughts define our emotion, how we are feeling on a day-to-day basis. Now, if somehow we can just learn how to manage there's a power in thoughts. It's a huge bundle of energy. And if we can just learn how to use that bundle of energy to think for what is for our highest good, because thinking and visualization has such a deep impact on our conscious, subconscious, and unconscious mind that we don't realize we actually start responding out of that. Let me give you an example. They say, and I practiced it, that you're most vulnerable just before you sleep at night and when you wake up. And that's the most beautiful time and the most receptive time for your brain to take in any messages, any important instructions, any orders you want to give. Because let's all remember that our brain, we're the masters. And we've all forgotten that.
Yes.
And they're just very few simple keys which we can learn over a period of time and use it to our advantage in the best of way.
Yes.
So whenever I give myself a message at night before I sleep that next morning I'm going to wake up at this time, I'm going to have my healthy drink, I'm going to go for a walk. It's amazing when I wake up in the morning, the message is there.
Wow.
And throughout the whole day, I'm following the beautiful instructions that I have given to myself. And this is the power of thoughts. This is the power of autosuggestion. This is the power of self-hypnosis. And therefore, like I said in the start of this part of our conversation, is the most important conversation we have is a conversation we have with ourselves. And therefore, it is so important to be kind to ourselves. And it's taken me a long time, Deepa, to learn that. And I would like that our audiences who are watching it, give it a thought and start it like right now.
Yes, yes. And is there a way that you would suggest that? Because I think, as you said, how with all those layers, that self-thought, even as you go to create something, is often, oh no, but that happened, and no, I was made to feel like this, or the day comes on, or somebody's going to see your boss, your colleague, somebody, family member going to say something as well, and it's one of those, it's easier said than done when we've had so much, and especially now with social media, I think, and plugging our brains as well. So
I'm glad you brought that up, because social media has really crazily increased our need for gratification to an extent where it's chemically playing with our brains.
Oh my
every time we put a picture out there on Instagram or Facebook and somebody likes it, and I'm not saying I'm a victim of that as well. But it's really increased our need for validation. And I understand that, Deepa. As human beings, we all want to be liked and loved and respected and accepted at the very heart of our existence. And that's what it's all about. And somehow we think that if we have that car and that position and that, we all going to be accepted. Because we all want to be loved.
Yes.
We all want to live in a communion. And you were talking about how to be more mindful about, this aspect is just, this is where the real self-love comes into being. Is somewhere we have to be also mindful about our constant need for gratification. We also have to disidentify with the picture we have in our head of how things could, would, should be, and asking for gratification from people who I think don't even have a sense of their own self.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you often, as you said, especially in your field as well, you often lose yourself as well.
Absolutely.
And I think
yes.
and I was just going to say, because I think about, as I said, I'm a primary school teacher, and as well, I'm very young children myself, and it is when you hear these young souls as well, and I'd love to put you in schools, globally as well.
I would love that, Deepa. I would love to talk to children.
Yeah, but it starts from there, doesn't it? Even as speaking with my own children, and you teach them the positive self-thought, but it's so unusual for them and these children, this generation growing up, because it's all about the social media and that instant, everything's at an instant, and everything's a click thing as well. It's about it. Yeah, it's teaching how to come back to you.
Yes.
And be okay with you.
Yeah. And very often we hear things like very young kids are killing themselves, and they're being bullied, and I'm wondering, my God, this is, if this is what technology can do, then where are we going with this? And we are at the brink and the start of artificial intelligence. And we do not know as human race how we're going to react to that, because as human beings, we've learned one thing from history, that we don't learn anything. And we keep repeating the same things again and again. And also, this is where I think self-love also reflects in the way we live our lives, because when you truly feel a sense of love for yourself, Deepa, there's no way you're not going to extend it to other beings, whether it's human beings around you, it's your friends and your family, it's your employees, it's a stranger that you know that you could never meet again, and it doesn't matter. Just do your best and move on. And you know, when people say we're going to go to the moon, what are we going to go do in the moon? We're going to destroy it. What are we doing on Earth? We're destroying the seas, we're destroying the skies, we're destroying all the planets, all the beings on this planet. As human beings, we consider ourselves the most superior being. Then it's time that we behave like that.
Yes.
But we are behaving with immense emptiness and ego. And as somebody has said, that there is enough for people's needs, but not enough for people's greed.
Yes. So it's about, and this is what I love about the platform as well. It's about shifting that, switching it, as you're saying about, from self-love, all of the positives can grow as well.
Yes, Deepa, sorry I interrupted you there.
Oh, it's okay.
Because I think we're hearing each other just, with a little bit of gap of time because of the intermission, And you asked me a very important question about trying to connect to ourselves with self-love. So let's not just use it as a word. I think personally for me, the door of self-love was opened when I was learning to forgive myself. The paradox of life is that it actually tests you first, and then it gives you lessons. In life, we go to a class, we learn a lesson, and then we are tested. In life, you're tested first, and then you get lessons. And therefore, it's very, very important to be okay with the mistakes that we make. I've never met a person who would not like to change things on a hindsight. I've never met a person. Everybody says, I wish I could, would, should have, but it's okay. I'm sure if we made a decision at any given point in time and past, something compelled us to do that, something within us, there are times in life when we are overshadowed by the circumstances. There are times in life where we are not at the best of ourselves. So it's okay. It's okay that the life that we've led, it's very important to forgive ourselves. And again, forgiving ourselves is very cathartic.
Yes.
It's very therapeutic. It's almost like just getting rid of all the weight in our bodies, in our head, that is not serving us for our highest good. But it's not holding us, we're holding it, because we all have learned to live with guilt. What would we do if we didn't live with guilt? What would we do with all that space? Well, that space is meant to be filled with self-love.
Yes. I think
so. Here I feel it's so important to forgive oneself for whatever one has done in life. And by saying that, I don't mean just trying to get away with everything. I mean with great awareness, with great consciousness, really reflecting into one's life and saying, yes, I was that and I did that, and let go, but I'm not that today, and I don't do that anymore. Yes. And today I would do it differently. Today I would be a different person. I would respond differently. I would not react. And it's a constant process. Self-love, wellness is a constant. It's till the end of our very lives. It's till the end of our breath.
Yes. Yes.
There are people who just before they've died like that, they've had some sense of enlightenment. They've had some sense of understanding at the very brink of death. you know. So I feel this element of forgiveness is very, very important. And the beauty of forgiveness is when we forgive ourselves, we feel so much compassion. It also extends to other people. So then compassion is not just something we are doing out of the fear of hell and the greed of heaven. We're not doing it because the religions told us that, or we're not doing it because it's important in a society to be known as a compassionate person. Compassion is something which will either flow out of you or will not flow out of you. But it must be organic.
Yes.
We can do things, we can pretend and show that this is the charity I'm involved in and this is what I'm doing. And I don't think that's really compassion unless it's really coming from an organic source within you.
Yes.
So the beauty about forgiving oneself is that you also start feeling the oneness with everybody else. And what is ego other than a sense of separation?
Yes.
You know, because we feel separated, we feel better, we feel more superior, and we feel we are in a position to judge. And I think judging to us is just as intrinsic as the very ego itself. I think they're like best friends, the judgment and the ego. And other thing which I think which has helped me greatly in life is, my God, we just cannot take everything so seriously. But just look at it. Just look at the combination. There's so many planets, but this Earth is the only planet we know as of now, which is so beautifully livable for so many beings. It's a miracle. This planet is a miracle. And and our body, with the combination of a mind, is just something else altogether. Now imagine the combination of a physical world which has oceans and mountains and trees and life sources and life forms and food, and then you have this physical body with senses, and it's meant to be lived to the best of our capacity, to the best of our possibility. So when we take everything very seriously, it takes away the juice of life. And seriously is not the same thing as sincerely.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. That's. I'm smiling because my daughter actually said to me yesterday, "Oh, you've got to stop being so serious," as well. And it's normally me, so I think it's so very true as well. There's
I mean, Deepa, that's the reason I'm right here. For you and for all the friends who would be watching is because if my presence and my humble little journey can even make you think for a moment, or anybody, and just make you look inward for a moment and make you love yourself even for a tiny moment, I'm happy that I'm here.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing more I could ask for.
Yes. Well, equally, we are very humbled to have you, because I think you're touching all the souls that are watching as well, and it's spread, as you said, in this time where people are sadly still experiencing pain and trauma on many levels, and who may have not recognized anything from childhood, but from now, sadly, with the times that we're going through, this is so important as well in terms of moving forward, as we go into this this new phase as well.
Absolutely. And I think this pandemic has this, I suppose there must not be anybody in the whole world who in some way or the other is not affected by the pandemic. It's really hit us at the very heart of our existence, and it has made us feel insecure. But if it can give us just the feeling of how precious life is, I understand the insecurity is a very natural response, but so is the understanding that life is unpredictable, it is precious, and so are our interpersonal relationships. Here's another thing that I really want to talk about in context of depression also is, I was talking to you about the analogy of how, the same leaf which was on the tree and was getting nurtured, when it is separated, it just withers away and dies. And that's exactly like that with us human beings, because I don't think we're designed to just live in isolation for whatever reason. And yet the whole society is moving at such a fast pace that we are not getting uh, time for each other. We're not getting really, forget having time for each other. We're not even getting time to be with ourselves, which is tragic. And therefore, if a person to some extent is not having a rebellion within yourself, you would be just another, in fact, we would be just another block, like brick on the wall.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's important to have a look at one's own individuality, but also not deny that we are here to coexist with each other. We must learn the art of coexisting with human beings, with other beings, and bask in the glory of that, because that's what we are meant to. In fact, I was reading a scientific research paper a few days back, and I was so happy to read that science now believes that the happiest people in the world are the people who are also having sweetness in their relationships.
Hey.
And how important that is to us, to have sweetness in our relationships. Because what if you have all that you want to accomplish and then you have nobody to go back to, and you don't have your people to share it with? So everything is connected to everything else. Wellness is such a broad spectrum. It is the body, it is the mind, it is the spirit, it is the individuality, it is freedom, it is food, it is nature, it is nurture, it is coexisting. And before taking any more time, Deepa, this one element which I think has just shifted my life to another level, and that is the element of gratitude.
Completely.
Yeah. So even the thought of gratitude, those moments when we are in deep gratitude to anything or anyone or even to ourselves, are the moments when we are doing ourselves the greatest favor, because physically we are releasing beautiful chemicals, and emotionally we are finding balance, and we are finding a reason for gratitude. Because when we pray, that's the moment I feel we as human beings try and keep our ego aside, because we are bowing down to another entity, which is greater than us, which is bigger than us, which we look up to. So it's so important to have the element of gratitude, because we can have so many reasons to complain, and yet we can have even more reasons, any of us right now.
Yes.
Just sitting where we are, if we had to count the number of reasons for which we must have gratitude, I think it's endless.
Yes. Yes. And that's ironically, I think well, you're very high in demand, because we've got a few questions from all over the globe for you.
Really?
And I think you've just
I'm just hoping I'm not taking much time of yours.
Oh no, I'm hooked. So if I'm hooked, I'm sure our global audience is as well. I could talk to you all day. I know you've got many other fantastic guests as well. But just as you said about the gratitude, and we've actually got a viewer and a guest joining us who's just asked, how does one start that journey as well? How would you advise? And I think I liked what you just said. You just if you just simply stopped and counted. Would you have any other tips for them?
So I want to thank the viewer for the question, and I think it's a beautiful question. And I want to tell, is that a he or a she?
That's a he. That's a he. And I've got a couple of other questions for you too.
Okay. So I would really like to share with him that wherever he is right now, if he just takes a moment and just don't even have to work hard, but take the time to see your own beauty, to see your life in where you are, the fact that you have the liberty to sit in a comfortable place, watch this show, and ask a question. I'm sure at this point in time, there's so many people all over the world who are in jails or who are in prison and who are unconscious, who are maybe struggling with COVID, who are not even in a position to, forget asking a question, they're not even in a position to say hello. So starting from the very fact that right now we are here, we are alive, what could be a bigger reason for gratitude than the fact that we are alive? And I'm sure the person asking this question, he can look into his relationships and count the people who love him, who care for him. Count the reasons, whether it's his education, his good health.
Yes.
So there are uncountable reasons. And the moment to start is right now.
Right. There you go. Right now.
Right
That's
now.
it, everyone.
That's what my master Osho says. Life is in right now.
Yes.
Here and now.
Here and now. And I've had a couple of friends ask me this, because I've given the same advice. I feel very humbled because I've given the same advice as you. And I literally said, just get a notebook and keep it by your bedside. And before you go to sleep, just write 3 things that were, just that, just even if they're one word, and things as
Beautiful.
well. Point. So thank you for affirming.
Thank you. And let me quickly add something over here is, we also must have gratitude because there's so much we take for granted. For example, I'm sitting right now. Is there a guarantee that there cannot be an earthquake or there shouldn't be an earthquake? Anything can happen in life and existence at any given point in time. Here I am sitting relaxed in my house with absolutely trust in existence and nothing's going to go wrong. I don't even have an electricity backup for today and Wi-Fi.
Yes. Well, that's true. That's true, divine, isn't it? To say that this is where we have to trust, don't we? You are meant to be here sharing. Yes. You've got a big thank you for that advice. I've also got another question, and this is from the UK. We've got some viewers asking, are there any websites or books or anything to follow that you would recommend?
Oh, that is very, very nice of them to ask me, because I spent a huge part of my life just trying to find ways to help myself. And like I said, and let me make one thing very, very clear, that my master Osho said he needs no missionaries. So I'm not promoting him over here at all. If I can live my life truthfully and honestly, then my work is done. Yeah. So I read a lot of Osho. I hear a lot of Oprah Winfrey. And I do meditative therapies, meditative groups. But personally for me, because they asked me this question, my life has really been blessed by Osho and his meditative groups and therapies. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you. And I think that's I think we've also got your details as well on our website as well. Yes. So people can have a look on there as well for anyone watching. And I've got a last question for you that's coming from South Africa. Okay. As well, and they said, is it okay to dwell in self-love and care if when others are requiring our time? This we often get confused. So would we be selfish, or does the well-being begin at home? What's your thought?
My God, Deepa, this is such an important question. Thank you to our guest from South Africa. And let's make one thing very, very clear here, that when I talk about self-love, I also talked about when we truly love ourselves, there's absolutely no way we would not feel compassion for other people. So I don't think that I'm personally basking in the glory of any self-love, which is in any way going to bring misery to other people. But I also know that there are times in life when there are situations and circumstances and expectations from family or friends, and that's where our art of balancing happens. That is life, the art of balancing. Yes. So self-love, a true sense of self-love can never be selfish. They're two different things altogether. So that's my answer for his question, is if he's truly feeling love for himself and he's doing the things he's enjoying, it cannot be at the cost of people who are, let's say, I do not know the situation, but who are innocent. So do whatever you want to do, but also try and see how you can make space to accommodate others, because we are not on this egocentric, self-centered journey. We are here to coexist, because end of the day, it's when times we are most vulnerable, we do need the other.
Yes. And I'm going to be really cheeky and squeeze in a last question. Well, because as
I'm very flattered.
I know. Well, and I'm not surprised as well, because this has been truly enlightening and comforting, a real comfort, I think, for our viewers at the moment.
I'm very humbled.
I'm just going to squeeze
Yeah.
in because I've got to, pass over to my esteemed colleague and host as well in a moment. But somebody's just asked, I think this is Lata from the UK, would you say that self-love and self-compassion go hand in hand?
So
Last question for you.
yes. Self-love and self-compassion are actually, I don't even think they're two different entities. They are one. And that's why I really thought it's so important to put the element of forgiveness, because when we forgive ourselves, personally for me, my first taste of self-love was when I started to learn to forgive myself. And when I started to learn to forgive myself, I started to taste first glimpses of self-love. It didn't have to be something I shopped or I did something. It's just me sitting and, with myself and feeling this great sense of compassion for myself and gratitude. And then as a very natural response, we start feeling that we want to share it with other people.
Mm.
And so it overflows. And that's why I wanted to make it very clear that we cannot pretend compassion. It must come from an organic space within us.
Mm.
So Deepa, thank you so much for all these questions. And I'm very humbled. I'm absolutely very happy to be on this lovely platform of Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much for getting me here. I wish there was more time and I could attend all your guests and all your questions, but I'm sure there's going to be another time for sure.
Oh my God, there you go. You put it out there. What did we say about
put it out there? The power of thought.
Exactly, the power of thought in truth. So when you see Kiran again, it was set right here, right now. And as Kiran said, it's the here and now. On behalf of Healing Our Earth, all I could do humbly thank you, gratefully received everything as well, has been so valuable, so present, so resonates so much at the moment. Global namaste and thank you. Deep thanks.
Namaste, Deepa, and all our friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, my goodness, that was Kiran from India, and we've just had feedback as such as so humbly enlightening. If you just caught the tail end of Kiran, remember you can watch this back. You will not want to miss what has been learned and shared so far. You truly won't. We have been global as well. I've been honored to go and travel to on the continent of Africa to Mauritius for our first guest, which enlightened us with some healthy, nutritious drinks to build our immunity, keep us snacking healthy. And from there on, we continued with self-love and self-compassion as well, looking after ourselves, over to Kiran in India and learning about various meditative techniques, compassion, the various ways that we can embody self-love from an organic route as well. I am so grateful and so honored to be with here. And can we just thank all of you, our viewers? The questions that have been coming in from all over the globe show that what we bring as well is about you. It is to inspire you, our global communities, and we are humbled enough to do so every week. Wow, my goodness, I don't want to go. So I'm happy I can now pass over and enjoy as a viewer as well, as I pass over to another member of the Healing Our Earth family, one of our resident hosts. It gives me great pleasure to come back to the UK, where I am currently joining. As I said, we are here until 7 p.m. UK time. So wherever you are in the world, bring along your breakfast, lunch, dinner, or healthy snack as well. And join me as I hand over to Dr. Honey Kalaria, who is a mind, body, and soul coach with over 35 years experience, my goodness, in art, culture, and entertainment. I love Dr. Honey because she said her mum was her first guru when she began dancing at the age of 4. The talents are endless, so much so I've written them down. So please excuse me as I read. So she has had experience, including media presenting, film experiences, film choreography, and Dr. Honey works with celebrities, and we really are a celebrity today as well with our guests, and international, and coaches global audiences to help develop the performing arts and careers in arts as well. This is not standalone, but goes hand in hand with personal development, embodying creativity and spiritual wisdom too. This is beautiful. To date, Dr. Honey has trained over 500,000 plus students, which including talented mothers. A big shout out for the mothers. We are very full of feminine energy here today and feminine power as well, in terms of hosting dance classes as well, helping mothers to stay fit and learn new skills through dance as well. So it gives me great pleasure to hand over. I'm going to take a seat now and join you as a viewer as well. Dr. Honey, are you there? A global namaste.
And a global namaste to you too, Deepa. Wow, that was amazing. What a wonderful presentation and a great guests. I mean, that were amazing, amazing speakers. Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you also for a beautiful introduction. But Deepa, you know, I know that you started the show today, and I don't think anybody has actually introduced you. So I thought before I finish off, I also wanted to introduce Deepa Vitlani, who's been your amazing host for the time being, because she's a primary school teacher, she's an entrepreneur, and she's been teaching in Brent primary schools since 2006. So she's a proper little education expert. Her linguistic background includes French, German, and Italian. I'm sure she speaks a bit of Gujarati and Hindi too, I'm sure, to add to those lists, right? And in addition to teaching, she's a part-time business committed to helping families save money. So if there's anybody out there who wishes to build wealth, you know the lady to go to. She can give you amazing tips and advice. And she also works around, you know, like while she's taking care of her 2 kids. So she's a mummy as well, but at the same time, she's a proper little businesswoman. And I have to say, Deepa embarked on a holistic and spiritual journey 15 years ago. And after experiencing the incredible benefits of Reiki healing, you can tell she's got an amazing aura, can't she? I'm sure audiences out there. And she was also inspired to work on her personal development and is a Reiki level 2 practitioner. Isn't that right? Aren't you amazing? Oh. Deepa, what else can I say about you?
Oh my goodness. I think you said more than I was expecting. Thank you so much. I'm going to say thank you, because this is where we have to, you know, we have
to finish our journey for today. But I have to say, you know, we have got some amazing hosts. I just wanted to tell the whole global community out here, you will continuously see some amazing hosts here on Healing Our Earth. All volunteers and professionals in their own right. And of course, Deepa being one of those amazing family members here at Healing Our Earth. So thank you, Deepa. You have a fantastic day. Just wanted to say a global namaste to you before we move on to our next guest, who is of course Nina Mata. She'll be joining us very shortly. So thank you, Deepa. Thank you very much. A global namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Absolutely. We have a party here every Sunday, so I love it. Thank you, Deepa. Have a great day. Now we're moving on to our next guest. And before I start off, I always say that it's always good to remember something, I would say your gurus, because they pass on their knowledge, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a spiritual guru, or whether you're an expert in a field. These are all gurus who are passing on their knowledge to you, to inspire you, to entertain you, to inform you, to actually transform your life in a very positive way. So before I start off, I'd just like to do a little prayer, and before we move on to Nina, and of course my co-host who will be joining us very shortly. So let's start off with a guru vandana, as I would say. So Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. So, Nina, we have our dear Nina who's joining us. Let me introduce you to this amazing lady. Now, Nina Mata has been working as a manager in a private company in Delhi. So we've gone all the way from India and we're going off to another place in India. And she has been, of course, working in a private company, as I mentioned, in Delhi. So there she is. So thank you, Nina, for joining us. Additionally, she's actively involved in social work and practices naturopathy, yoga, auricular, and acupressure. I love naturopathy things, so I absolutely adore what she's doing. Really great work. And she's 10 years of experience in yoga and 4 years in naturopathy. Nina holds a degree of bachelor's in commerce, but her passion is to serve society through yoga and naturopathy. She's motivated to pursue, she was actually motivated to pursue a degree in Bachelor of Yoga and Naturopathy from Haridwar in India. She also did a diploma in yoga and naturopath from Lajpat Bhavan, which is in India. And she also completed her internship from the same center. She has also acquired knowledge in auricular and acupressure, and she has conducted yoga classes in schools, colleges, in society, all over the place, and has also been creating awareness on naturopathy and the right way of living. I would really like to find out a bit more about that, because that's really interesting. And her mission, I have to summarize, is to spread awareness about holistic living so people from all walks of life can live a healthy and long life. So I just want to say a very big welcome to you. Hello, Nina. How are you?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Haniji, for such a nice introduction and for giving me a wonderful platform. I'm also thankful to Mr. Neil Kumar and Mr. D.K. Kapoor.
Wow, thank you. So we always started saying a very big global namaste to you. And, you know, we are such a global family here. We're going from Malaysia to India to USA today to UK and to Europe, and we're going all over the place. So it's a real pleasure to have you here from India. So tell me, Nina, you've done such amazing work in the field of yoga and naturopathy. Tell us a little bit, what will you be presenting to us, presenting for us today?
Okay. Today I'm going to cover what is health, what is disease. Second, how can we prevent and treat our disease. Third, treatment through yoga and details about it. And fourth is treatment through naturopathy.
Wow, this is amazing. I just wanted to say to all the audience members out there, you have to tune in, get your notepad with some pens. You're going to get some really amazing information from Nina. And I'm sure that we say health is wealth. So anybody who gives you some amazing tips and advice on how to improve your health and wellness I would say, you should consider them as a really great guru. So dear Nina, please do go ahead and tell us a little bit about exactly the subject you'd like to share with us. So please go ahead.
So,
will you be presenting? Are you doing sharing a presentation?
Yes, but I will be sharing through my second ID. I have friends from other system also.
No problems at all. So what inspired you to learn this, by the way, yourself? Because I know you're really interested in naturopathy. What inspired you to really embark upon this journey?
Actually, 10 years back, as I mentioned that I am working also. So atmosphere was very stressful in the office and at home also. I was not able to manage. And one day I had a neuro attack. And in the middle of night, I was rushed to the hospital. And then I was put on medication. For I think almost 1 year, I took those medicines, but it did not work. Ultimately, I sought a guidance from a very experienced doctor. He told me that you may have to take these medicines for whole life. And then he also guided that if you do meditation, that may help you. So that was the turning point in my life. I switched on to yoga and naturopathy. Naturopathy I joined later.
Wow. And this, I'm assuming that you became well and you're not taking medication anymore, right?
No, I am not taking any. Even thankful, I did not take any medication during this first wave and second wave of Corona. And I was able to help many of my relatives also.
Wow, this is really beautiful. But please do go ahead. We'd love to find out more about this presentation of yours. Even I'm so super excited to find out more about this. So thank you, all yours.
Thank you. So topics I have already mentioned that what I'm going to cover. First, what is health and what is disease. Second, how can we prevent and treat our disease. Third, treatment through yoga and details about it. Fourth, treatment through naturopathy. Now, let's get started. What is health? As per WHO, Health is a state of complete physical and mental and social well-being, and not merely an absence of disease. But what exactly is a disease? Literally meaning a state where body is not at ease. A disease is a particular abnormal condition that negatively affects the normal function of all structure or function of all or part of a body that is not due to any immediate external injury. It is associated with specific signs and symptoms. Now, let's take a dive into the various causes of disease. First is wrong lifestyle, which includes sleeping late. There may be n number of reasons for sleeping late. Then you get up late also. This disturbs the body clock. Second, wrong eating habits. Driven by the taste or under stress, we tend to eat junk food or do overeating. Have late breakfast or dinner, sometimes skip meals. Third, sedentary lifestyle. 4, lack of exercise. All the above things sooner or later may lead to constipation, high blood pressure, diabetes, obesities, etc. Fourth is competition or challenging situation. We work under competitive and challenging situation, which may lead to stress and psychological disorder. Third, lack of knowledge of the body and diet, which is the main agenda of today's presentation, that is to make you all aware of the body. Fifth, imbalance of 5 elements. As we know, the 5 elements are space, air, sun, earth, and water. If any of the element is disturbed or less in the body, it is going to impact our health. If you are wondering what these elements mean, don't worry, we are going to talk about it in the further detail later. Fifth is heredity. In some cases, diseases are inherited from our parents. Sixth, accumulation of toxins. Undigested food, for example, contributes to increase in the level of toxins. Now that we have discussed briefly about the causes of disease, I would like to talk how we can prevent or treat these ailments with ease. First, body has its own power to heal. Believe it, provided it is given the right circumstances. But how exactly can we do it? First, adopting the right lifestyle, which consists of right sleep, exercise, and diet. Sleep. Our body has its own clock, and if we don't operate as per it, we make the body suffer in ways we don't understand. It is important to sleep on time, as our body releases melatonin hormone, which helps in repair of our body. If we wake up 96 minutes before sunrise, that is 1.5 hour before sunrise, which is called Brahma Muhurat in Ayurveda and Yoga science, then our energy level will remain high during the day. Third is yoga or exercise. Exercising or yoga helps in improved blood circulation, increased flow of oxygen, and allows the nutrients to reach to all parts of our body. When we exercise, our body releases endorphin hormone that regulates our mood and boosts happiness. Third is diet. Easiest way to take a balanced diet is to plan it in advance according to your body requirements. It should consist of 80% alkaline food, such as fresh foods and vegetables in raw form, and 20% acidic, which includes most of the cooked food. But nowadays, what we are doing, we are taking 20%, 80% acidic and 20% alkaline. That is, cooked food is taken more, and that is the reason for most of the diseases. As per yoga, naturopathy, and Ayurveda, foods are characterized into sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Sattvic means light and healthy food, which purifies the body and calms the mind. Rajasic or tamasic food that are heavy and which takes long time to digest, it, such as spicy, fried meat, fish, tea, coffee, etc. This type of food cause hyperacidity, restlessness, anger, irritability, and sleeplessness. Sometimes when we don't know, we don't have knowledge about food, we do wrong combination of foods that leads to indigestion, acidity, gastric issues. For example, if you take tomatoes and leafy green together, that is not good. Starch and protein, on the other hand, puts a lot of pressure on our digestive system. Sorry, tomatoes and leaf greeny, they go together. Starch and protein, they put a lot of pressure on our digestive system. Now we have to do it all consistently. There are few things that we have to take a note of it. These things contribute immensely to our health. First, doing good deeds and helping others, which helps in secretion of serotonin, which is the key hormone helping in stabilizing our mood. It gives a feeling of well-being, happiness, and impacts your entire body. It enables brain cells and other nervous system cells to communicate with each other much more effectively. Serotonin also helps with sleeping and digestion. Second, spending time with loved ones. I know due to busy schedule, people have less time, but if you fix a time with them, it helps in release of oxytocin hormone, which is a love hormone that relaxes our mind. Third, achieving goals. When we set goals for ourselves and accomplish them, our brain releases dopamine hormone. Dopamine hormone help us being enthusiastic and gives energy. Fourth, practicing forgiveness. Forgiveness, no matter how challenging the situation may be, one should try to let go of grudges, as when we are in a negative state of mind for a prolonged period of time, bad hormones such as adrenaline, non-adrenaline, and cortisols are released that badly impacts our cardiovascular system, kidney, and may also lead to psychological disorder. Fifth, practicing gratitude. Express gratitude by writing it down or telling people a simple thank you makes a huge impact on our mind as it generates a feeling of deep peace within. Serotonin hormone is released within the body. Just do a simple exercise every day. When you wake up tomorrow and set out of your bed, with every step that you take, just say thank you, and thank you. Make it a habit of doing it every single morning and see the magic. Lastly, learn to live in present. The best way of doing it through meditation. Dedicating 10 to 20 minutes in the morning and before sleep can lead to mental stability and strong willpower. Now, let's discuss the various health benefits of yoga. Yoga, as we all know, is an art of living which brings balance between body and mind. It has a scientific base and is effective in improving health and general well-being. Yoga is not merely an exercise or breathing technique, but is much more than that. It enables you to explore the path of self-realization, inner change, which means realizing our full potential as a human being. I have been practicing Ashtanga Yoga by Maharishi Patanjali, a yoga philosopher. Ashtanga translates to 8 parts. First is Yam, which means social ethics. Second, Niyam, personal ethics. Third, Asana, postural practices, which improves the physical component of the health. Third, pranayam. Sorry, third is asana. Fourth is pranayam, that is breath regulation. And sixth is pratyahar, means practicing the control of senses. Then next, dharana, concentration. Then dhyana, meditation. And last is samadhi, a state of self-realization. Our yoga practice is strengthened if we follow the first two steps, that is yam and niyam. Yam includes non-violence, being truthful, non-stealing, avoiding sexual misconduct, and minimalistic living. One who gained mastery in this, it is said, even a wild animal would not harm them because of their undeniable peace and radiance. Next, niyam, that is personal ethics. Cleaning of body and mind, making sure we don't hate anyone, and generate feeling of love and compassion, gratefulness, awareness of self. These factors play a major role in living a contented lifestyle. Then comes the asana, which is the third stage. But most of the time we are missing the first part, yam and niyam, and we are switching on to asana. Then comes the asana, and the body is prepared to do all the postures. Yogic exercises that enables activation of various chakras and strengthening our physical health by improved blood circulation and building of muscular strength. This comes under asana. Practicing of pranayama, that is breath regulation, and pratyahara, withdrawal of senses. This improves emotional health by regulating our mind. And the last is meditation, that is dhyana and dharana, concentration, which improves the mental health. Lastly, samadhi, which is a meditative state that enables us to experience a state of bliss and happiness. It is achieved by practicing all the above activities, and in the end, result of Ashtanga Yoga helps in realizing our true potential, strength, and nature. One more important thing I want to tell about yoga, it's the science of liberating the mind from fluctuating thoughts. I think a speaker was before me, she discussed many things about these thoughts. If thinking too much was an exercise, 90% of us would be very fit people. One way to prevent excessive thinking is to take a pause while our mind is in a state of flex and focus on our breathing. Just do it for 5 to 10 minutes to break the flow of thoughts. As once the mind is calm, we are able to remind ourselves as to what is truly important in the moment. Otherwise, our thoughts often lead us making decisions that we regret later. Like we can do Anulom Vilom. There are many other pranayams which focus on breath, and we can control the thoughts. Now, let's talk about Shat Karma, meaning purification in yoga. There are many activities in Shat Karma, like Shank Prakshalan, which is cleansing of intestine, large intestine. And this is done under supervision of a qualified yoga teacher. I will briefly tell you how the process looks like. So here's what you do to do in Shank Prakshalan. First step is consume lukewarm water on empty stomach, and that is done in the morning. Second, there are 4 sets of asanas that is to be done after drinking that lukewarm water. And then exercise, then again, we have to follow the same step repeatedly. Then one needs to go to washroom to freshen oneself. And then this process is repeated till the clean water comes out. Then after this process is completed, we take light breakfast like porridge and with little oil in it and fresh fruits and juices. So, but again, there is a caution that it is to be done under the supervision of a qualified yoga teacher. This process helps in constipation, gastric issues, and stomach related issues. Now let's talk about the second thing, that is neti, which is cleansing of nasal tract. Jal neti, which includes jal neti and rubber neti. There is a special pot for jal neti, which has a nozzle that enables water to that enables the water to enter from one nostril, and then the water comes out from the other nostril. It is extremely useful in curing cold and cough. People used it during corona time also, and that is also done under the supervision of a practitioner, yoga practitioner. Then there is dhoti, which helps in cleaning of digestive system. There is noli, tratak, and kapalbhati. These are other things which helps in cleaning the body. We all know asanas are an inseparable part of yoga. So let's get to know what various asanas do to your specific body parts. Like there are asanas for nervous system, which helps when we do these asanas, the flow of the blood is directed towards the brain, resulting in better coordination and working of the brain. And there are asanas for throat and neck. When we do the neck movement, moving our neck up and down, it removes the stiffness around the shoulder and neck and improves the blood circulation to this area. Then there are asanas for digestive system, like halasana, where we raise our legs up. The blood flows towards the stomach. It strengthens the muscles of our stomach also. Then comes the pranayama, where there are certain breathing techniques such as anulom vilom, nadi shodhan, bhastrika, shitli, shitkari. These are some of the pranayama. And nadi shodhan, I would say it is very good for controlling the continuous flow of our thoughts. Pranayama has innumerable benefits, such as it calms and relaxes the mind, decreases stress, improves sleep quality, improves circulation of blood, improve functioning of respiratory system. And when respiratory system functions good, we get maximum O2, that is oxygen, to all parts of the body. And it increases mindfulness and reduces high blood pressure. Friends, we have another important field to cover, which is naturopathy. Now comes my favorite subject. This is also very important. Naturopathy is a type of treatment that focuses on providing a holistic approach to treating health problems. It includes treatment through natural techniques that do not involve any allopathic medicine. As per naturopathy, it is crucial that we balance the 5 elements in our body. In naturopathy, disease, treatment, everything is same. Now we will focus tell about balance of 5 elements in our body. Space, the 5 elements are space, air, sun, earth, and water. Earth, we get earth element from vegetables, fruits, by walking barefoot on earth, or when we apply mud on, during treatment, we apply mud. So by this we get the earth element. Second come fire or sun. We get heat and energy from sun element. And this is represented by this temperature in the body. This represents the fire element. Digestive system, it also has the fire element, which helps, the energy helps to digest. And third is water. As we all know, body constitutes 70% of water. Our bones, blood, eyes, lymphatic system, all except many other parts of the body, they all have water in it. We get this element by drinking water. Juices, vegetables, all have fresh juice and vegetables, they have water content in it. Water elements helps to calm the mind. Fourth is air, the life force. We cannot live without it even for a moment. When we do yoga exercise or massage, this element is balanced. Fifth is space. There is space between each cell. We get it when we do fasting on food, fruit juices, or vegetables. So these are the 5 elements. Now, how can we actually use naturopathy to treat ourselves? In naturopathy, One can undergo various specialized, there are massages, and there are deep tissue massage, and one feel relaxed completely. And this is also done with acupressure. It gives the dual benefit. Then there are water therapy, mud therapy. These benefits these benefits individuals immensely as they detoxify their body, and it helps in relieving pain. And the best part is that we do not experience any side effects, even though one need to be patient, as it may take a few weeks or months to see the benefits, because it takes time. It's a slow process, but it takes time. Water therapy includes like hip bath, spinal bath, foot bath. These baths are specific body, these are helpful for specific body parts and help in treating insomnia, high blood pressure, sleep disorder, and other problems. There is also steam bath, hot and cold fermentation, which is given to patient in naturopathy treatment. Mud therapy, massage, and acupressure, they really help in better blood circulation and removes pain and toxins from the body. Now, I would like to conclude my speech by giving you all action steps that you can undertake while being at home. And the first and basic step is diet. You can improve your diet by including seasonal foods. Seasonal, I said seasonal, yes. Everything, whether it's fruit or vegetable, if we take seasonal, that is made as per the requirement of our body. Seasonal foods such as in India, like Indian gooseberry, papaya, guava, grapes, orange, pineapple, coconut water, and lemon juice. These are commonly used. And these juices and these foods really helps to detoxify the body also and gives a lot of strength. We may use in vegetables, we may use green and leafy vegetables such as spinach, fenugreek leaves, mustard leaf, mint leaf, coriander, and they have a lot of calcium, iron, folic acid, and other vegetables like tomatoes, cucumber, carrot, beetroot. They are also added in our diet. Third is to boost immunity. We can take giloy. It's a creeper plant, neem, black pepper, turmeric, clove, carom seeds, ginger, fennel seeds, cumin, and cumin. These are the spices, some of the spices also, which are available in our kitchen. One can, most of the time we use it for making decoction if we are suffering from any kind of infection. And for vitamin D, as we all know, that if we are in the sun for at least 15 to 20 minutes, we get that thing, and it is very helpful in absorption of calcium and boosting our immunity. We also get vitamin D from mushroom. If you take mushroom and wash it properly and keep it under the sun for 1 or 2 hours, then it also contains the vitamin D. Like sprouts, they helps in, they give enzymes. They have enzymes which helps in digestion. And when people are 45 plus, enzymes are less in the body. If we take such type of things, it helps in better digestion. So I really hope this was an insightful speech, and I was able to help you all in better understanding our body, disease, and the significance of yoga and naturopathy. Okay, Dr. Honey, over to you. Thank you so much. I will take, if you want, you can take some questions. Thank you. I think
absolutely. Thank you very much, Nina, for making sure that we got a really wonderful overview of the subject of naturopathy and yoga as well. Really, this is such a wide subject, and for you to be able to put it together in such a summarized form is well done. Congratulations.
Hurriedly in hurry, so that I should be able to cover most of the points.
I know. Just to let the audience members know that Nina would have probably studied 5-6 years to put all of these things together in real detail, and she's just giving you something in half an hour, like quick little glimpses of everything. So it's a very powerful subject, isn't it, Nina? It's a very powerful subject. there was a few points that I kind of picked up as I was listening to what you were sharing. And one of it was to do with toxins. How are toxins actually accumulated? Because I mean, we know generally pollution and this and that, that we hear about, but what exactly happens? How do toxins get connected into your body and stay and remain as well in your body?
Like in our body, there are parts which excrete the toxins. That is kidney, skin, and through when we respire, then also CO2 is released. And when we in the morning when we go for defecation, and that time also the toxins are removed. Like now I'm sitting in an AC air conditioned room, I'm not sweating, my body is not allowed to sweat, so the toxins are blocked. Or if I am repeatedly applying cream or this thing, that then also the toxins will not be removed. In case of sedentary lifestyle, if anyone is constantly facing constipation, then toxins will not be removed. And if we are not drinking appropriate water, right quantity of water, then also kidney will not filter properly. It will not function. Toxins will be accumulated. And more important thing is that when we are having a feeling of negativity, negative thoughts, hatred, jealous, fear, then also a kind of hormone chemical is released in our body. We are not aware when we are feeling angry or when we are in the stress. There is cortisol is released, adrenaline, non-adrenaline, such type of hormones are released. For a certain limit, it is okay. But if you are under continuous stress, then it is going to impact the body.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's very, very well said, because it's true. That's why people normally say go and exercise, go into a steam bath. They pull out the toxins from the body as well through the skin. And of course, as you said, you have the normal, going to for your excretion sessions, so you have all these ways to clear your whole body. But the important thing is, because sometimes we find that intestines, etc., have all this food that's stuck. And we also hear of the fact that our minerals and vitamins are not being able to be absorbed because the whole intestines is lined with the wrong, with the quite hardened food. So how do you detoxify the body so that all your intestines become really clean? I heard you talk a little bit about the fruits and the fasting, and so would that help? Or what other things can you take to completely give your whole intestines a clean?
Like in India, there was a tradition to be on fast. There are so many fasts, there are so many festivals, and people generally are on fasting. Earlier, they were not aware why this fasting. Maybe they don't have the right knowledge, but now we have the knowledge. There's a scientific reason behind it. When we do fasting is not to be hungry all the time. We are not having anything. We are on fruits, fruit juices or fruits. We can take fruits also, and raw vegetables. These things are easily digested. And at the same time, when we are fasting, our body, we give time to all organs to rest. They get repaired. That is
when we sleep at night, we have to rest our body. Like we rest our body when we go to sleep at night.
Body gets rejuvenated.
Yes, rejuvenated. It rejuvenates, and also any cells that are weak, will be removed, and new cells will be also repaired, etc. So all sorts of things will regenerate. So there are lots of things that would happen. So the resting and the as you mentioned, the fasting is very important to help to give the organs a rest. And as soon as you give your organs a rest, they become more efficient. Just like if your muscles are very tired, you feel lethargic, you don't want to move. And we know this because if somebody has a lot of toxins in their body, you find that they become very tired, very lethargic, they don't feel very energetic or motivated. Yes, I can understand. And there was also a part that you mentioned about forgiveness. You said even forgiveness is really important, because otherwise what tends to happen is your body gets filled with negative hormones. Can you elaborate on this? Why is it important? So if people are listening out there, you always have issues, husband wife issues, grandfathers, grandson issues, all sorts of things, two sisters having an issue, neighbors having an issue. So there could be so many things that we are upset about and we hold on to. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit about why it's so important for us to forgive and let go?
The first thing is that when we forgive others, it is good for our health first. If we are under every time, if you're thinking bad about other person, he has done this and that with me, what happens? Like I mentioned earlier, cortisol will release, or other bad hormones such as adrenaline. It is going to impact our kidney, impact the nervous system. And if it is continued for longer period of time, if you're carrying away, sometimes people carry negativity and hatred. This is why our life is dominated with these things only: hatred, jealous, attachment. And if we are carrying the same thought of negativity throughout our life, just see the condition, what we are doing. We are damaging so much. And this is going to impact psychological. Most of the psychological disorders are due to this reason only. If we have right knowledge about it, what we are doing with our body, we would not be doing all such things. And the important thing which I felt during all these years is if we connect to the spirituality, it really helps in this eradicating all this negativity. And yoga, and if we are doing yoga with breath, it really, really works.
Right, because oxygen has the oxygen has life force, right? So in the atmosphere, the more we do the pranayama and we breathe in, we're actually bringing in the life force. And what we mean by life force is like the seed that we plant in the garden. How does it become a flower? How does a little vegetable become a vegetable? We can't do this in the science lab. It can only happen through life force. A little baby, how does a baby come about? It's all life. It has to be given to it, life force. So like you said, that when we do the pranayama, we're also bringing in a lot of very powerful life force from the universe into our bodies to heal ourselves. Is that right? Is that right? As we say, pran, we say pranayama, yeah, pran. Yes. So, and life force. Yeah, the life force. And you also talked about, when you just said that it's really important when you talk about forgiving, not holding everything in, because it's actually healthier for you. It's healthier for you. And you talked about the fact that spiritual things helps you to deal with this a lot more. And I find that's true, because when you meet people like Dalai Lama, or you meet spiritual leaders, they're always smiling, they're always happy. Anything happens, it's a lesson we have to learn. If anything goes really well, thank you for the God for blessing us with this. It's just easygoing. there is no issues, there's no drama in their lives. And if somebody says something, they'll say, well, they haven't evolved enough, they still have to learn, it's okay, they don't understand at this moment in time, it's okay, and they let go. So they have a very powerful way of letting go. So you're very right that when you have a spiritual outlook towards life, it definitely helps in this way. You also talked about meditation. Why do you think meditation is so important in helping to release stress?
Meditation is important because when we are meditating, and that is done after the asanas, we have to do some little stretching exercises, then our body becomes ready for the meditation. And during meditation, we are in the inward journey. We are withdrawn the senses, 5 senses, which, like when we see from the eyes, oh, this is very beautiful. And when we hear something, so these are the things, attachment, like I mentioned, attachment or hatred, we are dominated with these things. So when we do our inward journey, then we are withdrawing our all senses and we are focused. And that, when we are focused and when there is no thought at all, that is the state of meditation. You feel state of bliss, happiness. And then these last part, self-realization comes. What am I?
Who am I? Isn't it? What am I? I am.
Sorry.
You know, they say that word is very important. I am. And actually, you are everything. Everything you
Who am I?
yeah, I am. I'm this, I'm that, but I'm everything actually. You can be whoever you want to be. So if you choose the positive things, if you use your positive qualities, they say a little bit of God is in each one of us, and God is only all beautiful things, all good virtues. So if you can bring that out, that I am good, I am compassionate, I am forgiving, I'm grateful, it all becomes really good. You end up having very nice positive energy that you bring into yourself, into your aura. And I also see that, you know, I don't know what you think, but you know, when you sit down to meditate, I feel that it's like a pressure cooker effect, because all the, you know, all the stress just goes out of your body as you sit there quietly, and then the stress doesn't affect you anymore, because you get only irritated and angry, and this cortisol, you said, gets released in your body if you get worked up, if you get irritated, if you get annoyed and angry. But if you're really calm, peaceful, that hormone is not released. So if you meditate on a regular basis, you may find that all your stress gets released by itself anyway, and your nerves are completely relaxed, allowing your energy to flow more freely throughout the body as well. I think, yes. There is from, you know, you talked about this a Sheetal pranayam. What is the Sheetal pranayam? How do you do that? And what is the benefits? How do you actually do that?
Sheetal is a Hindi word which means cool. And this is, if done during summer season, one will not feel the heat, and one mind, and when we do this, mind becomes cool and calm. And it is very helpful for high blood pressure and releasing stress. And now I will give a small demo of this
Yes.
pranayam, how it is to be done.
Yeah, so maybe if we got our audience members watching right now, maybe they can join in as well and try to follow what you're doing. So if you're out there and you feel that you want to cool your mind and cool yourself and have that peaceful feeling, let's see if we can follow what Nina has to teach us. But please go ahead, go for it.
So first we have to sit straight. Our spine should be straight. We have to do Jnana Mudra, like first finger, index finger and thumb needs to be touched. Tip of both the fingers should be together. And then we have to keep both the hands on the knee. Sit straight. And first, what we have to do, we have to take out our tongue like this and make it like a pipe, tube, like this. We have to inhale from this tube and then hold it for some time as per our capacity, and then breath is to be released from both the nostrils. You will have a feeling of coolness in the mouth, and this is how our temperature is regulated. I will do it again.
Yes.
Release. So
the
you
tongue,
can
the tongue has to curl, right?
Curve. Yeah.
Yes.
It is like
okay. Right. So you can do this at home. I'm sure
from this tube.
Do it. Yeah. So.
And then see the feeling. You will feel coolness. Similarly, there is one more pranayam.
So cool.
Sheetkar is also like that. Like
the mouth feels,
join the jaws together like this. That is Sheetkari, where there's a C voice. You have to inhale from here. Hold the breath. And then release from both the nostrils. What feeling you're having in the mouth?
I love it. I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying it. I'm going to be sitting there going, I'm going to teach everybody how to do this and how to stay cool.
You need not eat ice cream. This will give you the feeling of ice cream.
It does. It does. It feels like a little ice, like you're eating ice cubes in your mouth, right? So if I'm going to a hot country like India or traveling somewhere hot like the Sahara Desert,
Really
I know I have to sit there and go, That's what I have to do, right, to cool down. This is secrets. You know, these are top secrets. If you're watching and you're listening to this, everyone out there, that's called the Sheetal Pranayam, isn't it? Very good benefits, amazing benefits. And you also, to finish off with, I know that you spoke about a couple of other exercises, and you talked about Jal Neti, where I think you put water in your nose and you get the nose come. How do people do that? I'm not even sure if I can do that. How do you do this?
Actually, I'm not having the pot. Otherwise, I would have shown you the pot.
I've seen it.
And it has a nozzle in it. So what you have to do, you have to put lukewarm water, add little salt in it, and then you have to stand and just tilt your head little like this. And whichever nostril is having good breathing, you have to touch and see which nostril is prominent. Breathing is good. So in that nostril, you have to insert that nozzle like big pipe like this, and then tilt this head. There is a passage above here. Water will flow from here and then goes to the next nostril and it come down like this.
Right. So that will clear the whole nasal passage area.
Mucus, and if there is sinus problem, it is very helpful. And similarly, it is done from the next second nostril.
Right. So what's the difference between doing this or you do steaming? Because I've heard that you could also have hot water and you can steam, inhale, and that should clear your whole nose and your chest area. Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah. Steaming is also good. Most of the time, if their nose is blocked too much and a person is not able to do it, then I think steaming is the best option.
Right.
And there is a precaution also. After doing this Jal Neti, one has to do Kapal Bhatis. If the water has gone up to the this side, just to clear that water, we have to do we have to bend up to 90 degrees, and then we have to just do like Kapal Bhati. Exhale out forcefully.
Yeah. You do that, right? Yes. Oh my God, that's amazing. It's amazing because once you know these exercises and you can follow those, what amazing benefits it can give you and how it can help to improve your health. And it's true, even with COVID, we talk about COVID-19 at the moment, and we talk about the fact that your nose and your whole lung becomes jammed, So this may be a great way to also support and help to clear up. Is that right?
Yes, very much. And I also want to add here, during COVID, some of my relatives, they also got affected, and I guided them on phone. They were able to cure when they were through naturopathy diet also. Last year also, and this year also, during first wave and second wave also, they were able to cure themselves. And I feel really good, so blessed. I'm so thankful to universe for introducing me to this naturopathy and yoga. It really helped them.
And we are very blessed because we have someone like you here sharing this wonderful knowledge. One last question, one last bit of interrogation for you. There are people who use naturopathy for obesity. What is the thing that you could perhaps suggest or recommend for people out there? Because nowadays there's a lot of issues in this whole world about obesity, cholesterol. People are, becoming very sedentary, not very active, in their lives, very inactive, etc. What can you perhaps suggest in terms of holistic ways of dealing with obesity?
First of all, it is very difficult to put them on fasting, because they eat too much. So we have to, in the first week, we prepare slowly. In the first week, for breakfast, we give them fruit juices. On one meal is on fruits or juices, and second meal light like porridge, and third, that is also like soups. In the second week, we put them completely on fruit juices, and because the body is prepared by that time, they get used to it. So in the second week, we give them completely on fruit juices, or in between they can have salad. In the third week, then we put them on the light diet, normal diet or light diet. then they understand the mechanism and they themselves want to implement in their life. And plus we add some yoga asanas also, like Halasana, Padhastasan, and sideways bending, because when we do the sideways bending, the flow of the blood is, if we are bending towards our right, the flow of the blood is towards liver, gallbladder, and if we are bending towards our left, pancreas will become active, spleen. So these all organs get blood, and if there is and side by side, lymphatic system will also function better and helps in releasing the toxins from the body.
Wow,
And
this is, yes, sorry,
there
yes,
are
please.
more, in naturopathy, there are water therapies also, like hip bath and hot foot bath, mud bath, massage, which all helps in better circulation of the blood.
Absolutely. And of course, with better circulation, you take away the toxins from the body. So you remove, because they're stuck in your body. So by helping them to remove and eliminate the toxins which are stuck in your cells, you know, you let them go. Yes, I understand. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Oh, Nina, I mean, you've been absolutely amazing. Really, really helpful. What a fantastic presentation. You know,
so nice of you.
We've had so many messages coming through for you, so many messages. They've all been saying thank you very much for the useful information. We've got constantly getting these wonderful messages from around the world, giving us messages saying they found it very useful. So thank you very much, Nina. I'm sure that for the rest of your future, you'll be transforming many people's lives, which I know that, through naturopathy. I'm a very, very firm believer in naturopathy. And very shortly, you'll be also hearing our next guest, who's Sharon Rose, all the way from USA. She's another one of our naturopathy, team members, I should say, family members. So do listen to her presentation too, because she's got an amazing presentation. Yes, thank you so much, Nina. Well, that comes to the end of our wonderful interview with Nina, and we're wishing you the best of luck. We hope to see you again, and please do come back on Healing Our Own.
To be part of your family. Thank you so much.
You are already part of our family. We're not going to let you go.
It's mystic how we are connected for healing the earth. I'm connected with nature. So God has connected me on this platform. I'm so fortunate. I'm so thankful to God.
Actually, you're very true. I have to share, Nina, because we actually bring free online events every Sunday. This is our 82nd event since COVID started, and all the lovely experts and people around the world who come and join and volunteer time and this service to share their knowledge with the rest of our Healing Our Earth audience members globally around the world. We are very thankful for, of course. And I'm sure that all the audience members out there are also very grateful for wonderful messages and wonderful information that you share with everyone. So thank you. So enjoy. And there comes our wonderful Healing Our Earth new family member there. And we are now moving on to USA, all the way from India. We take our little flights and we move on to dear Sharon Rose, who is, of course, our USA coordinator. A beautiful lady, amazing soul, and she has been bringing a whole array of wonderful guests on our platform. But before I go on to ask Sharon to join us, let me introduce you to my co-host. And of course, is dear Sheila here. Hello, Sheila, are you there?
Hello, honey. How are you? So good to see your beautiful face. Namaste.
Oh, you, my little global sister, I should say, my Healing Our Earth sister, all the way from USA. We're so pleased to have you here. Actually, I know that you're going to be co-hosting with me today, so we're going to get a really fantastic chance to speak to Sharon Rose. So what I would really like to do is to also introduce our global audiences to Sheila. Sheila Doby is, of course, my co-host for today. She is one of our normal hosts on Healing Our Earth, an amazing lady. She actually was born in England and moved off to the USA. She left us from the UK story. And she left 20 years ago. She's also a whole health dentist, a humanitarian, and an entrepreneur. She also is a television host like myself, so which is great. We have a lot in common. Dr. Dobie is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award and has been featured in numerous articles for her outstanding professional and social work. She has been the recipient of the California Patient Choice as well. So she's a multi-award winning lady. Dr. Dobie takes a special interest in helping the underserved and underprivileged children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dobie was the past president and dental health chair of Southern Alameda County Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association, and she is also the Kellogg's School of Management Institute leader. She gets involved in diversity in leadership. So there's another a feather in her cap there for her. And her current passion is working with healcircle.org and Kind20. We'll find out a little bit more about that from our dear Sheila. But Dr. Dobie, you won't believe this, our dear Sheila was invited to meet President Obama and have a private dinner with him. All right, we need to find out about that. So dear Sheila, how has it been working with Healing Our Earth for this many months?
Oh, it's been great. That's one of the projects that I'm working on, Kind20 and Healing Our Earth. They're just trying to make a difference out there and just get people healthier and just making more of a difference in the world. And this is such a great opportunity right now because we're all so connected. I mean, just even this family that we have here has just been so wonderful because, I mean, who would have thought 2 years ago, honey, that it's been a year now. We've been doing this Healing Our Earth. It's been amazing.
It's been absolutely amazing. What a journey. And they always say you have to look at silver lining in every cloud. And every time some challenge takes place in our world, in our lives, anywhere, you have to always find something positive. And we really have to say a big thank you to Neil Kumar, our producer and director, for coming out with such a lovely creating this platform for all of us. And we have had a whale of a time meeting some really great people, not just as hosts and special guests, but also interacting with our audience members all throughout the world, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, even Sharon's in the US. I would have never met her unless it was through such an amazing platform.
Absolutely. Well, that reminds me. Let me see if I can introduce our next guest, Sheila, and see if we can both perhaps interrogate this lady, right? She has a wealth of knowledge, right? So we need two of us to ask the questions so we can interrogate her properly. But I must admit, Sharon is also another really fabulous lady. She is really an amazing soul. And she's going to be going through a special talk with us called Listening to the Body. Now, Sharon Rose is also an MA. She's a winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award for the 20th World Congress on Qigong and Tai Chi, Taoism and Natural Healing. She's the director and producer of the forthcoming documentary series called Quantum Chi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. It's amazing. I've watched the trailers and hopefully we'll get a chance to see a little bit of that today. It is amazing. I really am so excited to watch the whole series. And also 20 years ago, she co-founded Sacred Mysteries Productions, for which she has produced numerous documentary films in the realms of healing, art, and culture. She's also trained in the healing arts of craniosacral therapy and the psychophysical method of neurosensory re-education. I think they're just trying to see if I can do these tongue-twisting words, right, and say them. As a recipient of a Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship and grant from the American Institute of Indian Studies to conduct extensive research into the art, culture, and spiritual traditions of North India, she became the first American disciple of Kathak Queen and early Bollywood star Sitara Devi. So I have seen her lovely performances. She's a fabulous Kathak dancer. So you have to watch this lady. She's amazing. Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment of the Arts. She is actually I have to say, she's so much, I really can't say anymore, but she's the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, I have to say. It's such an amazing book. I've read this book. I've started reading it. I've read most of the chapters. If you haven't read this book, you have to go and get it from Amazon or somewhere. Again, it's called The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine. So all the women out there, you have to read this. And she's also currently completing a CD called The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. Oh my God, what a long introduction. And there's still a big chapter left to tell you more about this lady. So before then, let me just introduce dear Sharon, a global namaste to you all the way in USA.
Global namaste to all of you. As always, it's such a joy to be with you today.
Wow, and it's such a joy to see you look so beautiful as always. With the beautiful flowers, you definitely look very feminine, and I love the 2 lotus flowers around you. There's something I've learned about the lotus flowers, that wherever they are, whether they're in mud, whether they're in a terrible place, the lotus will always have a beautiful look and a beautiful fragrance about it. So it stays, even in a muddy place, it'll stay as beautiful as ever. So I would like to welcome you, Sharon. And today you're going to tell us a little bit about health and well-being. Can you tell us what you have lined up for us? So perhaps later on, me and Sheila gets a chance to interrogate you with a few questions later on.
We're going to go on a journey, really my journey, into how I came from dance, which was the high point of my life, like kind of you too, that it was the guiding force of my life from very, very young into healing. And a number of the different traditions that I have been honored to be a part of in the healing world, starting really, I would say, with yoga in the late 60s, with the BKS Iyengar tradition, which had just really sprung up in America. I was a modern dancer at that time, and we started learning yoga in college. It was really amazing. So this is like 68.
Wow, this is many years ago, isn't it? Is that, did you say BK Iyengar? Is this the,
yes.
This is not Bikram yoga, right? This is a different type of, yep.
Iyengar yoga.
Yes.
That was brought in, and actually many of my friends were instrumental in bringing him to the United States. I had the opportunity also to perform for him numerous times. What I found as a dancer, that because I had been brought up in ballet, classical ballet, and theater and singing. My mother wanted me to go to Broadway. I ended up in Kathak, which I call spiritual Broadway.
Well, Kathak is really tuned in from a spiritual point of view. You know, they really connect with the higher energies when they do the performances. So it's not based on the physical performances only. It's very spiritual in its outlook.
Well, also Sitara's father, Acharya Sukdev Maharaj, he went to Nepal, where his brother was a musician in the court, and it was a Hindu court. So he saw Hindu Kathak because it had blended with the Islamic tradition and the Persian tradition. And so he was so excited. He was a Brahmin. And so he was so excited that he decided to devote his life and the lives of his whole family to the reemergence of this storytelling Kathak, which to me is also very healing. As a dancer, you get to embody all of the gods, goddesses, all of the demons, everyone. You get to experience all these emotions and all of these powerful spiritual energies flowing through you as you become a conduit to the audience. But let's go back to healing.
Yeah, I mean, you did also speak about the fact that, that you mentioned that dance is an art, a healing art. And you also have previously spoken about dancers, you see dancers as healers. So what is this? How would you say that? Why would you say? Because you are, of course, you come from a dance background. You come from multicultural background, like in terms of you've studied all the different cultures. And I'm sure Sheila would be very intrigued to know about this as well. What do you say, Sheila? Because you love your dancing as well. Although you're not a dancer, we love our dancing, right?
My dancing is a little bit different to Rose, to Sharon.
Yeah, but would you not find, Sheila, that it would be really interesting to know how Sharon sees dance as a healing art form? Because you're into healing.
Because yes, I think dance generally is so. Once you just dance and you just don't care what anyone thinks and you're just dancing, it's just very therapeutic anyway.
Absolutely, yes. Sharon, go on, answer this question for us. Me and Sheila are both very intrigued to know, why would you say that a dance is a healer? I mean, I love the fact that it's a healing arts, but what is your take on this? That why do you think dance is a healing art, and why do you think dancers have the ability to heal?
Dancers have a very highly developed kinesthetic sense. And that awareness is very special because we can feel into realms that athletes have it too, but I think dancers, especially in forms like Indian classical dance, in sacred forms, we're feeling not only into the physical body, but into these, I would call them luminous, energetic realms of awareness. And so that gives us an extra energy and knowledge to bring into healing. And so I have so many friends in the dance world who have become massage therapists, craniosacral therapists. They've become teachers of all kinds of movement, qigong, and yogic arts because that awareness brings you a very special understanding. And I was told this by Maida Withers, who had joined us in Healing Our Earth, my mentor in graduate school. She said, dancers are incredibly intelligent people. And that really, not only in this kinesthetic sense, but if you think of Indian classical dance, which to me is the epitome of it, whichever form, the classical forms, you are already learning how to enhance brain function. Because your eyes are doing one thing, your hands are doing another thing, your feet are doing another thing. And later, when I went deeply into the psychophysical method of neurosensory reeducation, I learned that this is actually the essence of it, to be able to have these cross brain and cross body experiences that actually create new telomeres, create new synapses. So what for the world of India is an extraordinary traditions is also a very powerful healing art.
Wow, that is really amazing. Sheila, what do you think? That is true, isn't it? Because
that is amazing. I wonder where dance can be put in the medical realm to help with just general healing, like mental health, and like even children that have maybe developmental issues, where we can kind of start trying to incorporate dance to them.
There is a teaching now in the United States that actually began many years ago, because I trained in it when I was in graduate school, called dance therapy. And we were working at that point with children that had autism and children that had all kinds of different issues to help them focus. Dance and the rhythm, particularly, they love the rhythm. The rhythm puts them into this kind of entrainment that helps focus them. So dance therapy has a big like a renaissance in the United States, and it is already taught in hospitals and in nursing homes. I have friends that have been dance therapists. I went the performance way and ended up in India, but they have been dance therapists for many, many years, and it is extremely helpful. I would say that even some of these forms I'm going to talk about, such as Qigong, yoga too, and this form called Feldenkrais. They're all movement oriented, therapeutic ways of really bringing consciousness into the tissue, consciousness into the organs, consciousness into the joints, so that we have the ability to assist in our own healing. And to me, that is the key. So many people just want to go to a doctor and say, it's like like people wanting to go to a guru, and where they say the guru will give you Shaktipat and you'll be instantly enlightened. It's the same kind of thing where people think, oh, I'm so busy, I have so many things going on, and I don't have time to work on my body. So I'm just going to go to a doctor, and the doctor's going to give me a drug, and that's going to take away the pain. And it might take away the pain, but it's not taking away the source. And it's not looking at what all these extraordinary Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine, there's all kinds of different traditions that really deal with the whole person and assist you in waking up and understanding how you can become a healer. And once you learn these things to heal yourselves, then of course you can bring that knowledge to others. And that's very important.
Actually, being a dancer, dance trainer myself, or dance coach and performing arts coach, I do understand, because we've been into schools to help children. We've helped autistic children. We've helped children to, who have behavior issues, to use dance and music to perhaps, to help to balance them a little bit more. And it's also about, helping. It could even be children not being able to get on with each other and use dance, etc., to be able to create more of a team building setting to help. There's so many benefits. And of course, with dance, people think it's just movement and kinesthetic, but there is knowledge that goes behind it, the theoretical knowledge about muscles and how the body works and how it functions, and the dance theories and things like that. So you're actually using the right and the left brain together, where you're using the theoretical logical knowledge, and then you're using the creative knowledge, the other side of the brain as well. So you just spoke about Sharon, something very interesting, and I think both me and Sheila would, I think, be very interested in something like this. You talked about how you bring consciousness into the tissues, and that could probably mean bringing consciousness into your whole body, like joints and your organs and other parts of your body, to help to heal. Can you perhaps, develop that part of the information for us and help us to understand? Isn't that interesting, yes. Sheila? Do you think that part is quite interesting? Because you work with the dentist side of things, so you probably have to have a medical background as well.
But this is all so fascinating. I mean, with your expertise, Honey, and Sharon's expertise in different kind of dance, I mean, it's amazing. And I'm very curious, just coming from the medical field, like, how does this help my patients? How can it help me? And I'm also curious, what kind of dance, when you're helping these kids with autism, for example, is it a specific kind of movement? Is it specific kind of music that helps? Because I know there's certain frequencies that actually can calm the brain. I'm hoping both of you can kind of share some insight on that to just help get some.
Very good. Very good question, Sheila. Go for it, Sharon. Let me help you. Let you answer this.
What I found is that rhythm, clapping, even patty cake kind of clapping with a whole group of people, it will get them very excited and entrained together, right? And then also very like chanting. Even kirtan kind of chanting will also assist in that. And movement also, we want to do, well, there's a type of movement that I learned many years ago, particularly in this field, where it's an energetics, where you work with like strong movements, soft movements, fluid movements, and it's all these different kinds. And then it also allows you to assess what the student really needs. You try out, oh, do this wrathful, I would call it wrathful, but strong kind of movement and a sharp movement. And then you do a really, really soft movement or real fluid movement or like jerky movements. And then you can assess from that, where the student is at and how to go on from there.
And it's also,
But
I think, Sharon, it's also about the understanding as well at that moment in time about their understanding level of the music and dance. Because if you have an autistic child, for example, just having music there, just moving around would be good enough for them to feel part of that process.
Jumping, they like
Yeah,
that.
so you wouldn't be teaching choreography there. You would be just helping
No,
to
not
move
at
with
all.
some music. So yeah,
Not at
so and
all.
whereas when you've got somebody who's happy with some challenging movements, and they like to feel that they've achieved something, for example, then you would teach them little short routines and let them feel really great that they've learned that routine. Yeah, sorry,
So
Sharon, please.
bringing consciousness. Every dancer is bringing consciousness. How can you do, tut-tut-te or do a leap or do, bring what's in ballet called a tendu or do a pirouette without bringing your consciousness into your body? So we'll start there. But to bring it even deeper, I think it was yoga. I would say it was yoga that really brought me a new understanding of alignment. And through a kind of guided visualization, the teacher would bring us, saying things like, feel your feet. Feel them on the floor. Really feel your feet. And then go all the way through the body and lining, we all know, we take yoga classes, aligning your spine really and keep putting you in this very different awareness. So that's, I think, in some ways where it reached the next level for me. And then and actually what led me in many ways to this was injuries in myself, because I was dancing like 6 to 8 hours a day for many years. And so I had a problem with my Achilles tendon. I tore it, and that's how I found acupuncture and chiropractic, which were incredibly helpful. And so then I decided at a certain point that I really wanted to learn a technique, because as a dancer, I just wanted to help people. And my son had been born, and I also wanted something that could help me heal him. And so I went and trained in something called craniosacral therapy, which was developed by a man named Upledger, who had been a chiropractor, osteopath. And it was a very subtle, it is a very subtle form of healing in which it's focused on the craniosacral system. So the craniosacral system is like this membrane that is all around the bones in your brain, runs down your spine, and becomes the outer covering of your coccyx, the base of your spine. And it houses the craniosacral fluid, in which the nervous system, like it's all being stimulated and conducted through this. And you learn, like in acupuncture, there's they diagnose by the pulse. They feel your pulses if you've had acupuncture, and then that tells them about your organs. Well, craniosacral, you feel through this cranial rhythm. So it has a rhythm. Your cranial, it's a pulse of this fluid running through your system. And the first thing you learn is you put your hands on the base of on the occiput, the base of the skull, like this, of the person, and you can feel you'll feel the rhythm that goes kind of like this. Now, in some people, it's like this, and it's all erratic. And the first thing you do, and the touch is only like the weight of a nickel. It's very subtle. So you're using, as a therapist, very subtle senses, kinesthetic and other, to feel in. And then you bring that by that intention and feeling into the person, the first thing you do is bring that in, so it's really flowing, and it then it feels like this. And the other thing that happens is you feel heat coming off, so it's this tension, stress releasing from the system. And also it's very good for bringing down fevers. I used it with my son. He loved every day. It was like, Mom, please do some cranial for me. And it would help him go to sleep if he was all tense or, overexcited, stimulated. And so you start there, and then you learn to feel down into the whole body and release tensions. There's also a visceral manipulation component to it, where each organ actually has its own rhythm. So there's dance again. I was able to sense into rhythm, faster than the physicians or the massage therapists who were training in this, right? And so you learn to see, that's the other thing. As a practitioner, you learn to see, sense into first your own organs and systems and tissues and joints. But then once you have that awareness, then you learn how to really sense in through this, just your hands-on therapy into the organs and the systems of the other people. And then you learn, so example, if you have, someone has had a trauma, they were in a car accident and hurt their shoulder, you learn this means, it's called unwinding, by which you take their arm and you move it very slowly. And when you feel it stuck, then you hold it there. It's called the still point. And then again, that starts happening, that same kind of release that I talked about and that heat. And then you move it so subtly, like in these very soft directions. And you see how, where it's restricted. And then you take it through a very subtle ways of moving where it feels good. It's not hurting. You take it to kind of the edge of where the pain begins, and you start to give their consciousness a sense of, wow, it actually can move.
You also said, Sharon, this thing is very interesting because this reminds me of Reiki as well. Because, in Reiki, where you use hands-on and you don't touch the body, but you use the actual subtle energy around. Because I did the 1 and 2 Reiki. I don't actually practice it, but I've learned it. So in there, similar to this, you find the places where you feel the blockages, where you know that the body has, or the auric field, the energetic field has the blockages to clear. So from your work as well, because you do a lot of using healing to heal emotional wounds, trauma that is trapped in the body. And what can you tell us a little bit about that? Because we call them holding patterns, right?
Yes.
The little patterns that are held in the body, which are all to do with trauma, negative experiences, or things that need to be healed, like emotional things that need to be healed. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? How would you work on that? And of course, this is not just for dancers, it's for anybody really, isn't it? It's well-being for everyone.
Everyone. So from my training, and this is also from the work of an amazing woman named Barbara Brennan, who wrote these books, Hands of Light. And she had worked with NASA and all, and she was in this realm called bioenergetics, which is something I explored even in my master's thesis. And that was how the emotions affect the body and how the emotions are reflected in the body. Because all that we are, every movement, and all our emotions and even our thoughts are reflected in how we move, our expressions, how we even the tone of our skin, our health is reflected. And many healers can read this and then be able to assist. But what happens is, as very young children, it even could be birth trauma, when we're traumatized, very often what happens is that it will affect a part of the body. So let's go to women. um, Women in have been, there's two places that they've been really shut down. Well, it's getting better now. One is in the solar plexus, and the other is in the throat chakra. So maybe this happened to me as a child. I was, um, told to be quiet in a wrathful way, and so I was quiet. Now, for me, it's what was the wonder of dance, music, and theater, because when I was on the stage, I didn't have to be quiet. I could be as open and speaking and singing as possible, but it shut it down. And so what does that do? That changes the way the body's held. So the body is generally, you'll try to protect. So the first thing that happens when you have these kinds of traumas, and it could be just from someone yelling at you, it could be from some kind of abuse. And so naturally, your body will try to protect that. And so it'll start when in the Rolfing tradition, which is deep tissue massage created by Ida Rolf, we would call armoring. So there becomes this like tension, this holding in the area. So here in the solar plexus, and the fight flight, what we call the fight flight syndrome will appear, and always that is like this kind of a contraction. And then what happens is that in many cases, rather than, because all of these amazing traditions have not come out to your average person, is that instead of looking, well, you're just a child, instead of looking for ways to heal that, unless you have amazing parents or people in your life that can help you, you start to look for confirmation of these victimhood, we would call it these days. And it just keeps building and build, and you say, oh yes, that's the way I am. Oh yes, I can't talk. Oh yes, I should be quiet. I should be a good little girl. I should serve, I should just help everybody and be selfless. Now, well, there's a wonderful aspect to that, but it's gone over the edge. And so all of these teachings that I've had help one release these holding patterns. For example, even in your yoga practice. So if you have a wounded, you've hurt your shoulder, let's say, and you're lying in like shavasana or something at the end, and you just bring your attention into that shoulder, and you breathe. Breathing is incredibly important in all of these traditions. So, and I first learned from the teachings of Wilhelm Reich, who was a contemporary of Freud, and he really brought in this what's called somatics now, body-centered therapy. And the first thing he taught people to do was breathe. And which was interesting because Iyengar also did this, Iyengar brought in all these yoga props. I hope you've experienced them, so it helped people of all ages who weren't so flexible to be able to be in these positions where they could just rest and breathe. And so he would do all of these, and we do these deep breathing exercise, and sometimes like the breath of fire, to stimulate awareness and to bring this oxygen into these areas of pain. And so you could be in Shavasana and you feel, and you can, and the other thing I learned from craniosacral therapy and this other psychophysical method that I'll talk about is that you're bringing your consciousness into, let's say, your right shoulder, and you feel this kind of tension in it, and you're breathing, but your right shoulder is okay. So what you do is you feel into the right shoulder, and you feel how, oh, it's all relaxed. And then you try to bring that consciousness of that relaxation and breathe into the other shoulder. So you're bringing this awareness of the ease into where it's not so easy. And also, you'll find that when you really listen to your body and you breathe and you go in, so this is a form of meditation, clearly. So you might find that if your one shoulder is tense, then you'll find a corresponding tension in the hip of the other side, because we're always creating from those original wounds and the ones we have during our life. We're always making these compensatory patterns in the physical body so that we can function. And so these techniques and the psychophysical method of neurosensory reeducation, so the neurosensory, right, is has all these exercises that were developed by Dr. Robert Masters, who's written many, many books about. It brought together the work of this amazing Israeli teacher named Moshe Feldenkrais, who worked with, he had injury, and then he created this, really, which I'm going to teach a bit of, this system. It brought his work together with this movement work, with the work of Milton Erickson, who was kind of the father of hypnosis. And so Robert Masters, he melded these two with his own work. He had done work even with Wilhelm Reich. So this brought not only the movement aspects, which of the Feldenkrais system, which are very subtle, repetitive movements to free particularly the joints of the body and bring new flexibility and fluidity. He melded that with this hypnotic, bringing this whole other level of awareness into the body too. So in that way, we're working with the emotions. Now that takes me back also to craniosacral, because after you've been able to read the body and work with these holding patterns, I call them holding patterns. It's where these things where your body will come into these that we're not even conscious of them anymore. And particularly now with watching the internet for a year, so we're like shoulders have become like this. For many people, they're like, oh, right. Your psoas muscle, which comes, from your vertebra, the bottom of about your thoracic vertebra, into your, then comes down and forms, goes all the way into your lesotrochanter in your the top of your leg. That is a muscle that I've studied a lot, because that is the muscle that gets contracted and pinched when you have sciatica. Many people have these sciatic pains. And so I've learned, and that dancers get them a lot, ballet dance, So I've learned a lot about that too.
So how do we, Sharon, because what you're explaining is really important. And if we are talking about our audience members who are watching, how can they benefit from this knowledge? What is it that they should be aware of, so that they can perhaps even try it out themselves, or at least be aware of this is how you can recognize that there are some patterns that are stuck in certain places?
Well, if you're a yoga practitioner, it's very easy. If you're a meditator, it's very easy. Well, I'm going to teach you one right now, a simple one.
Oh, yes, of course. Why don't we go for an exercise?
Nothing like experience.
Absolutely.
And then I want to go into Qigong, because that's been a real treasure.
Absolutely. Why don't we do this? Why don't we, because I know there's other types of healing you do. Why don't we go into the Qigong? You were going to do a presentation and show us something. Why don't you show that to us? And maybe we finish off with a nice little exercise right at the end.
Great idea.
Yes.
Uh,
So yeah. So
yes.
and I do understand. Now, just wanted to share with Sheila as well as our audiences there. As you know, whilst Sharon gets her presentation ready, I thought that maybe I can share with you, Sheila. As you know, that Sharon's got a list of all different ways that she heals people through dance, through other things that she has studied. And one of them is that she's become a very, very proficient in something called Qigong. Now, Qigong is something that I feel that she's definitely very, very passionate about. I know, Sharon, but you're going to show us something that you've been creating right now. You've produced a series where you've tried to educate the wider public about Qigong and the positive aspects of Qigong and how it heals. Is that something you're going to be sharing with us? So maybe me and Sheila can enjoy and maybe have a few questions. What do you say, Sheila?
Absolutely. There's so much. She's got so much wealth of knowledge, both you and Honey. It's just so much knowledge between the two of you. And I'm just like, I want to do something. I don't know where to start. And it would be nice if you guys could both maybe share something at the end, both Honey and Sharon, something that we could, the general public that aren't so inclined to such beautiful dances like you two are, maybe something that we could just start off just to get our feet a little bit wet.
That's a very nice question. I'm sure we'll be able to do something right at the end there. But whilst we go on to Sharon, let me find out if Sharon is ready. Is she ready there? If she's ready, then we can get on to our watching this beautiful trailer of hers. And meanwhile, I'd like to say, Sheila, you look absolutely gorgeous with that beautiful hair of yours.
She does, doesn't she?
I have to say, we had to. I'm sorry, but I just had to share that.
Well,
I gorgeous,
also
thick hair of yours is just so cool. It reminds me of Amalia, one of our Malaysian coordinators.
I want to speak about her.
She's just so beautiful. Yes, yeah. So let's see, Sharon. Oh, there she goes. Is Amalia here? Are we ready with the presentation there,
yes,
Sharon?
First,
Amalia, a global namaste to you. We were just talking about hair while Sharon shows us this video. How are you?
I heard everything. A global namaste, Honey G.
Right. Come on, show your hair to everyone. Go on, just show your hair. Go show how long your hair is. Look at this.
Well, this is half of it.
Show the bottom part of your hair. It's so long. It's amazing. It's amazing. So beautiful.
Wow.
See, Sheila, I told you, right? And Amalia, congratulations for that. Yes. So Sharon, I don't know, maybe in the future we'll talk about how healing can maybe help us grow our hair, right? But for the time being, let's show a little bit of Qigong, because I know that Amalia is also a master at Qigong, and she has also been very, very involved in this project with you.
Yes. Well, you'll see her in this. And she's an associate producer. And we've been working on this together. And we'll see how it goes. We have 2 episodes done, and there's a lot more coming. So I will show you this trailer.
Sure.
Can you see?
No, we haven't started yet. You need to share. If you could
can you
share.
see it now?
No, we cannot.
No?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think you need to make me a host so I can share.
You need to share.
Oh, share screen. Here we go. Yes.
And then hit
advanced. And then
so left hand in the bottom corner of your left side. Just tick on the
sound.
audio.
Thank you. Here we go.
And we look forward to it. Thank you. So while Sharon is sorting that out, as we said, Amalia is also a co-producer of this series, and at the moment they have created two episodes, and there are many more episodes that they're going to be creating. But this is a little trailer of how Qigong can be used to heal.
There's something strange, new thing. Okay, let's see if it happens now. Can you see this?
No. If it doesn't happen, no problems. We can maybe talk about it. It's okay.
Can you see it now?
Are you on YouTube? And you have to do audio.
No, I'm on. You can probably hear it.
Okay, don't worry.
I did an upgrade this week, and it's changing. Let me try once more because it's so beautiful.
Sharon, while you're doing that, let's talk to Amalia. Can you please make sure you can start it? Otherwise, in the next minute, we can maybe talk about it.
On YouTube and
okay, there you go.
Here we go.
You got to click on it.
Can you see
okay. Yes.
This is coming from my computer.
Brilliant.
Okay, enjoy.
We need some audio. You need to click on the audio.
Okay, stop. I don't know why I'm having problems, except that. Let's see. Here
Sure.
we go.
Okay, so here we have, whilst we're doing this, let's see a minute of this. Just let's see a minute of it. It doesn't really matter. We come into our...
where is the audio? Okay. You're not...
Yeah, we'll just see a little bit of this. This will be great. Maybe you can talk through it. Sharon, can you explain a little bit about what's happening here?
These are Qigong masters. She's saying, where does the Qi come from? From love. From love of the universe. What does Qi feel like? A buzz. Tingling. You're so excited, full of energy, that you want to be playful all the time. When the Qi flows, you feel warm, expansive, tingling, because Qi, when it moves, it has the power to heal. When you're doing Qigong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for new information to come into your body, and you connect to the Qi of the earth and the sky. You're merely a conduit. In Taoist practice, you're harnessing this energy, this life force, this Qi. When you cultivate this energy from within, that compassion, you shift your emotional state to something that's elevated. You shift from external focus, searching for happiness. You go inward, realizing that you have more access to life inside of you. It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts, sports, helping strength, stamina, and coordination. That's Qi. Yoga practitioners and teachers love Qigong. The Qi focus turns their attention to a much more awakened internal sensory awareness. There's a sense of resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy that carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and flow. Therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing other. Qigong is for everyone. Qi is love. Qi is light. Qi is free. Qi is energy.
Wow, that's amazing. Chi reminds me of Shakti. You know, when we say Shiv Shakti in the Indian tradition and the Asian tradition, we always talk about Shiv Shakti, and Shakti is always a feminine force. And I understand that probably this Qigong is like, we call it like a feminine energy, right? We need to stop sharing, dear Sharon, if you could stop sharing, please. So thank you very much. That was really lovely, amazing, great masters as well, great Qigong masters over there. What did you think, Sheila? What did you think? It's a great way to build energy, isn't it, within you, to be energized.
Let me ask a question to both of you, or all three of you, is, so what's the difference between Qigong and yoga? Are we using the same, harnessing the same kind of energy, or is it just very different?
I'll start, and then Amalia, I'm sure, can come in. It's all Chi, Prana, Shakti to me. To me, the difference is that yoga is made up of many postures, right? There's positions, and now they have flow yoga and different things, but originally to me it was more postures, whereas Qigong there are these like really fluid movements, and also the focus is on using the movements for healing. So you're gathering the chi. I mean, for gathering the chi, you're gathering the chi into your throat chakra. You're gathering the chi into your heart. You're gathering the chi into all of these places in your body. And also in Qigong, there's another aspect of using sound to heal the organs, which is really, so you're gathering the chi, often to feel the chi. Master Mantak Chia loves to give this exercise where you just rub your hands together and you feel that heat. And then you'll put it on a part of your body, like you'll put it on your lungs and you'll just sense, again, feeling into the body, sensing, seeing your lungs, seeing what kind of, just really reading in. It also helps to study anatomy and physiology. That helps too, so that you can really visualize. And that's an important component of all these things I've been talking about, this ability to see into. And then you feel that warmth going in and you breathe. And then there are these sounds that help to remove the emotional content, the negative emotions that are stuck in the organs. And I'll now give it up.
So Sharon, just to help, let's say somebody who doesn't understand about prana and doesn't understand about chi, for example. So Sheila's just perhaps, asking that what is the difference between yoga and qigong and this energy? Just to quickly summarize that part, which thank you for sharing what you've sharing so far. But just to let Sheila know, look, energy is the same for everybody, whatever culture you come from, whatever language, whatever country. Truth is the truth. The universal truths are all the same for everybody. What name you give it is different. So if you call it prana or you call it chi, it's still a life force that you're working with. And life force is, the more life force you have in your body, it's called more electricity in your body to help to, let's say, heal yourself faster. If you have a lot of chi in your body, let's say lots of prana in your body, then you can light a whole street of lights. If you have a little bit of it, then you can maybe light just the house with the energy. So the more energy you have, you become more powerful from within. You think your consciousness levels raise as well as you start getting more life force. You become more positive, because high energy dilutes negative energy. So high energy will always dissolve dense energy. So when you bring in lots of good,
wonderful. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
So Carrie,
so Amalia, maybe if you want to add on to that, we're coming to the end of our little program here. But if you'd like to perhaps add something there, Amalia.
Yes, I would love to. And to summarize the correspondence with yoga is that, let's say from the Wuti, this is the Raj yoga, right? And coming in from Dhyana yoga, let's say, to the meditation and onwards to pranayama, and then sending the pranayama right through the Sutratma and the Ida Pingala, where then it gets distributed to the whole nadi system and to the marma points, right, which are like the acupressure points. So we are human beings, right? We have one anatomy, and we are created in the divine correspondence and matrix and codes. So they're just different names in different cultures, but these are, if I can just like linked it with you, the connection with yoga and qigong, it's the same thing. So we are one.
Thank you. We are one. Thank you. Oh my God, Sharon, you have covered so many amazing points today. So many. You took us from dance therapy to yoga to aligning your body. You talk about bioenergetics. You also talked about the importance of breathing. You also talked about somatics, and then you moved on to Iyengar yoga and all sorts of different things. And then you showed us about qigong as well. Within this short space.
Before we end, can we just do one exercise to help the audience, so that just a quick exercise just to show some of that qigong so that we can practice it?
Absolutely. Yes. Go for it. Go for it.
Well, I'm going to do, actually what I'm going to do is a psychophysical Feldenkrais exercise for the head and for the neck, because so many of us are sitting there like this and our necks are, so we'll just begin by really feeling your feet, taking some breaths. and bring your consciousness inward. So we begin by always feeling our feet, and we do this in Qigong as well, and feel down all the way to the center of the earth. You feel that your feet are actually making contact way, way down into the earth. So you become very grounded in your body and connected to the earth. And then you feel this chi, this prana, this shakti coming up into your feet. I'm going to take you fast this way, and into your ankles, and this delicious, really life-enhancing energy coming up through your knees and your thighs and into your pelvis, and then all the way up your spine, and then into your neck and your head, so that you feel this light within. And then you focus your attention on your chin. And you're going to turn your head to the right, but keeping the focus on your chin. Slowly. See how far you can turn it. Then you're going to look even further with your eyes, and you'll see that you can even turn your head further. And then you bring it back slowly. Actually, slow is better. Then, keeping the focus on the chin, then you turn to the left as far as you can. Sense how far it is. You can even open your eyes and look. And then take your eyes and look even further to the back of you, around you, and you'll see that you can move your head even further. And you do this a number of times, and then you focus on your mouth. And you take, with the focus on your mouth, you turn your head, and then and with that, then you stick your tongue into the corner, into your cheek, and you see that even releases your head more. And then you come back and to the other side, and you take your tongue in your cheek, and you'll see that it'll release it even more. And you do that a number of times. And then you focus on your nose, and you take your head to the right. And then you can even keep looking back. You could even put your tongue in your cheek, and you'll see how much that releases. Come back, you do the other side. Tension on the nose. Look to the back, stick your tongue in your cheek. Then you come back and you do that a number of times. Then you focus on your eyes, and you take your eyes, and you see how much further you can look now. And you put your tongue in your cheek, you go even further, and then you come back, and then look to the other side. You put your tongue in your cheek, even further, come back. Then you focus on the top of your head, and you go, take your eyes and your tongue into your cheek, and come back. Still focus on the top of your head. Other side. Put your tongue in your cheek, come back, and then you can do the same thing going backwards all the way down to your chin. Now, you should, I would think that your head is much more flexible, your neck being able to turn it. Now, we do this many times, and it's nice to do also on the floor for releasing. And as you sense in, you can tell that the chin releases stress in the lower vertebra, and as you go up, it corresponds to the vertebra in your neck. So that's a basic one. And then you'll start doing there's ones for the shoulders, there are ones for the knees, there's one for every part of the body that helps, bring that awareness in and release the tension and give you more flexibility.
That's amazing,
That
Sharon.
was
Thank you.
helpful.
Thank you. Sheila, see, I saw you going away with your on the tongue and the tongue's going here. Yeah, Sharon, you've been amazing. And Amalia as well. Thank you for joining us from Malaysia. It must be 1 o'clock or 2, I don't know, 1 o'clock probably in the morning right now. And yeah, and Sharon as well. You are just amazing. What a scholar. What a like encyclopedia of knowledge, you know. So we're very, very, very proud to have you here. Thank you for being part of Healing Our Earth. And Sheila as well, thank you so much for joining me as a co-host for today. And I would like to request, Sheila, please do stay behind because we have time to interrogate our next guest shortly. His name is Dhruv Gadwi, a very, very dear friend of mine. He's going to be joining us very shortly in the next minute or so. And meanwhile, I would just like to say, Sharon, would you like to have any last tip that you would give to anybody in a short little 1 minute tip to everybody with what you would like to leave, like a message for everybody?
Well, the first tip is to Dr. Sheila, because craniosacral therapy is practiced by many dentists, and it really helps with releasing the jaw. So one tip for you all that I've been working with lately is when you feel into your jaw, really, because you hold so much tension in your jaw. And if you feel it, and also it seems to relate to the pelvis and this kind of clenching fight flight. So what you can do is if you're sitting there, just feel into how you're sitting, feel your sitting bones on the chair, then feel into your solar plexus area. Keep breathing too. Breathe into it, and then feel your shoulders expand, and then feel where your jaw is. And if it's so many are like, so we want to just breathe in and let all of it, your whole body and your whole being on every level, relax.
When you release your tension from your face and your jaw, it's also good for helping you with aging, to prevent the aging process, because all the tension is what helps to create all the aging. So if you can remove the tension, for those people who are looking for a natural way to uplift your and get a facelift, which is a very natural one, then just get rid of all that tension that's stuck in the body, on the face. I think that would help. Is that right, Sharon?
Yes, all you have to begin, like we have a lot of exercises for that as well, but all you have to do is begin by doing like right and back and forth and
the yoga with the lion, you gotta stick out the
that's a
tongue
good
as well.
one. Sticking out the tongue, anything to bring that awareness in there. And once you really start to bring that awareness, then it stays with you. And so all of a sudden you become aware, you're watching something on Zoom, you're watching Healing Our Earth, and then and then you realize, oh my goodness, I'm tensing my jaw.
Well, we know now this awareness that Sharon is talking about. I'm also aware of the time now that we have to move on to our next guest. But I do ensure, and I would like to request all those people watching out there that do be aware of the way your muscles are, as Sharon has shared, as Amalia has talked about Qigong, how you can bring in the life force within you, go through some of these exercises, remove any of this trauma that's stuck within you by using more conscious breathing and bringing conscious awareness in your body. And of course, I'm sure that when we bring Sharon in the future anytime, she'll be able to show us many more exercises to help us move from the face to the shoulders, to the body, to the legs. So today, thank you, Sharon, for sharing us the face, how to remove the stress from the face part of things. And Amalia, thank you very much for coming and joining us all the way from Malaysia. Sheila, please do stay here. We're moving on to Dhruv Gadwi now. So I would like to say a very big global namaste to Sharon for joining us here. Thank you so much for joining us. Our wonderful coordinator from America, and of course, our wonderful guest for today.
You're so welcome. It's always such a joy, and I'm really so grateful to you both, Dr. Sheila and Honey, and also our beloved Neil Kumar.
Absolutely. Thank you. Enjoy your day. Have fun in America. And as I was saying to everybody here, we are moving on to our next guest. We're going from America to all the way UK, back again. We're back in UK again. And we have Dhruv Gadvi who's going to join us. And he's going to be talking to us about his journey into the field of diabetes, especially type 2. So he's going to share some really amazing tips. So if you're suffering from diabetes, or if you have any of your family members, then you have to watch this next interview, because you're going to get the best tips ever. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Dhruv. Dhruv Gadvi is a veteran broadcaster. His community show Out and About, which I'm sure everybody's heard of, has been running on ZTV for more than 25 years. A few years back, he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And that's when he dived deep into the world of research on this deadly disease. Now, since then, he has successfully managed to reverse his diabetes. Yes, I repeat that, reverse his diabetes, and now shares his experience with the members of our community in a way, what we would call seva, just voluntary work. That's all he does, is to go out there and support the community members to make them healthier and to help to enhance their well-being. So we would really like to say a very big global namaste to our Dhruv. Dear Dhruv Gadvi, welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you very much, and a very big global pranam, namaskar, and a hello. I don't know whether you guys are getting my sound nice and clear, but I hope you are.
Absolutely, we hear you very nice, loud and clear, and we see that beautiful face, a smile on your face as well, which is, and I haven't actually shared with everybody. Dhruv Gadvi is a very talented man. He used to be a host. He's been in dramas before. He used to write dramas, act in dramas. Of course, as we mentioned, for over 20 years, he's been running Out and About on ZTV, producing and directing the shows. So he is a real wealth of knowledge. He meets so many people in the world and so many special guests where he gains this amazing, amazing knowledge from. But since he ended up getting this diabetes, and since he's been able to reverse this, we want to pick his brain on this particular topic. So dear Dhruv, first of all, a big welcome from me and Sheila. Sheila, would you like to welcome our dear Dhruv in your style, in your way? Now, Sheila is a special dentist all the way from USA. We thought we'll have two of us to interrogate you. She's definitely a medical dentist, that she's in the medical field. And we thought we'll interrogate you together.
Hi, Dhruv.
Pleasure.
I'm very excited to hear your holistic approach, because I know a lot of people, as soon as they get diagnosed with diabetes, they sort of panic, and then they start worrying so much, and then they're on a big amount of medication. So I'm so glad to have you here so that you can kind of share some insight on more of a traditional holistic way of treating diabetes.
Absolutely. Well, Dhruv, what do you have in store for us, my dear friend?
Basically, I'm going to have a short talk, and what I'm going to start off with basically is a disclaimer, because at the end of the day, or at the start of the show, I must say this, that I'm not a doctor. I have got absolutely no medical background whatsoever. I am not a dietitian nor a nutritionist. Then you may say, who the hell are you? Then why are you talking about diabetes? What gives me the qualification to even talk about diabetes type 2? Because I'll be only talking and referring to, when I say diabetes, only diabetes type 2 and not 1. So what is my qualification? My qualification is that I am diabetic, or as I like to put it now, is I was diabetic. Even though medical fraternity says that diabetes really never goes away, but you can successfully reverse it. And I am one of those people who have done so. So my talk does not constitute medical advice at all. I am just sharing my own experience. And if any problem, any more knowledge, or anything you want to know, kindly refer to your GP. So basically, yes, as Hani said, a few years back, I had diabetes, and like many others, I was in denial, because in my past 7 generations, as far as I know, or whatever I have been told, nobody had diabetes. In my family, there are many people. In fact, I have seen some living past 100 years of age. So I was quite shocked, and I was in denial. after my glucose tolerance test, I was told that I have got diabetes type 2, and whatever you want to do is entirely up to you, because you must go on medication and take some action. So I was in denial. I didn't want to take medicine, and I knew that no, they must have got it wrong or whatever. But then I realized that yes, definitely I was diabetic, and there were loads of reasons. When I dig deep into it, I was going through a horrible, messy divorce. I had a lot of stress level. I was having beer almost every day. A lot of reasons. And media, to be honest with you, our deadlines are always yesterday. So if somebody is working in media, or rather broadcast television, and says I don't get any stress or pressure, that's not true. So, but that was part and parcel of work anyway. But I did get diabetes, and I ignored it for a while. But then, with help of some friends, I managed to get a blood glucose meter. So at least that used to tell me that, hey, your sugar is high. Whenever I measured it, first I was trying to avoid even measuring, but then it dawned upon me that I got to take some action. Anyway, I started metformins. I was put on metformins. First, a very light dose of what they say is, just 1 tablet a day or something like that. Then eventually, like any other patients, it increased. I suppose I was lucky enough to, as Honey put it, I dived deep into it with my media friends and help of other kidney specialists, heart specialists, lot of medical fraternity people whom I acquired or tried to acquire some knowledge. And then I realized that, yes, I got to do something. Then I obviously tried to find out more. I read a lot, and that's basically what I'm going to share with you guys, that how I did it. So let me go back into the little bit of background, that let's go talk about a little bit of human history, because it's a long journey. We have all come a long way. We were and we still are animals. We were hunter gatherers. There was no breakfast, lunch, and dinner cycle, or mama or wife waiting for you with dinner. We got when we ate, and we ate when we got the food. And because of all that, fat storing is a part and parcel of our existence. Because what happened that we didn't get the food all the time. We were cavemen. Survival was our full-time job. So, it wasn't easy to get food every time. So whenever we came out of the cave, sometimes there were floods or natural calamities, or wild animals waiting for us. So, we had to fight all that cleverly and still find the food. So we only went out and ate when we were hungry. Unfortunately, that does not exist now. We don't eat when we are hungry. I believe we eat because it's morning, so we have to have a breakfast. It's noon time, so we have to have lunch. It's night time, evening time, so we have to have dinner. So we change our style. And modern lifestyle is foods galore. In the olden days, we had to literally go hungry, for days, sometimes weeks. And now everything is available. Just pop into your local supermarket and you get anything and everything you want. In the olden days, because we only got the food irregularly, the body developed a system of fat storing. So in the rainy days, body would use that fat from around our tummy mainly as the fuel, so that when there was no food, that fat would be used up. And that is still in our system. Unfortunately, what I feel now is that we are not getting in those circumstances where we don't get food for a week, and our body would use the alternative fuel, which is the stored fat. So in my opinion, that's the biggest problem. So now we are eating the food, which perhaps, in my opinion, and this is, as I said to you earlier, I do consult a lot of medical people, friends, and experts, and I've come to the conclusion that we are eating highly processed food. We are eating weird kind of food, the food which we would not eat few hundred years ago or a few thousand years ago, forget about few millions years ago. But now we are eating highly processed food, dangerous fats we are eating. originally we only derived fat from what? Animal fat. And when we became smarter and we started looking after the animals, cows, and we went into dairy and we started eating dairy stuff, so dairy fat. Now we are eating a lot of highly refined carbohydrates, all these white powders, the flour, the sugar, you name it, it's all carbohydrates, and which has also got high level of sugars. And I mean, at the moment, I know governments in the various places are trying to limit this, and they are trying to put labels, and it's a law that every packet of food has to have a label showing how much sugar there is. But hey, come on, it's a business. There are vested interests. Sugar, believe me or not, has got 60 names. You don't have to write that this has got sugar. There are so many different names that a layman wouldn't even understand, glucose and fructose and this tose and that tose. And then on top of that, they are deriving sugar from, instead of just sugar cane, they're deriving it from corn. So they put corn syrup, maple syrup, which is high in sugar, but they don't write sugar. They write the name of the syrup. Also, I think we are all going through very high stress levels because of our lifestyle has changed, the work, the pressure, the family life, everything has changed. The mortgages, we didn't have mortgage. Remember, we used to live in caves. So all this has basically, added to our problem. And in the olden days, I think we used to get a lot of natural exercises. My grandpas and my ancestors in my village, I grew up in a very small village in India. Until now, I mean, they used to walk, what, 10 miles a day was norm. There was, nobody would even say that I walked 10 miles. They would go, that their farms used to be far. There was no other transportation. They didn't have bikes or cycles or cars. Now we want to just pick up, so like carton of milk, from across the road, and we still take the car out. So exercise has basically gone down the drain. So that's what the modern lifestyle has, I believe, affected us. And this chart, as you can see, how the food, is really adding to our sugar, and what is the glycemic index, how high they are in sugar, like basmati rice, French fries. I mean, these are all normal food. I won't go into everything. Even apple. I mean, it's got less. Even some vegetables have got carbohydrates, but it's a normal, natural little bit of carbohydrates. And humans, I believe we can manage it, while eggs don't have any carbs or any sugar in it. So everybody knows what causes diabetes and how diabetes comes around. It's a blood sugar disease, or a lot of my friends now call it's an insulin disease. It's in fact insulin resistance disease. So we all know that as soon as we eat food, body turns our liver, and they all start working, and they turn it into sugar, and then insulin takes it to our red cells, and red cells uses it as fuel or the energy. It's our petrol, diesel, whatever you want to call it. But then, because we are continuously bombarding our body with all these refined carbs, processed food, genetically modified food, God knows where's the food derived from, how it's grown, all the pesticides and artificial fertilizers, whatnot. So we are all pumping that into our body. Yeah. So that has caused insulin resistance or insulin tolerance. So what happens when the insulin goes to a red cell, because the red cells cannot open the door for the sugar, for energy, unless insulin goes. Insulin is like a key. So because it's going there every day, 10 times a day, whatever, in the end, the red cells don't open up and say, hey, come on, I got enough, I don't need it. So that sugar is then taken back to blood, and that's how we find it when we do blood tests. And I think this is just very generally speaking, without going into medical jargons, everybody knows that. And it's a vicious cycle after that starts, where there is nothing we can do, because nobody, right? And this is, I'm pretty outspoken and rude at many times, and I sometimes offend some of my doctor friends as well. But then some of my doctor friends have also taught me some very good things. When I finally accepted that I had diabetes, I asked a very good friend of mine who is a doctor, and I said, tell me the index, tell me the story, what happens really. Well, that we are fighting with all these sort of bigger diseases and cancers and whatnot. Surely diabetes doesn't kill. Tell me more about it. He said, look, once you get diabetes, then we put you onto metformin, and then nothing happens really. Basically, you feel good for a time being, maybe. Then we have your body again gets used to that drug. So insulin resistance doesn't go down. It keeps on going up. So we increase the metformin, we increase the dose. And then, well, when you reach the highest dose of metformin, then we have to put you onto artificial insulin. I said, hey, hang on. Diabetes is really a disease of insulin or insulin resistance or insulin. It doesn't necessarily mean that your pancreas is not making any insulin. In type 1 diabetes, I think that is the case, where a pancreas does not make any insulin at all. But in what I have gathered, the information is that in type 2, your pancreas still makes insulin. Maybe with the age, it might not be as efficient as it used to be, but it still creates or produces some insulin. But that insulin doesn't go anywhere. So what happens? That our organ starts getting damaged, the sugar doesn't go down. So you start on insulin. I asked him, what happens after insulin? He said, oh, same as metformin. We start you off with a very small dose of insulin, and then we keep on increasing. And then, well, then you start losing probably your nose in the feet, your eyes start getting damaged, your lungs, liver, kidney, amputation happens. We have to cut, your toes off, and then maybe knees or up to thigh. And I said, then, by that time, you probably die anyway. So, and that really shocked me, that's exactly what the cycle, unfortunately, is going on. So, comes back to the question, how do I manage, or how did I reverse? Because everybody obviously wants to know. I somehow found out from the knowledgeable people in US, Canada, and UK, many people in UK, that it is actually the carbohydrates, right? Humans, in my opinion, are not designed to eat carbohydrates. Now, this might come as a shock to many, that, that's what we have thrived on, that's what we have lived on for thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. But still, carbohydrates was never human food. Just think, we used to eat, we were all non-vegetarian. Yeah, we used to eat meat, fish, whatever we could catch, and the fruits, or occasional, maybe some grain, because without realizing what it is. Like if we found a cob of the corn, we would eat it. So that's how carbohydrate was introduced. A lot of people believe that our body is still has not accepted carbohydrate as normal food. Maybe in another 1.5 million years or whatever, maybe our body, because humans are evolving all the time, maybe after 1.5 million or 2 million years later, body might handle carbohydrates. But at the moment, high carbohydrate, processed carbohydrate are not designed for human consumption at all. So what did I do? I went on to LCHF diet. Some experts in US were suggesting that you should go low carb, high fat diet. So cut down the carbohydrates, but increase your good fat. And by fat, I mean good fat. I mean good saturated fat. Our ancestors have been eating good saturated fat for years, or millions of years rather. Animal fat, ghee, butter, cream, cheese, paneer, that's been going around for years and years, and I eat all of that. So when I was suggested LCHF diet, which is low carbs, high fat, I said, that's fine. I mean, I can try and cut down the carbohydrates, not a problem. But high fat, I was obviously just like everybody else, and you thinking what you're thinking now is that, hey, that doesn't make sense. Everybody's saying cut down your fat. You can't eat fat. So I thought the same way. I said, okay, maybe it might help me in my diabetes if I cut down my carbohydrates but increase the fat. I would die of a massive heart attack. That's what my fear was. But I said, hey, hang on. There is no harm in trying. I became the guinea pig for myself. I said, let me try. If I, I'll get the readings and cholesterol, whatnot, and blood test and everything. If it's really doing more damage, then I'll stop it. With that kind of open mind, I dived into it, and I went into LCHF diet, And my motto, which I share with all my friends, again, I would like to remind you that I'm not a doctor, but following my advice, 11 people have come off insulin, believe it or not. And one of them is my brother-in-law, my real sister's husband. He was on a high dose of insulin. And obviously, I didn't want my sister to be widow. I didn't want him to die by experimenting on him. And he is on no medication now. He doesn't take insulin and he's fine. So no GPS is my motto. That's what I tell everybody. Just if you want to stay away from your GP for diabetes causes, then stay away from GPS. What is GPS? G stands for grains, P for potatoes, and S for sugar. So if you don't eat these three things or just cut them out from your diet, you will see the difference straight away. I'm sure diabetic people don't eat sugar anyway, or they cut down the potatoes as well. But I think grains, and by grains, I mean all the grains, because as I said, I was guinea pig for myself. I still am guinea pig for myself. And now I'm guinea pig for many other thousands of other people. If somebody tells me, oh, we tried this, we tried quinoa, we tried this and that, and bajri and jowar and all those Indian grains, I experiment on me even today, right? Despite not being on any medication for probably, I don't know, last 7, 8, 10 years, I've lost the count now. I am no medication whatsoever. My blood sugar levels are fine. My cholesterol became slightly higher, but then again, that's a whole new subject, because a lot of my expert friends in medical fraternity tell me that we still don't know enough about cholesterol. Cholesterol has been part and parcel of humans. We can't live without cholesterol anyway. The measurements have changed over the years, but I'm still healthy, I'm fine, absolutely no problem. So I don't eat grains, potatoes, or sugar, right? So how do I manage without any medication? With the diet. And as I just explained, in diet, I don't eat carbohydrates, or once in a while there is a cheat day. So I do eat, I tell people that if it's your birthday or your wedding anniversary or your son's or daughter's birthday, have a piece of cake. It's not going to kill you, but then go back to your normal diet. And diet is a funny word for me as well, because diet doesn't mean that you eat whenever you want to eat, whatever you want to, just limit it. No, to me, that's not diet. Are you ready for a shock now? For last 8, 10 years, I have had no breakfast. Yes, no breakfast at all. I have had no lunch. Yes, no lunch whatsoever. I have dinner. And in the evening, I also have wine, which is a vice. I'm not advocating that I have wine, but I do have wine. So that's been my diet. Exercise. Do I go to gym? No way. Does gym help? If you ask me, no way. Gym is there, right? Any exercise is good, first of all. But gym is there if you want to tone your muscles and if you want to become expert in, weightlifting or whatever. That's how I look at it anyway. This is my own personal opinion. I haven't seen anybody losing weight by going to a gym. If you do, good luck to you. By exercise, you can go for swimming, you can do normal running, you can do whatever. What do? I only walk. Without fail, I walk 45 minutes to about an hour every day. Yesterday, I was reading somewhere, I think it was in the paper or television, I don't know. If you walk 30 minutes for 5 days a week, you are adding 3.5 years to your lifespan straight away in those 5 days. Okay, 3.5 years. So it helps. So exercise definitely helps. The other diet, as I said, told you earlier, is I eat a hell of a lot of fat. Whether you want to eat fat or not, that's up to you. Ever since this phenomenon started of low fat, what happened? How come everybody did not become healthy? How come everybody did not get rid of the diabetes type 2? If you look at the figures and go onto a government website, you don't have to take my word for it. It has doubled and quadrupled the diabetes patients. This is after cutting down the fat, right? We cut down fat from everything became low fat, yogurt, butter, you name it, anything. Sometimes I wonder, it didn't have any fat in the first place. How could it be low fat? But there is everything available in low fat. And low fat, in my opinion, did not help anybody. I eat a lot of fat, good saturated fat, because to me, brain is a lump of fat. Heart is a lump of fat. Liver is a lump of fat. Kidney is a lump of fat. Almost all of our body is fat, full of fat. And our body is designed to even storage. We store fat for rainy days. So in my opinion, fat doesn't kill you. Of course, if you're using horrible monounsaturated or these horrible fats available, right? Horrible oils, hydrogenated oils. They boil the oils to 400 degrees, right? And then they put it on the shelf. Why? Because the shelf life becomes a lot longer. In India, in the olden days, every 15 days, we had to take the seeds, whether they were peanuts or sesame seeds or whatever we were deriving the oil from, to a local person. There was a job for a person just to extract the oil out of your seeds that you used to take them. And why every 10, 15 days? Because without the fridges in India, there were no fridges when I was growing up. The oil would not last. It will become off. So every 10, 15 days, we would go and get fresh oil. Now, supermarkets bottle of oil has a 2 years expiry date. How good that oil could be, I'll leave it to your imagination. So I eat a lot of ghee, I eat a lot of butter, good butter. I don't have any shares, but I buy Kerrygold because they claim that they're feeding their cows grass only, they're pasture-fed cows. So I buy that pure butter and I turn into ghee at home. I have double cream. I told you that I don't have any breakfast, but I have a cup of coffee in the morning, if you want to call it breakfast or not, I don't know. And in my coffee, I put double cream every day. I put coffee powder. I put 2 teaspoons of coconut oil. Yes, coconut oil. Recently there has been controversy, but then, what have we not found controversy in, right? We were told not to eat eggs. It kills you, salmonella, blah, blah, blah. And now they're saying, oh, they are the healthiest option available to humans. Eat eggs. So same thing, but I eat a lot of coconut oil. And I believe, I'm an old school man. In India, coconut is called Shri Phal. Shri is good omen, good, best, auspicious. Phal means fruit. So if it's the best auspicious fruit, Shri Phal, right? Indians were clever. I mean, they knew how far the moon was and how far all the other planets were from us on Earth thousands of years ago. Aryabhat knew it many thousands years ago. But what I'm saying is that those people were knowledgeable, right? They were clever people. And they say, no, eat this fruit. This is good. Coconut is good. And I eat that. And again, as I said, there is a lot of controversy, but I eat a lot of fruits because I don't eat any sugar. So at night or, when I'm having my dinner or something, I do have some fruits. Not every day, but I do. So basically, that's the main diet that I follow, LCHF. What else do I do? Okay, big pandemic problem. I call it pandemic as well, because I know everybody, when you mention the word pandemic and all that, people talk about COVID. But to me, diabetes has been a bigger problem and it's been around for a long time. And as I said to you earlier, that I'm a bit outspoken. I don't mince my words. There are vested interests, as I mentioned earlier. There are 3 giant lobbies, right? Agricultural lobby, sugar lobby, and pharmaceutical lobbies. They have deep pockets, right? They can fight anybody. I mean, without naming names, there are some drink companies. They are donating $10 million every now and again to research sugar. Can you imagine who's going to go against them? Some years ago, tobacco industry had done exactly the same. They used to throw a spanner in the works by saying, oh, there is not enough data to say that tobacco is causing cancer, right? There could be other factors and people could be doing that apart from smoking, blah, 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 blah. Now, the sugar industry doing the similar things, similar tactics. Oh, it's not only the sugar doesn't kill you, blah, blah. There are other things, other foods, the lack of exercise, this, that, it's very difficult. So these 3 lobbies, agricultural lobbies, look at them. They sell millions and millions of tons of grain. Why would they want you to stop the cereals and rice and chapatis and bread and whatnot, right? It's big, huge, genetically modified, as I said earlier, artificial fertilizers with full of chemicals, pesticides. That's your agriculture industry. Sugar industry, millions and millions ton of sugar. Now they've diverted the route, as I mentioned again earlier. Not only they get the sugar from sugar cane, they get it from maples, corn, and many, many, many other items, believe me. At pharmaceutical, of course, they want you to go on medication and they want you to remain on medication. This is my opinion. Why would they want you to get better? If humans have reached the moon, the Mars almost, right? We are almost conquering cancer if detected early. Why all these years nobody thought of finding some cure for diabetes? Because it doesn't kill you instantly, right? It can go on, and once you got diabetes, it's very likely that your children will get it. It gets inherited. So all these people have got the vested interest. Why would they want you to get better? This is my opinion. The standards are changing. First, you used to be certain number of your blood glucose level used to be borderline or whatnot, or pre-diabetes. Definitions keep on changing to suit them. So my conclusion, my tips rather, is very simple. I do diet, which is LCHF, low carbs, high fat diet. I try to take small portions, no late dinners, because sometimes I've noticed that if I sit on the sofa whole day and don't do any work, the sugar, by the way, I still do my blood sugar check every day, sometimes 2 or 3 times. And if I'm discussing this matter with my friends, recently a friend listened to my talk on Zoom. It was in January. He's just gone back to India. He's 70 years old gentleman. Somehow he got impressed with my talk. There was a doctor, a specialist on the same talk from National Health, right? He was a diabetes specialist. Rather than listening to his palaver, he listened to me and he said, I can see some truth in your confidence and the way you explain, and you don't have any interest, no vested interest. I'm not selling anything. I'm not selling medication. I'm not selling my service. I'm not charging for my time. I'm doing service. So he did that, and trust me, his sugar level used to be 9 and 9.2. When he went recently, literally a week ago or something, he's brought it down to 5.2, 5.3, just by doing this simple diet. Nothing, there is no rocket science in it, right? You don't need rocket science. You don't need this horrible medication. And you know what bugs me? You go on to one particular medicine and you go to your doctor and say, oh, I'm getting some side effect. Would he stop that medicine? Or would he prescribe another medicine to stop side effect? Great. Now that's alternative medicine is also causing some other problem. So would he stop that? No, he give you third one. So that will counterattack that, that will counterattack that. So we are living in a world which is like, I fail to understand. It's driven by money, deep pockets, big businesses, big brothers. On Netflix and Amazon, there are plenty of documentaries you can go and watch for yourself how dirty game they play. Right, whether it's a cola company or medication company, or they want to put you on statins, your blood pressure goes up, they want to start you off on statins. 2 major companies, I won't take the name again, 2 major companies had pulled out their statin tablets, and this is on the record, you can go and Google and check, find out the facts. They had to withdraw their statins because they were killing people rather than curing them. This is the world we live in, right? You think they didn't do their research? Right? To them, perhaps the margin was too small, or if 100,000 people died out of whatever 20 billion is nothing. I don't know what their thinking is, but that's the world we live in. So, okay, going back to what do? I do this LCHF diet, small portions, no late dinners, no snacking. Don't try to in the afternoon, oh, let me have a couple of biscuits, only eat when you are hungry. Remember, humans, a lot of people ask me this question, oh, this is not sustainable. A lot of doctors tell me this diet is not sustainable. Rubbish. Why not sustainable? Humans cannot remain hungry. I agree, right? I cannot remain hungry. If I'm hungry, I'm gonna just take some peanuts and chew, have some water, have a strawberry once in a while. Idea is not to remain hungry, because we can't remain hungry, but only eat when you are hungry. And then once you cut down carbohydrates, in my opinion, what happens is that your body does not ask for it. If you keep on eating sugary stuff, you get addicted to sugar and your body keeps on asking. Okay, sleep well, distress. Now I know we don't have switch where we can say, okay, switch it off, let's go to sleep. Sometimes you don't get sleep because of stress or something in the back of your mind. Try to meditate, whatever helps you, right? To distress, to calm down, do that. And regular exercise. And by regular exercise, once again, I'll clarify that I mean the general free exercises are fine. You don't need to pay for a special, person to train you and to monitor you. You can monitor yourself. Just do a walk. Go out for a walk and do brisk walking. Don't walk like as if you're God fed up with life. That's not going to help you. Brisk, faster walk, as fast as you can walk. 30 minutes, 35 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever you can walk. If you can't walk, I say to my friends and my family members who are diabetic, climb the stairs up and down. Watch TV while standing up in the sitting room. You don't need to. You don't need to go to other places. I also come to the conclusion that your best friend, in my case, has been my glucose monitor, glucose meter, blood glucose meter, because it will not lie to you. It will tell you the truth. You don't need sugar-coated words. If you have not followed the diet, or if you have eaten something which you shouldn't, your blood sugar is going to spike, and the meter will tell you, right, regardless. And I believe that's the best friend. It will tell you. So when you do diet, when I started my diet and started cutting down carbs, my meter told me that, hey, you are on the right path. It gave me confidence. I became so confident that, hang on, it's working. It's not all rubbish. All these people are telling me to go on this diet. That, now they call it ketogenic diet or whatever. It's similar thing stuff. It helps you, and if it helps you, then you carry on. If it doesn't help you, you don't need to. It's, as I said to you earlier, ask your doctor. Not that your doctor will tell you to use, because now they don't even give you strips and things anymore unless you are on insulin. Right? It's a vicious circle. I said, I'm saving you insulin. Why don't you give this strip? They said, no, you have to buy it. So I buy it. Sometimes I do 3 times a day blood test. I don't need to. The doctor said, you don't need to do that. Do your HbA1c test once 3 months, 6 months, or once a year. But I want to know where I am standing. I want to know what the body's condition, my body's condition is now, today. If I eat a slice of bread, what happens, right? I want to know, and I have known and I have learned that by eating those carbohydrates, my sugar spikes. That means it's not good for me. So blood glucose meter is a must. If you're diabetic, a lot of companies are giving it away free, right? You just buy the strips and do your test. Do regular checks, because you need to know. So I know a couple of ladies here in East London. They said, oh, Dhrubai, thank you very much. It works, and I haven't done any tests for 4 months. I said, how do you know that your blood sugar is in control? Oh, I know, I feel. I said, no, don't do that. Just test it once in a while. No harm. At least you know where you stand, and you will also know. Some people come, after WhatsApp, trust me, everybody's become doctor. There are so many advisors. They'll ask you to eat anything and everything. Oh, try this. Oh, diabetes runs miles away. And they come up with this, suggestions which are horrible. I say to them, follow that suggestion, and after 2 hours or whatever you are eating, do your blood test. Do your glucose monitoring test, and you will see what it's doing to your body. Don't listen to anybody. Don't listen to even me, I say, right? I am not a doctor. I'm not from the medical fraternity. Just trust your own meter yourself. Do your regular HbA1c with your doctor. Go to your GP and do it, no problem. But at least you know where you stand. Okay. So if your blood sugar is spiking up with certain type of food, adjust your food levels. You know that this is not working, man. When I eat this, definitely sugar goes up. So you know it's not helping. And all by doing all this, trust me, if I can reverse my diabetes type 2, so can you. And I hope you all can. Thank you. Honey?
Oh, wow, Dhruv, my God, Dhruv ji, absolutely amazing. Great presentation. And I'm so proud to hear this full presentation at last. And we have so many comments coming through, so many messages, and so many questions also coming through from around the world, asking you questions right now. So maybe,
pleasure.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say that was wonderful, wasn't it, Sheila?
Oh my gosh, so useful. I mean, first of all, I just want to commend you on the fact that you've taken control of your health and you're monitoring yourself, and you're an inspiration to so many people out there. So many viewers are probably watching, thinking they also just don't need to just take a diagnosis and just be like, okay, I'm doomed now, I'm going to take medication. And no matter what you have, researching it, seeing if there's alternate ways of modifying your conditions because of your diet or exercise and health. And just watching your presentation, like I was surprised to see how much sugar is in so many of these foods. Like I didn't know rice had like it was like off the scale of like sugar on that graph. And I was like, and that's a diet that most people eat a lot of rice, right? And even bread, how much sugar it has in it.
We have bread every day, don't we, for breakfast? And people are taught that you must have breakfast. Even if you're not hungry, they're taught that you should have a big breakfast as well. So it's completely a little different to what you're actually sharing.
That is the problem. We have been given wrong advice for years and years, and it still continues, right? People say, oh, no, you must, as a diabetic, I was told, you must never skip your meals, eat on time. Morning, have your breakfast, lunchtime, have your, rubbish. I proved them all wrong, right? I should have been dead years ago. If I was doing something wrong, and I've been on, as I said, almost 10 years on this diet without any medication whatsoever, I should have been dead. I should have had a massive heart attack with all that fat I'm consuming. But as I said, I'm only eating ghee, good butter, double cream, paneer, cheese once in a while. It hasn't killed
well, our
me.
grandmothers our grandmothers used to always talk about having ghee as well, didn't they? So if you look at the ancient recipes, what people used to say, they used to teach you that, look, this is good for your health. And so it's very natural. All the things that they would have would be very not processed foods either. And also what was interesting is about this the medication. Of course, that's a completely different topic altogether about why you are the pharmaceuticals and all the rest of the things that go on with where there's a vested interest, in this as well.
I asked my sorry, Hari, I asked my doctor friends, right, with metformin and insulin, which you have been pumping on humans for last 50, 60, 70 years continuously, how many people have you cured? Show me one. Show me one that by giving him metformin continuously and then putting him on insulin, he's fine now. Wow, he's come down. His medication has come down. He's fine. Not one, right? I can show you 11 people.
Right, Dhruv, we believe you. We're on your side. Now, we have a few questions coming up. One is from South Africa, actually. A gentleman called Sharad from South Africa is asking, what symptoms did you get at the outset that prompted you to check out that you were diabetic? What was it that you had to...
This is a very, very interesting question. I missed out that part of the story. One day I had pain right inside my heart. Okay, right inside my heart, pain. And I thought, that's it, God, I'm getting heart attack, So I contacted the doctor, they made appointments, blah, 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 blah. They did all the tests and everything. And they came to the conclusion that, look, we did all the tests, your heart is absolutely fine. Sometimes like any other muscle, heart being a muscle, we do get the pain, but your heart, everything, your arteries, everything is absolutely fantastic. However, while checking the heart and everything else, because we did a full body test, we have found that you are diabetic. And I laughed. I said, rubbish. I did not have a single symptom of diabetes type 2. I was never thirsty. I was never tired. I was never lethargic. I never visited toilets frequently. No, nothing, not a thing. And yet, yes, I was diabetic because I had to accept it eventually by looking at the readings and HbA1c test. I did not have any symptom.
Wow, that's interesting. Really interesting, isn't that, Sheila? Most of the times when we would have, people would rush to the doctors. I'm one of those people who run off. I hardly go to the doctors, so I can understand. That you would probably you mentioned that you were not ready to accept the fact that you had diabetes until, of course, you went onto this path. We've got another question, and that's coming from Ireland. It's Sandra. Sandra is asking, what are your favorite foods that you have now that seem safer? It's obviously more safer if you were, considered to be diabetic.
Sure. I am non-vegetarian, but my vegetarian friends, I always tell them that, look, you have much more bigger choice than me, but I'm non-vegetarian. So I eat chicken, red meat. Again, that is another whole new topic, but I can tell you that red meat is as good, right? As well. Again, we were frightened of, don't eat red meat. No, 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 it gives it rubbish. So I eat all that, but I eat a lot of vegetarian food as well. I eat a lot of aubergine curries, bhindi curries, you know, a lot of paneer, aloo, not aloo, matar paneer, and a lot of varieties of paneer I do. You know, I eat everything. But if you're asking for my favorite food, right, the alternative to rice was suggested to me as cauliflower rice. So I got excited. I said, yeah. Doesn't matter what rice it is. If it's cauliflower rice, I'm sure I'll love it. But then I found out that it is basically shredded cauliflower, which looks in texture like rice. It doesn't taste like rice. It tastes like cauliflower, but I still use it in my curry. If I make very runny curry, I saute shredded cauliflower in a pan with a little bit of butter, a little bit of salt. Sometimes I put it in the microwave and squeeze all the water out afterwards and use that as a rice alternative. And hey, no difference whatsoever. I enjoy it.
Well, I have to tell our global audiences out there, you know, I've had the pleasure and honor to try some wonderful dinner that Dhruv had made. And it was delicious. It was so delicious. He makes really good food. He's an amazing chef. I had to share that because, and it was all really good. It was all really good, very healthy food, which is great.
Diabetes also gave me some culinary health and culinary expertise.
Natural talent. You're talented. You're an Aquarian. You're super talented. Now, let me ask Sheila. Sheila, do you have any questions for Dhruv, perhaps, from your side?
I have a couple of other questions coming in. We have Haroon from Tunisia. And his question is, I love dates. Are they okay to eat daily, but is there a limit? And also, what is your favorite fruit that you feel is safe?
I didn't quite catch the question.
His question is, he's basically eats a lot of dates, like medjool dates. Is that
dates? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Dates, and then I have found out that dates have got very high glycemic index. It is sugar, right? And if it's dry dates, I've realized, remember, I still do experiments on my body. So dry dates, I found that has got even more sugar. So avoid dates if you can avoid. That is my personal advice. You can eat other food. There is plenty of other foods. You just eat without lot of Indian people. You know, we are used to eating naan bread or chapatis with our curry because we literally like dip it and eat it. So people say, if we don't eat bread, what do we eat curry with? And my answer to them is spoon. You are using that piece of bread or chapati as spoon anyway. Use a spoon. No need. And in this diet, my diet, you don't have to give up the taste. Remember, you don't give up the taste. You cook the curries, you cook your Tunisian food, African food, whatever food you like, the way you like it, right? Just avoid these things and just eat it. It's all right. If you like spicy food, eat it. Just cut out the carbs. I'm not saying don't eat it. Don't give up the, a lot of people say, oh no, you're supposed to eat only boiled stuff and uncooked stuff. No, eat what you love, because if you're not happy with your food, right, you cannot, your willpower will not be there to continue with this diet and improve, your diabetes. Eat what you like, but without the carbohydrates. Yeah.
So you mentioned three things, Dhruv. You mentioned three things, which was potatoes, sugar, and you mentioned grains.
I tell you, the best way to remember, honey, in our phones, right, and in the satellite, we have a system called GPS. Yeah, everybody knows the word GPS. The GPS signal is the floating satellites. They locked into our GPS. Everybody knows GPS signal. So remember GPS. G for grains, and grains is everything, whether it's rice, wheat, corn, any grains, right? Anything. Grains, potato. P for potatoes, and S for sugar. So GPS, grain, potatoes, sugar. And to my family members whom I can bully and tell them don't eat this, rather than just even worse than a doctor, I tell them give it up for 1 week and show me your 1 week's blood test result, right? I challenge people. I said, just for 1 week, put your foot down. I am just talking porkies. Just say that Drew is just talking pork is fine. Still put your foot down and try it for 1 week, right? No carbs for 1 week, and check your blood sugar. By giving up carbs in my first month, now listen to this, first month and 4 days or 5 days, I lost 16 kilos of weight. My tummy was hanging out, 16 kilos. And I didn't go to gym. I didn't do anything extraordinary. I just gave up carbs. I gave up breakfast. I gave up lunch. What is also called as intermittent fasting. I forgot to mention this word. Intermittent fasting is very important for humans. When in caves and when in jungle, we did not get the food. We automatically got this intermittent fasting. We had to fast because there was no food available. All the religion, right? Hinduism has Shravan month where we fast. Christians have 40 days of Lent where they fast. Muslims have Ramadan, right, where they don't eat and fast. Fasting is part and parcel of human system. It is scientifically proved system. If you give your body rest, don't eat, don't unnecessarily keep on pumping in, you will get the benefit. You will lose weight. Your diabetes will get better. Your blood sugar levels will get better. All your markers will get better. That's what
I can see some passion oozing out of Dhruv. He reminds me of me, and this is how I get very passionate when I'm speaking to our guests too. And you really believe in this, and I've seen as well yourself. You changed in 1 month. You went from diabetic to non-diabetic, and people out there, they complain a lot and they say that, oh, I'm diabetic now. It's the end of the thing. I can't do anything about it. But actually, most of them do not do exercises. Most of them are not, they're taking too much medication. They don't try to find alternative methods. So really, we would say this is for our concern for society members, that try not to have the medication only, try to find alternative means, and maybe see if you can come off something that could be addictive and not really, get rid of this diabetes. Maybe any last minute, Dhruv, we're going to be coming to, of course, our end of our interview here, but just to let you know that we want to continue having a little discussion about this. We're going to have a couple more panel guests joining us, so maybe they may have a couple of questions to discuss about health and well-being. So we had Sharon, I think Wai Ching, even if Nina wanted to join us because she's also into well-being. So if she wanted to perhaps join us, that would be fantastic. But she also spoke about fasting.
Here, no problem.
Yeah, she also spoke to Nina Matha, also spoke about fasting. That is very important. She talked about the exercises. She spoke about a lot of things that you talk about right now. Dhruv, what can you tell us one last thing about maybe modified foods? Because nowadays there is so many genetically modified foods which people tend to eat. How does that affect our diabetes?
You see, because in my opinion, right, most of the genetically modified food is grains, aren't they? I mean, they want to make the seeds bigger, they weigh more, they want to make sure that the color looks right? So if you're giving up horrible oils, all the horrible carbohydrates, processed food, you are automatically, in my opinion, going to cut down on those kind of foods anyway. I mean, how many genetically modified apples you're gonna eat, or whatever, or strawberries, or eggs, or paneer, or aubergine, or bhindi, okras, how much? So I believe it's safer that way.
I also believe that when we've just to finish this bit off as well, people talk about organic foods. People talk about the fact that you could create and plant your own vegetables in your garden, and you will find that there is no fertilizer put in it, no pesticides put in it. And even nowadays, people have to literally spray foods with things and very dangerous chemicals, so they can last in the supermarkets, as we spoke about. Even lettuce and things like that, they spray it so that it stays. And we're actually taking this into our tummies, and it's not very good for you. And a lot of these toxins we can't get rid of it. it's very
So,
heavy in the body, so it's not very easily so then again we get toxicity in our bodies. So it's interesting. Well, Drew, you've been absolute
we humans, we always were organic. I don't know where the hell this non-organic food came from. We were organic, we only ate organic. You think about it, few hundred years ago, right? Everything was organic. We were using the natural fertilizers, no pesticide, right? In India, there were so many places I grew up, even as recently as 20-30 years ago, they never used any artificial fertilizer. Now it's a norm.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's all a lot of profitability and commercialization as well comes into it. And they sometimes you don't look at human lives, but you look at profitability first. And that same thing goes. That's why Healing Our Earth is here, because you see so much of the earth being destroyed, whereas it's mainly for profits, rather than thinking about the beauty of the world. So, Dhruv, with this whole wonderful interview that we've had with both myself and my co-host, dear Sheila, is there any last minute message that you'd like to share with our audience members out there before we perhaps open everything up to the panel here?
I believe that the cure of diabetes is in your own hands and in your own plate. Watch it.
Wow, to the point. Thank you so much, dear Dhruv. You are amazing. I've actually known Dhruv for over 30 years, and I know that he is an amazing gentleman. He speaks he does what he says. And not just that, he shares, he's got such an amazing heart, a beautiful soul, and he literally does this free of charge and goes out there talking to communities because he's been through this. So he understands the importance of passing on this knowledge to others. So thank you. We really admire you, dear Dhruv, from all of us here at the Healing Our Earth team. And thank you for joining us. Now we have Amalia from Malaysia. We have Sharon from USA. As you know, Sheila is also from USA. Perhaps, if Nina Mata would like to join us, she's also into health and well-being. It'd be wonderful. Nina, you're from India. Okay, please you unmute yourself. That's wonderful. Back again. Global Namaste, back again.
Namaste.
We thought perhaps we could have a little panel discussion for the last half an hour to maybe discuss and maybe share some knowledge with each other about health and wellness. And all of you come from a health and wellness background, whether it's healing through dance, or whether it's Qigong, whether it's diabetes, whether it's naturopathy, or whether it's somebody like Sheila who's supporting people with the COVID-19, helping and doing many, many campaigns to support the communities. So starting off, perhaps, Sheila, would you like to perhaps ask a question from your side and maybe perhaps pass that question on to Nina with all the things we've been discussing?
Well, the first thing I want to say is I'm so glad we talked about intermittent fasting, because it's been something that I've been researching a lot for my patients, and as all different cultures have been looking at it, it's such an important thing that gets missed in our modern day way of living, because we're always eating, and we're not letting the body detox and even repair itself. So I'm glad we talked about that. The concern I have also living in the US is the quality of our foods. Even ghee and all these paneer, the quality of the foods here is so and there's a lot, even the way they treat the cows, for example. These cows are under stress. There's they're some of them are milked while they're pregnant, and there's a lot of hormones in the milk. So the quality of the food is so poor now. And as was mentioned, with even the way that we farm, we don't turn around the soil. So our minerals and our vitamins are depleted in the ground, which means our food doesn't have the high mineral and vitamin content. So one question I have for the panel is, how do we get better quality foods? Organic obviously is very important, but the ghees, the paneers in countries like the US, where we can't regulate the quality of what's in them, what do you recommend there?
Could I perhaps ask Nina, what do you feel that is a good thing we can do? What would you say is a good and then we can ask the other panelists what they feel.
I think farmers can be educated, and there is very important role of the government also. Like they should discourage use of pesticide so that we can minimize adulteration. So education is very, very important
Yes,
because
and
they just want to make money, and for money's sake people do all such things that need to be minimized.
And all these toxins like the glyphosates that are out there, the modified GMOs are causing, I feel, so many more health issues. And this is now a huge expense to our health systems. But there's not enough movement, like you're saying, Nina, to actually start changing the way that we grow our foods and the chemicals that we put in there. So thank you for mentioning that.
yeah,
I
so
heard,
very
but
important.
I did hear, Nina, that one of the states in India, Narendra Modi, did a special, it was a special experiment, and one of the states has only organic farming in that state. I believe it's in South India, in one of the South Indian states, and that's what they do. They said they tried it once, and then now they want to take it out to other parts of India, so they can only grow all organic foods. Is that true? Would you know anything about that?
It is true, and it is only, in my opinion, because as you know, I don't normally talk the usual cliche thing. Until governments in the world do something, this problem cannot go away. Because in my opinion, it is the governments, right, who brought in this problem. It was Richard Nixon, right, who brought this GM special wheat, right,
Yes.
in USA, because it was cheaper to feed the masses and gain the popularity, because it was cheaper and it can be distributed easily. It will fill people's tummies easily. The bigger grain, nice looking color of that wheat, which probably the pigs, it was meant for pigs, but they modified it and made it so a lot of governments are allowing this, right? Because they said, oh, we got a bigger problem. We can't just stop, and we can't tell everybody to stop pesticides and artificial fertilizer because we got millions of people to feed. So until somebody wakes up and the governments wake up and say, come on, it has to be a collective effort that said, look, let's do it, let's try, and as Narendra Modi did it, it's working because farmers are also getting good value for their crops. It gives them the incentive to produce more that way, right? And only happy situation.
Right. And
That's
also,
nice. Thank
India.
you. Yes, Amalia.
India, yes, please, yes. India has your own heroine, Vandana Shiva. I met her in the Bioneers conference in San Francisco, and she just makes absolute sense. And then you have to turn to her, Vandana Shiva, for advice of India, because she has a master plan that is for India that is so important and for the world, because she speaks directly to, all right, you speak of glyphosate. I mean, let's name it, Monsanto and all the other companies that are actually, they're like drug dealers. They bring in these fertilizers and actually get the farmers hooked on this, and then the land is depleted. So there has to be what is known as remediation. So I was a member of the California Certified Organic Farmers and the Committee for Sustainable Agriculture when I was in San Francisco, and still very much in organics and also in biodynamics. So this is something we can look at and into the Demeter associations and really get educated on how to grow our own food, first of all, and our own medicines, right? And then we can coerce the governments. And we've been doing it for a long time, and there's been a shift, but it has to be grassroots, So it's been going on for a long time, and that's always been a battle, and we can always find it. And also in animal husbandry, to come back to more humane animal husbandry if we want to continue to have an animal-based diet. And also, like making our food. I mean, you mentioned paneer, right? And then to make sure that the milk first is from a source that is not poison, contaminated with antibiotics and hormones, and the food, because that is amplified 1,000 times in our cellular structure. So the cows eat grass, and that's amplified 1,000 times in their flesh and their milk, and it's amplified 1,000 times in ours when we consume it. So, we have to look at the whole ecosystem of our bodies and the microbiome, and stop all this contamination of our bodies, and also eating all these inflammatory foods, the GMO products. I mean, it has to be a rising from the people and as well, and definitely coercing the government.
And you can also
We
see,
have
this is
to-
a really good point that you've mentioned, very nice. You can also see there's a symmetrical line by line. And I think that what's happening is the more foods we eat genetically modified, the more pesticides and fertilizers and things we have, and the kind of food we're having, the more rise in illnesses and diseases and things. We can easily see the connection. So if people are trying to spend so much money on the health industry to try to prevent diseases, it may be worth people investing money into a better farming and more organic foods, etc., so that we can at least make people a lot more healthier, naturally, as we would say, which would be a better way to invest that money that we're investing. So many thousands and millions and billions of pounds are spent on operations, medication, really expensive medication. People are hooked on, tablets and medication nowadays. And more people die, I've heard, from medication rather than the illnesses themselves for being given the wrong doses. So, there are so many other things. Sharon, what do you think? What's your take on all this?
Well, we have, my husband and I, well, in particularly him, he saw all of this coming. He saw something like COVID coming, and we moved out here to this spiritual community called Crestone, Colorado, the Shambhala of the Rockies. We have temples and different spiritual traditions, but also a very, very deep focus on sustainability. And so we built a 800 square foot greenhouse and an outside garden. Now we have chickens. Everything is purely organic. And I had never done it. I mean, I'd planted some flowers before, but now it's a lot of work. But the other thing that we're doing, because so now our food, and we're able to like can food and freeze food and do all these things to preserve, so that all year we had tomato sauce, we had pesto, we had sauerkraut, which is really good for you. And it was all grown ourselves. And I'm watering every day doing long life mantras. So I'm communicating with the plants. And so I really, and I have on Healing Our Earth in the past, encourage all of you, even if it's just a little tomato plant in your house, just start to make that connection. Because I can tell you this, that food that you grow yourself organically and you know what's going in there tastes so delicious. And it's so healthy for you. And in fact, this year I'm even starting to grow some ashwagandha.
Wow, that's amazing. That's a beautiful herb, by the way. But you will find that a lot of these spiritual communities, if you go for special retreats in India or other parts of the world, most of the spiritual leaders, spiritual communities will have their own organic foods, which they grow. And then whenever you're having your lunches and your dinners and breakfasts, or so they'll, cook from the garden. So you'll have really fresh foods, which is amazing. And, through, coming back to you perhaps here, from all of these things, where do you think we can go in the future? Where do you think, how can we direct a better future and do it in a practical way?
It's a difficult question to answer, because, first of all, it requires a collective effort. You see, we have to ban this horrible stuff from the world, from the face of the earth, all these pesticides, artificial stuff. I mean, if United Nations can go after somebody making a nuclear reactor, why can't we stop these pesticides and horrible chemicals ruining and denting the earth? We are cutting down the forest like hell every day, right? Hundreds and hundreds of acres of forest are being cleared. And what are the governments doing? Oh, they all, oh yeah, we're going to stop this. If you watch a documentary, recent documentary, I should be taking the name, IKEA was found, right, clearing illegally the forest in Romania and making the furniture. And they try to be, play the good guy image that, oh, we are only, using what is allowed. So, we have gone too deep until some drastic actions are taken to save Mother Earth. I mean, look at the, Arctic, the ice melting down, forests being cleared. We have to start somewhere with a solid action, not just,
discussions. It's not just discussions. It's actually practical actions that we all need to take. And and one thing, I mean, if we've got 7 billion people on this earth, even if 1 billion people from the 7 billion planted one seed of a tree somewhere, we got 1 billion trees, that we would start flourishing in the next 5 years, nicely. 1 billion. And can you imagine if we do that a few times every year, just one, everybody, just one tree, go and plant it every single year, how we could try to replenish our Mother Earth. And we have to remember things like, if there isn't enough trees, then you won't get enough oxygen. If you don't have enough oxygen, there's not enough prana around the atmosphere. So when you're doing even pranayam, you're doing all these life force exercises like qigong, etc., where you're pulling in energy from the universe. The whole universe is polluted, there is not enough energy, there's not enough oxygen. So there is always, everything's affected one by one by us, messing around with the ecosystem. So yeah, what do you say, Nina? What is there any?
Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. There is one, talking of oxygen, you said, it makes me kind of laugh, but it is how true. You have said such a wonderful thing. 30 years ago, did anybody envisage that there will be water will be sold in bottles? We never thought. In India, if a person wanted to do some service, some seva, he used to open up a parab. Parab was a free place where he would distribute water to anybody who was thirsty, right? And now, today, imagine, even in India, you have to buy water. Nobody gives you free. What I'm saying is that 30, 40 years from today, mark my words, I will not be around, but oxygens will be sold in cylinders because the pollution will be so high that everybody will be carrying their own little oxygen bottles.
Ruji, I so agree with you. I was just going to bring in the water aspect, That is the other thing that we really have to look at, and especially with this large companies, the corporations, and stealing the water of the villages, and damming up the rivers, and also just starting to own the water. There could be a water war, and we have to be clear about that and how to stop. I know there are lots of water initiatives, and it's up to us to educate ourselves and actually join any of the associations and be part of it and really study that. And also there's a development of new technologies. What's very interesting, it's done in India, and I have the data, is that it's structured water, and the plants are growing better. And that's also a very important part of this structured water. It's remediating the land. It's actually clearing the land of the toxicity. So that's a very important part of this rebalancing. It's remediation. And we can use it with these different techniques of biodynamics that has been created for the tropics, and this has been used in India. If you are interested in more of the work in India, it's already done.
That's really amazing. And I think Nina may understand this part, because when you talk about naturopathy, we talk about yoga, we talk about spiritual practices. Even when you do prayers, you find that the energy and the environment changes. And our own energy changes. But if you had plants and you did chanting, or you did prayers whilst the plants are there, then you find that the plants will grow better. They grow better fruits. Even Prince Charles is known that he speaks to plants, right? To make sure that the plant. What do you think about that, Nina? Is that something that's quite useful? You are on mute. You're on mute, yeah. So what would you say about that?
Well said, Dr. Haniji. If we are chanting And if we are chanting in an environment where there is lot of plantation, they will grow faster, and you can see the condition of those plants that would be much better than the other plants. This people have experienced it. And one more thing which you mentioned, that if we are going to seed, plant one seed for plantation, and it will flourish. And that is the initiative which I think we all must take. And in our house, I have planted tulsi, and tulsi has protected me in two ways. First corona wave, and second also. I used to take it in the morning and evening, both time. I have carom seeds also I have planted in my house. So my house is full of medicinal plants I have grown.
That is actually really beautiful, and that's really amazing, Nina. Thank you for sharing that. I think Sharon or Amalia had sent me a video, I believe, and it was something to do with, or it was somebody from India. It was something to do with those prongs. You know, you have those metal prongs, and when you go near to tulsi, you find them start vibrating. So you see that there's energy, it starts feeling the field of the tulsi plant. So they literally prove to us that when you have these metal rods, and as soon as you go near the tulsi, they'll start vibrating by themselves, because there is this force around the tulsi plant. So you're absolutely right. There is some energy there. I know that our ancestors and ancient, knowledge used to know about this, that tulsi plants are very holy, they say. They're very spiritual. So this is really very, very true. We also have Seema actually joining us, and she lives from different places, but she was also from Hong Kong. So Seema, hello, welcome. Have you just joined our panel?
Yes, I've just joined your panel. Thank you for having me.
Global namaste to you.
Global
Wonderful
namaste to
you.
all of you. Nice to see you. Nina ji, what you said about the tulsi plant, this really resonates with the backflower remedies. When he spoke, Dr. Back actually said that each plant has a vibration, right? And of course, the tulsi, we call it Tulsi Maya because she's so sacred in our school of thought, has a very high vibration. I have a question for you. My grandmom used to always say, I'll say it in Hindi, then I'll translate it in English. Tulsi ma ko kabhi hum kaatte nahi hai. We never bite her because she's a mother. We don't chew on her, we swallow her. So she used to give us tulsi. She used to roll up the leaf like a capsule, put it on our tongue and make us swallow it with water. And is this something that you follow? And if so, I'd be interested to know more stories related to the sacred plant.
Actually, scientifically, it is said the chemical content in that plant, that is not good for the teeth. They become color of the teeth changes. So I don't remember that chemical name right now, but that is the significance, and our ancestors were not knowing about it.
Right.
They didn't have the knowledge of that chemical. That was the reason.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Nina. Gee, thank you. Seema, that was a very good question, by the way, something that we wouldn't have thought about. Very, very interesting. I was going to ask Sheila, did you have any other questions to any of the panelists that you would like to ask?
Yeah, I guess one other thing that comes up is the oils. There's so much controversy on what are the good oils, what is the bad oils. In cooking, like you cook with this oil and you don't cook with this oil, you cook with ghee. I'd just like some input on that. And I know obviously we can't give medical advice, but it would be nice to see the different opinions on the oils.
Right. Who would like to take this one, this question? Oh yeah, Dhruvji, go for it. I like this. He's such a good boy. He's a good boy. I like this. Me.
I had the same question years ago that you have today. And I asked around, and then I managed to get a documentary, which if I'm not wrong, it was done by BBC. I think British government has got a laboratory somewhere near Leicester. I don't know where, somewhere in Midlands. Okay. So what they did was to experiment that which oil is good and which oil is bad, whatever. They said, let's do some sample testing into a proper laboratory. Now they said, if we pick up the oil from supermarkets, right, then people can say we were biased. We intentionally picked up one type of oil or maybe this type of oil. So they went round to people's houses and borrowed 1 teaspoon of oil, whichever oil they were using in their household. And then they carried out the test. And at number test, which is the worst, number 10, the worst oil ever, right? And that oil I ate for 20, 30 years before I realized, and I thought I was eating healthy. It is sunflower oil. Believe it or not, that's the most horrible oil. Then they came back to number 2. Number 2 turned out to be olive oil. And this, all these oils I'm talking about, good oils I'm talking about are, again, without any chemicals, cold press, virgin oils, right? So olive came number 2. And believe me, number 1 was coconut oil. So I use coconut oil. It adds, it has a lovely flavor. But if you don't like the flavor, then you can use butter, you can use ghee. And how much oil you're gonna put in your, when you're cooking something, you're not gonna pour half a bottle, right? So I find it very, very healthy. I use a lot of olive oil as well. When I'm frying something, I try to use olive oil. Otherwise, coconut oil in my cooking, in my coffee every day. And that coffee is called Bullet coffee in USA. And I was taught by a US expert that, look, try this coffee, it will help you. It doesn't make you hungry. You become, you don't need any food. If you have that Bullet coffee in the morning, right, with coconut oil, again, virgin cold press coconut oil with double cream and coffee, boom. I don't need
It's starting to sound delicious there. I'm sure you have some shares in this Bullet coffee company, right? No, but it really sounds delicious. Yeah, Sharon, I mean, coming back from a dancing background, I know that you would have to also ensure that we have to eat healthily as dancers, as performers. What is your take on all of this, whether it's oil or whether eating organic foods? What is your take on this?
Well, I would think the intermittent fasting would be very valuable. But in terms of eating, there's always in the dance world, especially the ballet world, there's an issue about anorexia because there's been this aesthetic that you have to be as thin as possible. So I remember going to classes in the 70s in New York, and I couldn't believe it because I've always been interested in health. And they'd be smoking, the dancers in the dance company, during the break, they'd be smoking cigarettes and drinking Coca-Colas. And it was shocking because your vehicle as a dancer is your body. So everything that we've been talking about, they should all talk to Dhruv and get some training as to how to really keep your health through your diet and through your food.
Yes, I think that's a really great idea. We need to get Dhruv speaking to a whole load of dancers, the whole dance community. We need to get him on board to give some, because, I believe that action is much more powerful than words. We can read. People still do not change. We tell people, we educate people, we show them programs. You go on YouTube, we read it in newspapers. But people still don't change. They still have the same problems. So what is it that can help to motivate them to change? What is it that can actually, just encourage people to make that change? So with the Dhruv, he actually took the steps to try out, to experiment on himself. And it's tough work, to have no breakfast and to have no lunch. And I don't think I can do it. It has to be a bit of training and willpower for someone to be able to do this. And then also live it and then having the results. So,
honey, at that stage, I had thought the same way. I thought, oh, I cannot do without food. I can't do, there are a lot of people still doing it and they're still saying, oh, I can't do it. And they're doing it. All I say is, put your foot down, try. You got nothing to lose, right? You're not signing a contract for lifetime, right? Just try for a few days. If you get the benefit, there are so many benefits of this kind of diet and intermittent fasting. People say, oh, if you don't eat whole day, you become lethargic. There is no energy. To the contrary. On the contrary, you get more energy. And an example I was taught was, if a lion in the jungle or a tiger in the jungle doesn't get food for 3 or 4 days, he's sitting down, lying, he doesn't get the food. So he should be able to chase a deer, can he? Instead, he gets more energy. See, that is the system we are built in with. If you don't eat, trust me, your body, because Mother Nature wants you to walk out and get the food, find the food. You will not feel lazy, you will not feel lethargic, you will not feel energyless.
Yes,
You know?
absolutely. And you remind me of being a kanuro, like a kanuro, like one of those Krishna with these 6 ladies, 6 gorgeous divine goddesses around you. So, right, coming to Seema, Seema, is there any question that you have maybe that you would like to ask here?
So my ancestry is from the Punjab, and my grandfather actually was the owner of a sarso oil factory, which is still there, which is owned by my tayas and chachas. And they do cold pressed sarso ka tel, mustard oil. What's your view on mustard oil? Because I know we use it a lot in pickles, and of course, hailing from northern India, we smoke the oil and we cook a lot in it. And I'd like to hear your take on sarso ka tel or mustard oil.
Sure. I have got a bottle of pure mustard oil, and there are certain type of curries I always use it. See, to me, first of all, mustard oil does not come in the category of bad oils anyway, right? Okay. So let's be very clear. It does not. Besides, you see, I believe in Ayurveda a lot. I believe in that Indians weren't just not convenience, right? Indians, any science, right, is always based on experience. Ayurveda to me is a nichod of experience. They learned the hard way, right? And then they passed it on. So we use rye, mustard seeds for every tadka, right? In Gujarat, Maharashtra, we have to have rye ka tadka, rye and jeera, right? Mustard seeds and cumin seeds. So rye oil, which is mustard oil, is good. It cannot do you any harm. I mean, it does not agree with a lot of people. I've noticed that because it's strong, right? So if you're not used to it, and if you eat a lot of it first time, you will know. You will know that it's, your mouth, you might get little, ulcers or small, first time, because it's pretty strong oil. But it's good. It's good.
Do you smoke your oil? When you before
mustard,
cooking it?
If I'm using mustard oil, I do. If I'm using olive or coconut, it becomes to that point very quickly, and I'm happy with that. You don't need to burn, But mustard oil I do because of the main idea. People say that it takes some toxin away, and B, it takes that very special smell away. Right? That pungent. If you smoke mustard oil, in my opinion, it takes that pungent smell away. So after that, whatever you add into it, it tastes nice.
Oh, that's a very interesting.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, a very interesting question, and I'm really good luck with your factory as well, with the family factory there, Seemaji.
Not ours, my uncles and aunts.
Yeah, which is great. But I have one question for all of you, actually, something for us to discuss, and that is, we talk about leading a balanced lifestyle. So we would have, people talk about having enough rest, play enough, enjoy social time with your friends and family as well, eat proper food. It's a holistic approach. And I think Nina would probably be one of the people who probably be very much into this holistic style of living. What is your point? What is your thoughts on this? How important is it that we should share with our audience members out there about the importance of leading a balanced lifestyle?
We have a family. If we have a family, we have husband, daughter, mother-in-law, we should be very, very thankful to God, because there is someone to take care of us. See those people who don't have anyone. In Delhi, I have seen most of the families, they are living alone. Their children are not living with them. They are either in abroad. So see the condition of those parents. So I think if we are in the family, if I get sick, if I'm not well, there is someone to take care of me. And people who are living alone, their mental health and physical health, both are deteriorating, and there is no one to look after them. And when you talk about balance, now why Corona has come? Because there is imbalance outside also. Just for our own comfort, we have done deforestation and your use of pesticide, polluted air, so many things are there. And if you're going to focus, and this is a very beautiful platform, healing the earth. And that is why I am here. I love this title, Healing the Earth. And if we are focused on healing the earth, and I am sure a day will come when all people will contribute in making this earth a beautiful planet to live.
That's very lovely. Thank you for that beautiful share. Thank you. That's a lovely share. And actually, Amalia, you know what Nina just mentioned about the bringing a balanced lifestyle, collectively coming together to help to boost up our consciousness levels. So we talk about the collective consciousness, that if everybody thought the same, if more people came together, like through Healing Our Earth, for example, if you even had, you know, like let's say 10,000 people thinking the same, and praying the same things, then you find there's a shift all of a sudden in the consciousness levels. So how can you tell us a little bit about that? Because where there's a lot of good, there's also a lot of bad. You know, there's a duality in this world. Our aim is to try to come back into the middle, into the center, and live into the center. Can you perhaps share some light onto this topic?
Well, we know that the vibration of our thoughts and feelings are actually quite tangible, and they've been measured, like the Heart Math Institute and different other organizations that who have been measuring them. So I feel that we should continue to live that way and upgrade our frequencies as much as possible. And knowing that life is part of yin yang, the descent and the ascension, is that we have to remain as much in the center as possible. And when it's time to go into the descent, go in. We have to go into our shadows. We have to go into our darkness. Like right now, you know, there's a lot of depression, and how to support people to go into it, but not to remain there, but to uplift and to come up to a higher frequency. And there's a skill, there's an art to do that in all the different meditative traditions, right? And all the traditions of transformation. So if people could just learn any other skills, and if we can share those of us who know some of the skills, we can uplift that, you know, to come back to center and to uplift and to believe that we are all energy beings, and we are incarnated for a reason, that we are here to experience all this chaos. That's what's happening right now in current world situation. And this has happened through cycles of time. You know, this is nothing new. And why are we incarnated, and what have we experienced before? So if we can have more of an expansive view of life in general on the planet, and us as spiritual beings having a mortal experience, then I think we can deal with these things much easier. And also being alone, like Nina, you know, some of us have good support and some don't. And this is actually the challenge. How do we live alone? We're born alone and we'll die alone. We have to learn the ways of leaving our bodies when it's time to go, whether it's from this viral infection or any other way. Those are the skills that we have to learn. And if we learn how to live well, we also learn how to die well. And so I feel that this is the skills that we need to teach them how to die well as well.
That's a very powerful thing. Yeah, very powerful thing, Amelie, a very powerful thing you've just shared, because they say the reason we learn meditation, and we talk about moksha, you know, we talk about enlightenment, but when we talk about moksha is when you die, they say, but it's not really, it's the death of your ego, the death of learning to die. On your last stages, when you do leave your physical body, we know that we're a soul. So when you're about to leave the physical vehicle of yours to move on, you know, you need to be able to learn and to be able to be trained so that you can leave in a in a very smooth manner to the next stage, which is really true. And that is, of course, goes into a much deeper subject than what we're discussing right now. But definitely that is there, with the consciousness levels there. Sheila, what do you think? What do you understand by the consciousness levels? What just on behalf of the global audiences who are watching right now, what do you think? Do you think people understand what we mean by the consciousness levels? What do you understand by consciousness levels?
That's a very heavy topic, honey. It's interesting coming from the Western and looking at the Eastern way of and just speaking to everybody on this platform, just consciousness, right? And it's hard for me to kind of define it because no one ever knows. And we and the analogy I always give is like 40 years ago, if someone said to you, hey, you can hold a phone and you can FaceTime someone, a loved family somewhere else, and you can see their face, that wouldn't even be possible, right? You couldn't even fathom that. And so I think consciousness is such a big, expansive thing that we can't even begin to understand it because we can't even see it. And what's amazing is having such a wonderful people to kind of explain a little bit of something, just like Dr. Amalia was saying about like just even considering dying and how to die well and how to live well and how to make the most of our time on this earth. Giving is such an amazing thing. You always feel so good when you help other people and you have gratitude for whatever you have. So it's a very loaded question. And I think,
oh dear, didn't want to put you on the spot. No, it's not a trick question actually, but yeah. But in your medical field, sometimes, you talk about consciousness and subconscious, and you talk about super consciousness, which is maybe a different way of explaining the consciousness levels.
Yeah, and I do think there's a lot of stuff that is subconscious in us, like our fears, our childhood traumas that come up in our lives as adults because they haven't been resolved when we're younger. If we're very fearful growing up, we end up being fearful as adults. If there's unresolved issues, and then we just take that on as adults. So I think it's really important to all start working on ourselves, like start working on our past traumas, our past issues that we've had. And that way we can lead a healthier, happier life. And then once we heal ourselves, then we can in turn help other people heal also.
Absolutely. Thank you. That was a really good point there. Very nice. Actually, Sharon, you also know a lot about this area, right? When we talk about consciousness and, the different ways we talk about the trauma, and there's a way that you understand of how to remove trauma from our consciousness. But what do you understand by consciousness? What is your understanding of consciousness?
My goodness, what a question. There are so many layers and levels that are so beyond even the physical, even though we are in this precious human body. And that is very important because it's our vehicle to experience and to expand the consciousness. But I do want to bring in the children because recently, I think I might have mentioned this in another Healing Our Earth, I was with my granddaughter, who will be 2 soon, in San Diego, and we went to a playground, and there were children from all different cultures. And they were between 2 and 3 years old, and all they wanted to do was play with each other. It was so beautiful. There was no judgment. There was no prejudice. They were just like, wow, here's another child for me to play with, such openness. And we come in as these open beings straight from the divine. And then we get this imprinting, and fear and all trauma and all of these things. And how do we shift that in the education, in the upbringing of our children? They're little goddesses. They have so much to tell us. But these days, it's the way society exists, especially, well, now it's getting everywhere. Our children are like, the phones have become babysitters. The parents are too busy. And the children are sitting around, even at a dinner table, texting each other at the table. And it's so the question is, how do we reach and teach the children to come back into alignment, at least to balance their time with these devices and with nature herself? So I'm always encouraging my nephew, he's what, about 8 now. Now he's growing tomato plants and snap peas, and he's thrilled. He's become like a little scientist of all. He can talk forever. I mean, he's amazing on all these subjects that have to do with growing food. And so we need to encourage that and bring our children to this experience of nature as so much greater than sitting there staring at the phone all day.
Absolutely. This is really something very important and very powerful that you've touched upon, Sharon. We've been discussing ways of what can we do, to improve our future. And you just touched it straight away. You start with the children. You start with the education system. You start with the schools. You help children go and start planting vegetables. You help them to learn why it's important for them to eat these kinds of homegrown vegetables. So if you help to educate them, then here you are, you're trying to build a new generation, because step by step, we would have improved. If every single school has this as part of the curriculum, then we will find that every child has to go and plant a tree every year, for example. It becomes ingrained in them that that's something they would like to do for society, and why it's important. Why it's simple. So these things, I think, are a very good thing that you touched upon, and I love that. I would love to get children to learn more about this kind of thing, so we can create a better society in the future. And finishing off with the consciousness part as well. And I don't know how you would say it, but I'm going to use kind of Dhruv's style. He uses a lot of stories to explain things very simply. And this is something I may have shared with a couple of you before, but this is for our panel here. I always say consciousness levels is sometimes you can see it on a basic level of how you view the world, how you see the world, for example, the energy of how you see the world. So for example, if you were sitting in a 7-floored building, if you sat on the first floor and you looked outside the window, then you will see a certain kind of distance. As you go onto the 3rd floor, you would be able to see a bit more. But as soon as you go onto the 7th floor, you'll be able to see so much more that even if somebody was coming to attack you, you will know beforehand, and you put the gates up because you're pre-warned, because your awareness levels are very strong. So you're able to see your consciousness levels is high, or it's wide, your awareness levels are wide. So you'll be able to see a lot of options of what could happen in life, rather than very belief oriented, when you're opinionated in one, rigid in your thinking. As your consciousness levels grow, you become much more open. That's why we look at each other on a soul-to-soul basis. We don't look at each other as she's a Malaysian and she's an American and she is Indian and he's a Hindu, or he's a Muslim or so. We don't look at things like that. We look at everybody as a human being, as just a soul. Because the higher consciousness levels you have, the more you see everything as connected, interconnected. But if you see everything as interconnected, then it's a bit like a computer system. Everything you press this and this happens, and you do this and that happens. So everything gets connected very easily. So if you're thinking of solutions for problems and things, you sit down and somewhere you get the idea from the universe, because your consciousness levels are quite high, and you're being able to pick out answers from the universe, and they come to you through an antenna, which is your psychic sense, which comes through to you. So consciousness levels could also be seen as building blocks. Like if you use a power of intent, our power of thoughts. Nina mentioned this previously as well. Sheila mentioned this as well, about the thinking, the thoughts, the words, and the actions. The consciousness can be built through the thoughts as well, because where your intention is, that's where the energy flows, right? Whatever you talk about is where the energy will flow. So when Nina spoke about forgiveness, if you don't forgive people easily and you speak about a lot of hatred things about them, you're actually bringing that energy to yourself, because the focus of the energy is in you. Because every time you think about bad, that he's an idiot, he's so stupid, he's that bad, they don't even know what they're talking about. As you speaking like this, that energy is actually coming back to you. That energy is the consciousness is coming back to you. So it'll build that kind of a life for you. Whereas if you have, oh, everybody's beautiful, everybody's good, everybody's fantastic, the energy is now going into that direction, and suddenly your life becomes more beautiful. People that you meet become, amazing people that you meet, because you are you are creating that through your consciousness. So that's a reason. If 10,000 of us came together and prayed once a week for a better humanity, it will create a huge impact in a 6 months time, because the power of intention becomes very strong. So this is just my kind of way of perhaps explaining it in a kind of what I would explain to a child or to young people who don't understand consciousness in a simple way. So I hope that made a bit of sense.
Honey, that was such a wonderful explanation, I have to say. It's almost like you should package that and just send that out to everybody to understand, because I think you explained it in such a very wonderful way, that this is why we need to work on our consciousness to get us to that level where we see everything. And I noticed that when people are elevated at a different level, they have intuition, they just live in a different space. So thank you, honey, that was amazing.
Thank you very much. It comes from you. You guys give me the energy, and it just flows through me. It's like, well, we're coming to almost the end of our wonderful discussion. I hope our panelists have been enjoying themselves, having a good discussion. I have to say, I'm sure all our viewers out there who are listening right now are absolutely flabbergasted by these amazing panelists that we have, who have such amazing things to contribute, to the discussion. So I also wanted to say a very big thank you to each and every single one of you, for contributing your knowledge and your expertise, and just helping to transform lives out there with your wonderful suggestions. Thank you so much for that. Now, before we finish off, do you think it's a good idea to do a short little meditation to quieten ourselves and get our audience members to finish off with a lovely 2-3 minutes meditation?
Absolutely, honey. I think
that
would be wonderful.
Let's see if we can all do a nice little meditation. Now, if you haven't done a meditation before, I'm just going to take you through a cleansing meditation today. It's a visualization rather than a sitting down quietly. We're going to go through a visualization where we're going to clear your energy, your negativity. We're going to bring in what Nina has taught us about forgiving people. We're going to bring in what Sharon has spoken about, is where all your trauma is kind of connected and held in emotionally into your energetic bodies and your organs. And we're going to talk a little bit about what Sheila has also shared with us, about how important it is to be happy, and your thoughts will affect you, with the way you are. So we're going to put everything together, like a little combination of it. So let's start off with your eyes closed. And I'm going to take you through a little journey over the next 5 minutes. If you could breathe in a couple of times, deeply in and out, to just get yourself balanced. Keep your eyes closed, and you can keep your hands on your lap. And I'd like you to just imagine the whole of the universe is full of light, bright life force. Beautiful energy. What we're going to now imagine is on top of your head is a lotus, 1,000-petaled lotus, which is spinning round and round and round really, really fast. And the light, which is right up in the universe, starts being pulled into your crown chakra. You'll be able to feel this energy flowing into your crown chakra. Imagine your whole of the crown chakra is being cleansed and filled with the most powerful healing energy. It's bright, it regenerates, it renourishes, it cleanses, it purifies. And as it cleanses, you find that you get more clarity of thoughts. You find that your focus becomes more sharper. You find that foggy and cloudy thinking disappears because your whole crown chakra has been energized. And you can imagine this dark energy just dissipating, just moving away, everything dissolving. And you can feel this shiny, bright crown chakra of yours. And now you pull the energy down further to your third eye. Where your third eye is, it starts cleansing between your brow chakras. As the ice between the eyes, which is your third eye, gets filled with powerful, purifying energy, it helps you to build strong intuition. It helps you to clear any confusion, any decision you're trying to make. Everything becomes extremely clear with what decision you need to make. Any dirt, any obstacles and challenges and blockages get cleared straight away and refilled with this beautiful white light, which we call the life force. Suddenly you're shining bright, your crown chakra and your third eye shining bright. The energy moves down to your throat chakra. Your throat chakra is where your communication, your expression that is stuck, that you're not being able to express, gets cleared with this bright white light. As soon as it clears your throat chakra, it purifies, regenerates, rejuvenates, purifies. And suddenly you find that anything you want to speak about, anything you wish to express, you will be able to very easily, not passively, not aggressively, but assertively. As the energy moves down to your heart chakra, you find that it fills with this beautiful white light that's being beamed into your body. Your heart chakra gets filled. You find that with so much love and compassion and kindness, forgiveness and generosity, you have no space left to hate anyone. You easily forgive because the energy there is so beautiful, bright, pure, divine. As you fill your heart chakra with this beautiful white energy, you move down to your solar plexus. The solar plexus is where you have disharmony, conflict, arguments, problems, and challenges with others. If you cleanse this area, you could have amazing leadership quality where you use power to do good, not to belittle others and not to disempower others. This life force gets filled beautifully all around your solar plexus chakra, fills it with the most powerful, purifying, regenerative, nourishing, divine, holy energy helps you to feel empowered. Anything you feel that you don't have power for, you feel empowered for straight away. Now you feel completely empowered to do whatever you wish to do and to sort out any conflict that you have very easily. Move down to your second chakra. All your chakras are fully energized. Come down to the second chakra. The second chakra now gets filled with bright light, purifying light, peaceful. This is where your relationships are. This is where your close people are. You find that anything that you're not very happy about gets automatically dissolved with this bright white light. And the white light brings in understanding, patience, resilience, determination, softness, so that you can have beautiful relationships with people who are close to you. And finally, we go down to our first chakra, our base chakra. As every single chakra is being fully energized, we go down to our first chakra where we have issues which are relating to money, finance, security, fears, doubts, things that prevent you from becoming who you really are meant to be. And this beautiful life force completely fills this first chakra of yours with bright light, which raises your frequency, energizes you, purifies you, cleanses you, regenerates any kind of energy that you need, replenishes it. And suddenly you feel so fully charged with this beautiful life force and this beautiful energy. You find that your whole of your body starts vibrating in this nice positive energy. Every single layer of your aura, this is emotional aura, your mental aura, your spiritual aura, gets filled with this beautiful, beautiful, bright, positive energy. And you find that all the darkness, the blockages, the negativities just dissolves like dark smoke. It just dissipates like steam from your aura. And as that lovely life force comes in through your crown chakra, through the 1,000-petaled lotus on top of your head, spinning round, throwing all the dirty energy away from your body and your energetic body, it replenishes it with the most powerful, powerful life force, which rejuvenates your cells, your organs, your physical body, your mental capacity. And with that, we slowly move and let this light energy go back up to the universe. We slowly close every single hole that could be around us where our aura is, so that there is no leakages and this energy cannot escape that you've brought into your body and your spiritual body. We make sure we have a couple of deep breaths to get ourselves grounded again. And every time you breathe in, breathe out the negativity which leaves you. And now slowly, whenever you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes, fully energized and shining like a bright little star. I hope you all enjoyed that little journey. It's a very beautiful way to just relax the body and just release every single bit of tension that we have. And every chakra is energized at this moment in time. So let's finish off our wonderful session here at Healing Our Earth with our beautiful panelists from, of course, Sheila being my co-host, Dhruv Gadwi, Sharon Rose, Amalia, Nina Mata, Seema Bhatia, and of course, all the rest of the wonderful guests who have joined us today. I just wanted to say again, this is our 82nd event at Healing Our Earth. If you're looking to volunteer to support us in any way, then please do contact us, whether you want to put forward some experts or you would like to come on board and support us maybe through editing or social media influencing. Whatever way you would like to support us here at Healing Our Earth, our arms are always open. We'd love to welcome you here. And finally, just to remind everybody, Healing Our Earth has been set up here as an online platform to educate, entertain, inspire people around the world to create unity, happiness, and of course, to ensure that we end up having a happier world. And that's what our aim is, to just create a happier, healthier world. Next week, we have a special event as well. It's called the Vegetarian Cooking. It's called the Vegetarian Kitchen. So next week, don't make sure you don't miss out this fantastic event. It's at, again, 2 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And it's all about these amazing, amazing people you'll be meeting, all chefs, sharing some amazing recipes with you, all vegetarian, of course. And then the week after, we also have a COVID special event, which is, of course, on the 11th of July. So don't forget, come and join us and celebrate. This will be really, really important for you to be able to support your loved ones and get some really top class, tips and advice from us here, and the experts, I should say. So let's finish off with a lovely prayer. And we're going to finish off with an Om Bhur Swaha, which is a special prayer that we'd like to finish off with. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat.